So the women's under 20 hurdles, we have two heats. The qualification for the final is the first three in each heat automatically qualified for the final, along with two fastest remaining athletes. So you have seven athletes going in heat 1 and 6 athletes going in heat 2. So in heat 1, Emily Hession of South Sligo is in lane 2, Sophia Johansson of Clondalkin Dublin in lane 3, Orla Mannion of South Galway in 4, Stephen Murphy of Samore in 5, Rachel Ward Crockwell in 6, Spencer Igwe of Ferrybank in 7, and Lisa Callan of Bandanadeticum in lane 8. Men now, please go to the column for your 110 metre hurdles. All under 23 men, please go to the column now for your 110 metre hurdles. 100 metres has now closed, and a reminder again to all athletes, you must check in to your event 75 minutes before the event is scheduled. So this is the first of 2 weeks in the under 20 women's 100 metre hurdles. First three over the line are automatically into the final, and looking very comfortable going hurdles at Paula Mannion, the defending champion and indoor champion. Stephen Murphy there some more coming up for second place. First three over the line automatically into the final. So I remind again to athletes, please make sure you check into your events today. If you collected your number yesterday, you must check into those events again today. And check in goes at 75 minutes before the event starts. Any athletes who qualify for a final, you must go to the check-in desk to check in for that final. If you're withdrawing from the final, you can just let them know at the check-in desk. In our second heat of the 20 women's 100 metre hurdles, Lucy Humphrey of Goddess Ontario Trophy 3, Abigail Farrell of the North Irish 4, Amy Timothy of Bengali in 5, Emma Donovan Cockwell in 6, Oriana Now of Plateau 7, and Margarina Fitnack of Bengali and Golden Lane 8.
Guys, when you're warming up away with the people, exit the pitch to the right hand side. Okay, because you've got camera and further electronic setup on the left hand side. Okay, so please exit to the right hand side of the pitch. Not back up to the side.
C2 of the under 20 women's 100 metre hurdles. looking good there, going up to the finishing line. Maybe Kennedy there taking first place, and Abigail Carr there to North Harriers taking second. Top three automatically into the final this afternoon. So just a reminder to athletes who've qualified for the final, you must go back to check into that final. If you're withdrawing from the final, please let them know to check attendance also, so we can bring up the next available athlete. Our next event on the track is the under-23 women's 100 metre hurdle final. So two competitors in our under-23 women's 100 metre hurdle final. Laura Crawley of Bean Olympic. She won 2 medals yesterday, one in the shot put, one in the javelin competition. And Coco Carey then of Leavale goes in lane 4. So this is the under-23 women's 100 metre hurdle final. Coco Carey of Leavale and Laura Crawley of Bean Olympic backing it out. And it's Laura Crawley of Bean Olympic taking first place. Coco Carey there takes silver. So 11-3 the unofficial time there. So the official results there pop up on live. That's very short. So now got just the hurdles for the men's under 20, 110 metre hurdles final. Move the hurdles to the 2 marks.
Yeah,
raising them up to
I wonder next year will they go back to the one there.
Our first medal presentation today is for the under 23 women's 100 metre hurdles final. In second place from Leavale Athletic Club, it's Coco Carey.
At least one person is not getting a medal.
And our 2026 1-2
You are all very welcome back to the U23 Under 20 and Under 23 National Track and Field Championships here in Tullamore Harriers Athletics grounds. This is day 2 of the championships. I'm Killian Sheeran, and as always I'll be joined with a multitude of commentators over the course of the day. A few familiar voices you might have heard on yesterday's stream if you got the opportunity to tune in. Kicking off today on the track, we have all the hurdle events. Under 20 men and women, under 23 men and women. On the track now, the under 23 men are setting their blocks just while the officials set the hurdles to the appropriate heights. Elsewhere on the track, we have the under 20 pole vault going on. We have our under 20 men warming up for the long jump along with the high jump going on the opposite side of the track. And in terms of presentations, Owen O'Callaghan has received the under 20 men's 110 metre hurdle title, so well done to Owen, a very well established multi-eventer competing on the international stage multiple times for Ireland, be it in 2024 the Under 18 European Athletics Championships in Banska Bystrica. So well done, Owen, getting our presentations underway for the day. But as I speak, the under 23 men are getting into their blocks from the inside, lane 3, Ruben McCarthy on his outside, Sean Owens in lane number 5, Sean Carmody. And on the outside of him, you have Adam Nolan in lane number 6, St. Lawrence O'Toole AC. Lane number 5 and lane number 6, your gold and silver men from this year's indoor 60 metre hurdles national championship. So this is always going to be a tight one between these two men. Friends on a day-to-day basis, but competitors when it comes down to the hurdles on a national stage. So it's bound to be an exciting one. Adam Nolan, of course, your 2025 outdoor 110 metre hurdles senior champion. She's going to want to come here and back that title up from last year, and I'm sure he has his sights set on retaining his title in a couple of weeks' time in Morton Stadium at the National Senior Championships. So they were just setting their blocks and warming up, getting used to getting over the hurdles while the officials reset them, and these men will get into their blocks for the final time in a couple of moments just before the race gets underway. Like I said, Sean Carmody, silver in the 60 metre hurdles at the 2026 Indoor National Championships. He took a pretty hard fall at the under 20 and under 23 National Indoor Championships over the hurdle, so it's great to see him back and healthy after some injury concerns over the past year or so. Member, of course, of that Dublin Sprint, one of the most prestigious sprinting groups in the country at the moment. So good to see Sean Carmody back fit and healthy and ready to go here in the Leavale vest in lane number 5. Again, from the inside, Ruben McCarthy on his outside, Sean Owens of Crusaders AC, Ruben McCarthy in the Metro St. Bridget singlet, but apologies, he maybe isn't there at the moment. Sean Carmody in lane number 5 and Adam Nolan on the outside, like I said, St. Lawrence O'Toole athlete in lane number 6, of course, the big name in this race. These men are under starters' orders. And they are away first time. A vast contrast compared to the false starts we've seen yesterday. And it looks to be Adam Nolan who is ahead of the rest of the field. Sean Carmody just on his tail. A good battle for second and third. But it's Adam Nolan, the St. Lawrence O'Toole athlete, who's going to come away with the under 23 title. Well done there to Adam Nolan. He had the lead all the way from the start, but Sean Carmody seemed to just take a stumble over that final hurdle, missing out on the podium. Looked like he grazed his knees pretty bad on the track there, so hopefully all is well with Sean. But like the man we pointed out at the start of the race, Adam Nolan of St. Lawrence O'Toole, backing up his outdoor senior title as well from last year. 14:35 unofficial on the scoreboard down trackside. Try and catch up with Sean Carmody a little bit later. It's a serious height that these men are coming down from over the hurdles. He was going really strong on his inside. Sean Owens of Crusaders AC, himself and Sean were battling the whole way to the line. Maybe Sean just felt him on his shoulder, and half a second of lapse in concentration, and he found himself just clipping it and hitting the ground, which is always painful. So hopefully all is well with Sean there. But as always, huge congratulations to Adam Nolan. The official results are in. So at 14:35 for Adam Nolan there like you said, we're looking forward to seeing him a little bit later on in the year at the National Senior Championships. Of course, competed in Bergen last year in Norway at the European Under-23 Championships. So he's used to a European stage representing Ireland.
Second place, it's Sean Owens of Crusaders. So remember the Crusaders team that set a new national record yesterday in the under-23 men's 400 metre relay. And our 2026 champion in the under-23 men's 110 metre hurdles is Adam Nolan of St. Thomas School, winning yet another national title. Second to the 5,000 metres will be closing shortly. Second to the 5,000 metres will be closing shortly. So any athletes on that event, please check in. Our next event on the track is the 200 metres. So on the 20 women, please go to the call of your 200 metres. On the 20 women, please go to the call of your 200 metres. In the women's 4-hard round, the marathon is 2 metres, 45 centimetres. Ema McBride of Russ is on there at 2:45. In the 120 women's high jump, now the marathon is at 1:65. Tara O'Connor from Ross St. George is on there at 1:65. Taz has in the time of Reeside Athletic Club. So down there, so for one more, there's another 10 there, 165. In the 123 women's high jump, they're planning on leaders down there at 165. Large up there. Let's go clear that height. live streaming on YouTube. Don't get the Martin Games on next Friday. My details of the Martin Games are on our website and they'll be streaming as well. It's going to here there in the women's 4 rounds, so we can the under 20 category.
Now, schools champion Mikey Kent about to take his first jump here in the men's under 20 long jump. That competition just after getting underway. Mikey going through his usual ritual. He doesn't quite have the crowd over this side of the track to get him going, but we see what he can produce on his opening jump. That looks big. Well, they get the all clear. We have the results, live results, coming in now in front of us, live.athleticsIreland.ie. Nice opening jump there from Mikey. He was here not too long ago for the National Schools Championships, where he, of course, took the schools title, came away with a new championship record as well. Currently leading in that under 20 boys long jump is Ryan Ono. He came second in that schools long jump not too long ago, only about 2 weeks ago now. So first and second from the school championships here, competing today at the National under 20 and under 23 championships. Ryan jumped 7.31. Jack Keenan got the competition underway, 5.63 on his opening jump. Daniel De Antolin Rodriguez was foul after that, and then a 3.54 score for Jamie Tuttle. But United Triders AC's Daniel Redmond getting on the board. On your screen now, that was Clarny Valley AC man Dominic Wasila. Still waiting on the results to come in from Mikey Kent's jump, so we'll keep you posted on the field events during the day as they come in. Once again, live.athleticsIreland.ie. If you want to keep an eye on them yourself, on your screen now, that's Owen O'Callaghan. Literally moments ago just took the title in the under 20 boys 110 metre hurdles, so quick turnaround for him. Like I mentioned earlier, a well-experienced multi-eventer, so tight turnarounds and multiple events in one day is not out of the ordinary for Owen. Let's see if he can get off the mark with a big jump. He was ways away from the board there, potentially a bit of lactic acid still in the legs there following those hurdles. Mikey Kent, 6.68. The live results are just coming into us now. Dominic Wasila from Killarney Valley AC with a 6 metre jump. Artem Kelly with a 6.25. So, Still plenty of jumping left in this competition. Mikey obviously favourite on paper here with plenty of jumping left for him. Ryan Ono still in the lead there. Of course, the EAC man. That was Raman Amusa Adekunle. Leave LAC on the runway. On the other side of the track, we have the under-20 women's high jump going on. I'll just bring you some of the results there. In the lead, Brother Pierce AC, Siún Quinn, again one of the favourites on paper in this event. Tara O'Connor as well. Should be a potential good battle between those two. They were teammates as well for representing Ireland in the 2024 at the Under-18 European Championships. Both first time clearances over 170.
Yeah, the high jump is one to watch, Killian. They'll be looking to see can they better the championship record from Summer Leckie of 180. So far, Siún Quinn has got a 170 and so has Tara O'Connor. So entering marks at 165 and 170 respectively, they'll definitely have their eyes on the target there for a championship record.
Yeah, so we'll continue to bring you updates on all the field events. But like Barry said, Siún Quinn, Tara O'Connor. Siún obviously over stateside at the moment, so it's good to see a lot of American athletes or athletes now based over in America, coming back and competing at these under-20 and under-23 national championships. Other athletes who have opened their competition. Emily Klein has hit the bars, failed at 1.70 metre, but she got over 165, 160 and 155 on her first attempt, opening her competition at 1.50 metre. She should be looking to clear 1.70 metre on her next attempt. Lagan Valley AC's Isabel O'Dowd has unfortunately fell 3 times over 165, and these live results coming in now. Emily Klein has fell on 1.70 metre for the second time. As well, Bandon AC's Aoife Callan is also out of the competition. She failed to get over 1.55 metre. So Siún Quinn and Tara O'Connor still very much the two in contention for the title in this under-20 women's high jump. While the action continues, Barry in front of us in the men's long jump, the under-20 men's long jump. Next up on the runway is Ratot AC's Daniel de Antolin Rodriguez. Fell on his first attempt, so he'll be looking to open up his scoring here on attempt number 2. Downey Ratot AC man in this men's under-20 long jump. Got a good view of it here, and it looks like he was just over the board. You'll get the official result there now, but it looks like Daniel still is looking for that opening mark in this under-20 boys long jump in a couple of moments' time. Just from our commentary position, we can see the first heat of the women's under-20 200 metres just heading over to the blocks. There'll be more track action coming very, very soon. Plain AC's Jamie Tuttle, he opened his competition with a 3 metres 54. So can he bear this on his second attempt? It's still breezy out here today, Barry. Probably not as windy as yesterday. The conditions were quite blustery, but
yeah, conditions have definitely improved in comparison to yesterday. It'll be advantageous, hopefully, for some of the races later on. Unfortunately, with the direction the wind is blowing, it won't be in the favour too much of the 200-metre runners. It'll benefit them on the bend, but as they come into the straight, they'll get a headwind into their faces.
Daniel Redmond now, United Striders on the runway. 5:85, his opening mark. Putting him in good positions still, like you said, plenty of jumping to go on in this under-20 boys competition. Getting himself psyched up for attempt number 2. See, just behind him is Ryan Ono from Cork City AC. Competed at the Cork City Sport long jump last year, so I'm sure we'll be seeing him there next week, next Wednesday. That's taking place. So, now look, from our position, Daniel Redmond potentially, gets the red flag there. So another foul. Sligo AC up next. Peter Mekrowiski. And just as we say that, our women's under 20 heats of the 200 metres are getting underway. From the inside, Ava Shorten from North Cork AC. On the outside in lane 4, Rocha Gavin from Limerick AC. In lane number 5, there's Daniela Adebolo from Ace AC. In lane number 6, there's Milana Sharahuyu from Rathot AC. In lane number 7, just outside her, is Tiffany Nuandozi from Belguli AC. And on the outside in lane number 8 is Ava Hanley AC from Rathot AC. Barry, we're going to see quite the crossover from a lot of athletes that are coming from off the back of the 100 metres yesterday, especially as we go on through the heats and especially into the men's under 20s and the women's and men's under 23s. There's going to be a decent crossover, so it's setting the day up for another exciting spectacle of sprinting.
Yeah, it's real championship racing here where you have to balance doing your heats and finals and the hundreds on the Saturday and again the same on the Sunday. Here in the long jump we have Ryan Ono getting the claps from the crowd. Really looking for a big jump here out of Ryan. And from here, it looks like he's cleared the board, and he has. And we'll let you know the distance result of that when we get it.
7:31 an opening jump, giving Ryan the lead in this competition. Mikey Kent watching on, so.
Yeah, it's a serious competition in this men's long jump.
But now, heat number 1 of the women's 200 metres. They are away first time, and it looks to be Tiffany from Belguli AC on the outside, who is eating up the stagger on literally everybody in this race as she comes in to the final 100 metres. It's calm conditions here today in Tullamore, but it's Belguli AC athlete who has the lead. But Rathot AC's Milana Sharahui is coming through on her shoulder, but it's going to be the Belguli AC athlete Tiffany Nuandozi who's going to take the win there in heat number 1, 24.85 unofficially, wind reading of 1.3. So it's still blustery down there. It's nice and calm from our commentary position, but a nice way to open up the under 20 women's heats.
Yeah, strong performance there. She led from the gun really, and she took that very strongly, but it's good competition there from the Rathot AC athlete.
So the winner plus 4 fastest in each of those heats are getting through to later on's 200 metre final. So Tiffany securing her spot in later on's final. So once these heats are rounded off, 4 heats in the under 20 women's 200 metres. So once they're rounded off, we'll find out who the 4 fastest non-winners of each heat are getting through to later on's final. On the runway again is Mikey Kent. He opened his jump with a 6.68. He's in great jumping form at the moment. A long jumper, a pole vaulter, anything with a jump in it. I'm sure Mikey will throw his hat in the ring. He's getting the crowd behind him. The crowd is growing on this side of the stadium since his opening jump. There wasn't much of an atmosphere, but now there is. So is this going to play into Mikey Kent's hand as he gets underway? Big, powerful strides. Mikey Kent down the runway. Can we see from here? Oh, it looks like a nice jump. He looked like he still had a little bit of room left on the board, but we'll get the official result in, Barry. But it's a really, really good competition.
Yeah, it looked like his hand just fell back there as he was landing, which would have lost him a few centimetres there on the end, but it was a good jump all the same. So, in the next heat of the women's 200 metres, we have Joanna Shapiro from Tala AC, Sophia Granjo from St Lawrence O'Toole AC, Alicia Maher from Tullamore Harriers AC, Sophie Walker from Newport AC, and Orla O'Shaughnessy from Emerald AC. So they're lane 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8.
Yeah, Sophia Granjo third in yesterday's women's 400 metres.
From the gun there, it seems to be the middle lanes there that are taking the dominant performance.
Yeah, and it's Sophia Granjo coming through. She's looking even stronger than she did yesterday in the 400 metre final. She has 2 rounds of the 400 in her legs, and she's absolutely striding away from this field. 24.73. Oh, and there seemed to be a slight fall on the line, but Sophia Granjo dropping from the 400 down to the 200. She came second in the schools national championships here not too long ago, just behind Erin Friel, and she was third yesterday. Obviously Erin Friel second there, and Maria Zakharenko taking the win, the under 20 women's 400. So really strong running from Sophia. Those 2 rounds of the 400, Barry, don't seem to be affecting her legs there at all, and she's got the job done.
No, it's a impressive run there from her. Sophie Walker from Newport AC just falling across the line there, seems to be for third place in that heat.
These athletes leaving absolutely everything on the line out there. And it's Owen O'Callaghan teeing up again for his second jump of this competition. Opening mark of 5 metres 40 for him. Just eased up as he approached the board. It looked to be a clean jump all the same. Really clean jump, but and she left a bit of sprint speed on the runway there on, like you mentioned, your under 20 boys hurdles champion from a little bit earlier on, but a really strong multi-eventer. Leavelle AC's Raman Amusa Adekunle on the runway now. He's yet to open his scoring in this event, so he'll be looking to settle the nerves and get somewhat of a score on the board. It's never a nice place to be when you fell in your opening jump. You want to get off the board cleanly in your opening round and get a score on the board. That looked like a strong jump there from the Leavelle AC man. So he'll get that result in. Owen O'Callaghan just before him improved on his opening jump of 5 metres 40 with a 6 metres 16. So there's definitely more in the tank there from Owen. So that was a big jump.
So looking back at the women's 200 metres, the next heat is just getting ready in their blocks. So starting from lane 3 to lane 8, we have Chidmina Adikebe from Metro St Bridget's AC. We have Grace Delahunty from Kilkenny City Harriers AC. Ella McKelvey from Fast Switch AC. Sharon Ika from Belgooly AC. Aaron Mulligan from Tremor AC. And Alice Sinclair from Dundrum South Dublin AC.
This is heat 3 of 4 in the under 20 women's 200 metres. Again, it's the winner plus 4 fastest from each, or from all of the heats, I should say. So all of these girls will be looking to get off the mark early on. Metro St Bridget's Chim Adikobi in lane number 3, featuring in that women's under 20 100 metre final yesterday. She's on the inside lane here, so she has a bit of ground to make up on the rest of the field. She came second behind the Tal AC athlete who ran under protest following a what the officials called a false start. So can the Metro St. Bridget's athlete find her way into the 200 metre final the way she found herself in the 100 metre final yesterday? And they are away cleanly first time, and it's Grace Della Hunty from Kilkenny City Harriers. Apologies, no, that was Irene Mulligan from Tremor AC on the outside who got the best start in the field. But from the inside, Metro St. Bridget's AC, Jim Adekabi is absolutely storming away with this. We're seeing many athletes drop down from the 4 or come up from the 1 and put on a stellar performance after performing really well yesterday. She's going to take the win there and find herself into later on's final, 25-18. It was Aaron Mulligan from Tremor AC who got the best start in the field there, but the strength of the Metro St. Bridget's athlete took her all the way to the line, and she secured her spot in this afternoon's women's under-20 200 metre final.
Yeah, similar to the first heat there. It was a 1-2, strong performances from both, and they had a nice gap on the rest of the field. But a very impressive performance from the MSB athlete, run from the inside lane there to come for the win.
Yeah, it's never an easy task, and you draw the inside lane, especially for a taller athlete that Ida KB is. She's not the smallest of athletes, but her power, her stride length, her speed, everything came to the forefront over the final 100 metres, and she pulled away from the rest of the field and got the win there. And it's really, really great to see. Even the likes of Sophia Granjo, who we seen in the 400 yesterday, and like we said, across the men's under-20 and under-23 later, we'll see a lot of crossover from people who compete in the 1 and 4 yesterday, so it's great to see they're able to come up the distance or come down the distance and compete at such a high level and find themselves in 2 finals and potentially 2 podiums over the course of 2 days at these national under-20 and under-23 championships. Official results in there. Jim Adekibi from Metro St. Bridget's 25-17, securing her spot in later on's final. The long jump is still ongoing in front of us. On the runway now is Klein AC's Jamie Tuttle. Jump number 2 was his best jump, 5.75, so can he better that here? He opened with a 3.54, so he's made huge improvements over the first 2 rounds. Let's see what he can produce here on jump number 3. Looked like a clean one. Technique maybe swayed a little bit in the air, but we'll get the official result in now. And heat 4 of 4 in the under-20 women's 200 metres are entering their blocks now. From the inside lane number 3, Anna Hogg from Fast Twitch AC. On her outside lane number 4, Lucy Champ from Tullamore Harriers AC. Lane 5, Nicole Doherty, Ratote AC. A great sprinting and relay stronghold at the underage events. In lane number 6, Gloria Ogabochi from Tala AC. In lane number 7 is Fern Duffy from Letterkenny AC. And on the outside, in lane number 8, is Destiny Lowell from Deneen AC. This is heat 4 of 4 in the under-20 women's 200 metres. Keep an eye on Gloria Ogbochi from Tala AC in lane number 6. She'll be looking to safely get through the rounds here. Again, no false starts in any of these heats, and they're away cleanly. Gloria in the middle had a really, really strong start, but Destiny Lowell from Deneen AC on the outside was slightly pulling away over the first couple of steps from the field, but it's Tala AC in the lead as these girls enter the final 100 metres. But look, on the outside, lane number 8, Destiny Lowell, Deneen AC. It's a battle for first and second, but it's going to be Lowell, Deneen AC, who took the win there in the final heat. It's never easy coming from the outside in lane number 8 when you've known to chase and just getting chased by everybody, but she must have felt the breath of Tala AC's Gloria Obochi there, who was chasing her down the whole way. We'll get the official results now from the 4 fastest who will be advancing to later on's final, but it's Destiny Lowell who's secured her spot in the final. The automatic spot goes to her. Really, really strong running from all the under-20 women there over the 200 metre heats. It'll be setting up for a really exciting final.
Now, so we've a guest here for the live stream, Adam Nolan, winner of the men's 110 hurdles. Adam, how'd you find that?
Sure, look, Barry, a win is a win, I suppose. It's always nice to take home a national title. Time-wise, probably wasn't the best and what I liked, but sure, look, everything's just building up towards national seniors now in a few weeks, so looking forward to that. So
have you any races planned now between now and seniors?
I've AI Games in a few weeks, and I'm entered in a race in Belgium, but I'm not sure if I'll do it now. I have to look around for flights and stuff. It's not hard being a student and trying to race abroad. So, yeah.
Is there any races beyond seniors, or is seniors going to wrap up your season?
I suppose it is a little bit a while away, so I'll have a look about. I see there's a race in Odegarm, I think the 1st of August. A few from my group are entered in that, so I might try and race there. If seniors goes well, I'd like to keep the season going and get some good times in before next year. World Unis and team champs to look forward to. So, yeah, if it's going well, I'll keep it going.
Very good, fair play.
Thanks very much, Barry.
No, it did. We're keeping it brewing.
Stop recording me.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
I didn't feel that running.
Let's see if you put that out too far away, with tomorrow. I think because we've been doing it every Sunday, but obviously with this, it's kind of taken precedent over. So. First of 3 heats in the under 23s. On the outside in the lead at the moment is Nicole Walker from Unreact AC, but it's going to be a battle all the way to the line. Lane number 6, that Fatima Amundsen from Leevale AC. We've seen her in the 100 yesterday, but she's coming back to her preferred event 200, and it's going to be the Leevale AC athlete who storms all the way to the line. What a powerful finish. Keep an eye on the clock. 25.61, first 2 and then 2 fastest from the 2 heats are claiming the spot in later on's final, so really well done to Fatima there, and she's claimed an automatic spot in later on's 200 metre final in the women's under 23. But looking down back onto the runway, Barry, Mikey Kent, like I said earlier, going through his normal rituals on the runway and getting the crowd behind him.
Yeah, serious aggression here from Mikey Kent as he goes towards the and he looks to be a clean jump from Mikey.
Yeah, it's hard. This is a sport that comes down to millimetres, and our gantry position, it's hard to tell if they're just on the board, if the toe has peaked just over. We'll get the official results as well from that first heat of the women's 200 metres, because it's first 2 who automatically qualify to later on's final. So, Fatima Amundsen came through there to claim the win. We'll get the results of who will be joining her in the automatic position from heat number 1. Heat number 2 is getting into their blocks now, just as the results page decides to freeze on me.
And I see just arrived to the track is Sean Doggett. He'll be featuring in some races later on.
Yeah, I've seen he's here to make history apparently, so his words on social media, so we're going to hold him to that, I suppose, and see what he can do. So we're looking forward to seeing him. He's coming down the distance. He of course came away with the 400 metre title last year at this same event, so he's cutting the distance in half. Of course featured in the mixed 4x4 at the World Relay Championships in Botswana not too long ago. So he's got an athlete of a young age who's got a vast senior international experience already, so it'll be exciting to see what he can do later, Barry, as heat number 2 of the women's 200 metres under 23 are about to set into their blocks.
So heat 2 now, we have Chloe O'Connor from Waterford AC, Ava Ford from Dundrum South Dublin AC, Gráinne O'Sullivan from Bray Runners AC, Emily Lynn from UCD AC, Hannah Falvey from Belgooly AC, Hannah Murray from UCD AC, and Aisling Stratford on the outside from Ratoath AC.
And they are away first time in heat number 2. That's Hannah Valvey in lane number 6, who's gotten the best start of the field. But it's pretty even as they come in to the final 100 metres. All will be revealed very, very shortly. It looks like UCD 1 and 2 coming through. But on the outside, Aisling Stratford from Rat OAC, who we've seen in the 400 metres yesterday, is pulling away from the rest of the field. And she's going to claim the first automatic spot in heat number 2, 24.95. There was UCD's Emily Lynn, who came away with the second automatic spot there in that heat. So Rathout 1 and UCD 2 claiming the 2 automatic spots for later on's final. Well done to Aisling Stratford there from Rathout. They see a really, really strong leg. Again, a tall athlete starting on the outside lane is never ideal, and she's getting chased down all the way. Hannah Valvey with a really, really strong start there, but just kind of the stagger got eaten up as they entered into the final straight.
Yeah, similar to some of the under-20 races earlier, starting from an outside lane, whether it be an outside extreme or an inside extreme, it's never easy to try and come away with the win, so it's an impressive performance to do so.
And we're still joined up in the gantry with Adam Nolan, the best seat in the house, I suppose, Adam.
Yes, you know, for some lads, you know, taking a handy here today, it's a nice gig.
And also, like, obviously we've seen Sean was unfortunate to hit the last hurdle. As a hurdler, when you have kind of someone on your tail and it's such a technical event and you feel someone breathing down your neck, just when it's that close, is it easy for a quick lapse in concentration when you have someone chasing you down?
Yeah, no, completely. Honestly, I think it's kind of a reverse. I think you're almost too concentrated on it. You know, you're forcing it. And when you're not experienced, you know, it's so easy that you can just like lapse of judgment and try and force to get over that last hurdle. You know, it happens to everyone, but it's just a learning experience. I'm sure Sean will bounce back from it anyway for seniors. And you're coming down from such a height in the senior and under 23 category hurdles. It's never an easy fall, and the track is so unforgiving as well when you come down hard. Yeah, especially on a dry day like today, you know, at least National Seniors a few years ago, I got a bit lucky. You got a nice slip and slide. Yeah, no, it's a nice relaxing little way to finish the race, but like, you know, especially like tracks are so rough, so you do get fairly mangled when you fall, but maybe 1 or 2 weeks recover and we'll be back on track. So we'll be looking forward to seeing that duel again potentially at a National Seniors between yourself and Sean in a couple of weeks' time. Yeah, fingers crossed we'll stay on our feet this time around. Thanks so much, Adam. Heat number 3 of the under 23 women's 200 metres from the inside. You have Abina Afari in lane number 3, you have Ava Byrne, Rachel Lynch in lane number 4, Lorena Harrison in lane number 5, Sarah Malia in lane number 6, Holly Rogers in lane 7, and Debbie Lowell in lane number 8. And it looks to be Debbie Lowell from UCD AC getting a really, really strong start. Holly Rogers on her inside is chasing her down, but Lorena Harrison from Rathout AC is pulling away in the middle lane from the rest of this field. Again, we've seen her in action yesterday. Rathout having a really strong presence in the women's side of these 200 metre heats. So it's Rathout 1, UCD 2, exact replica from heat number 2, Barry. So it's looking to be quite a dominant Rathout and UCD 200 metre final in the women's under 23.
Yeah, it'll be a big club competition here in the sprints between the two clubs. Both are known for their sprinting prowess, so it'll be an interesting final. It could be just two sets of singlets in the final.
We're still awaiting official results for our finalists from our under 20 women's heats for the 200 metres. Again, that was the winner plus 4 fastest from each heat advancing to the final. Under 20 men.
So in the under 20 men, 200 metres next, we have from lane 3 to lane 8, Israel Chinikwe from Titans AC, Anthony Goggin from Leevale AC, Dube Mama from Tal AC, Ruben Plunkett from Portlaoise AC, John McDermott from West Coast AC, and Owen O'Farrell from Kilkenny City Harriers AC.
Yeah, Dube MMA obviously one of the big names, taking the 100 metre title in the under 20 race yesterday, and still so young. Barry had such a strong competition last year at the European Under 18 Championships. He came in ranked 30th in the 200 metres and came away finishing 7th in the final, PBing in the semi-final, and clocked 21.76 in his first ever European final. He was one of the youngest in the whole competition, if not the youngest, and he's coming out here looking to potentially do the double here today. These men are still waiting to be let out onto the track, but you know, if there was a man to do the double across any of the sprint distances over yesterday and today, it's going to be Dubem, my man. We caught up with him yesterday after the race. He's such a cool, calm, collected. He's got that, I suppose, sprinter swagger about him.
Yeah, Dubem, he's coming from a very strong Tala AC sprint group there. You know, they've produced some serious athletes over the years, Rashid Adeleke being one of the biggest examples of that. So it'll be interesting to see what an athlete of his calibre will do in the years to come.
So the first round of the under 20 women's long jump, Anya Frawley from Nina Olympic AC in the lead with her opening jump of 5 metres 40. In second place is Ava Hanley from Ratot AC 4.92. Erin Walsh with a 4.75 jump, which was putting her in third place, but Kate Campbell from the North Harriers AC with a jump of 4.84 has claimed that third place position at the moment. Of course, still plenty of jumping to be done there, and a 3 metre 6 jump from Sarah Caulfield from St. Column South Mayo AC. So that opening round is just getting underway. Still a couple of athletes to open up their competition. So the under 20 men and under 20 women's long jump competition is getting underway. In front of us in the men's side is still Ryan Ono, who is in the lead here. He's looking cool, calm, collected in front of us, but we can see now the camera focusing on the under 20 women's long jump at the moment. A couple athletes queuing up to get underway.
Gary, you'll be jumping first, and Harvey, you'll be jumping second. Okay? Okay, first the under 20s, jumping in the following order. Daniel first. Daniel is Jane Anthony Rodriguez. Then Daniel Redmond. Then Artem Kelly. Then Ola Callahan. Raman Adekunle. John Paul Archibald. Michael Kent. And Ryan Owen. Everybody happy with that? You're jumping in that order. The 20s are jumping first, and then yourself. Everybody, let's go.
Second attempt now at 3 metres in the under 20 women's 4-ball competition. The only male partly of Liston has gone to go back here that high.
That was Danielle Kelly from Selbridge AC opening up her competition, the under 20 women's long jump. Track action will continue very shortly with the under 20 men's 200 metre heat, so we'll be bringing you that once those athletes step out onto the track. Vale AC taking to the runway for the under 20 women's pole vault with fortunately a failed event attempt there. That was Eva Wright from Crookstown Millview AC opening up her her competition that first round. The under-20 women's long jump still getting underway. Men's long jump now, down to the last 3 jumps with only a couple under 20 athletes left in the competition. That's Rathout AC's Daniel de Antolin Rodriguez with his second and third attempt, both 6 meters 7. 6 meters 07, so he's claimed a spot in the final 3 jumps of this competition. United Striders AC Daniel Redmond with a 6 meters 28 jump. So he's got 3 more attempts to better that, currently sitting in 7th place. Ryan Ono still in the lead there. Mikey Kent with a 6.98 jump puts him in 2nd place. But here's United Striders, and just didn't quite get it right as he approached the board and ran through that time. Ayrton Kelly from St. Paul's AC, 6.29 has him in 6th place. So maybe looking to better that, and just after him on the runway is Owen O'Callaghan, Bandon AC athlete, getting ready.
There's only 2 or 3 left. Yeah.
Ayrton Kelly now. 6.29, his best attempt so far. Potentially could have bettered that once he gets the green flag here. Owen O'Callaghan, Bandon AC, currently in 5th place. 6 meters 35.
Stay in order. So over in the under-20 women's pole vault, we just have 2 left in that competition. So it's Olive Berger from Lee Vale AC is on 3 metres. She's failed her first and passed her second jump there. And then we have Maeve Corkery from Middleton AC. She came in at 2.75 and she's cleared all to 3 metres. We have Avian O'Sullivan from Nace AC on her 3rd attempt for 3 metres. She's failed her first 2 jumps. That was Lee Vale AC's Olive Berger. Just short.
John Paul Archibald from Newbridge AC, 6.84 on his opening jump. He failed on his 2nd and 3rd attempt, so hopefully now he can get back on the board with another big jump. Currently sitting in 3rd place. Ryan Ono and Mikey Kent taking up 1st and 2nd, so a big opening jump there by John Paul. We'll be looking to improve that now over the remaining attempts he has here. Represented Ireland underage competitions. As just we are right now, we can see the under-20 men making their way out to the blocks. So plenty of action going on here at the moment.
heat along the three fastest remaining athletes. And just a reminder that qualifying for a final is also back into the second test. Check into that final, who is drawing, let them know at the second test so you can bring up the next available athlete.
Mikey Kent getting the whack of a pole vault bar there. Probably wake him up and kick him back into gear for his next attempt. But that was John Paul Arkbold there from Newbridge AC. So
just broke on the board there, so that won't count.
Fell in his last 3 attempts. Now our second place, currently in second place, Mikey Kent. Hopefully he's fully recovered after a good old whack of a pole vault bar there. Never done anybody any harm, and a tough man like Mikey would be no problem to him. Let's see, Mikey. Currently in second place, like we said, with a jump of, best jump of 6 metres and 98. Ryan Ono in flying form literally here today with 7 metres 31. Like we said, these two had a great duel at the Skill Championships only a couple weeks back in this exact spot, where Mikey got the better of Ryan there. He's going to need a big jump here to claim the lead. Again, powerful down the runway. Mikey Kent, if he can get a clean jump, this could be big. Maybe from our position, Barry, you look like possibly just towed over the line there.
Yeah, he just seemed to cut his stride there on his last footing before he hit the board, so not really sure now if that's going to be a pass. Definitely did impact his jump.
Now, the man of the moment, I suppose. Like we said, he competed at Cork City Sports last year, so quite a big national event to be competing at amongst many international athletes. It was a lovely summer's day, better conditions than what we have here at the moment. It was nice and warm for jumping. There's a lot of waiting around for these men, so they're trying to stay as warm as possible. The long jump pit, nice and shaded as well, up in the Cork City Sports Stadium, so he's getting the crowd behind him. The wrist is strapped up, hopefully, or clearly, I suppose, not impeding his jump. And he looks smooth, he looks fresh, he looks in the zone. He has the hype of the crowd behind him. The Cork man, can he improve? He's already in the lead with a jump of 7 metres 31. Let's see what he can produce here. Can he get a clean jump? If so, can he improve on his current? That's big. That's
a strong jump.
He's a strong, long, fast, powerful athlete. He's just getting the better of Mikey Kent today. He looks to be in great form.
Yeah, he seems to just be sailing through the sky there when he gets in through his jump.
I suppose if you're looking for somewhat of a blueprint of a long jumper, he's got the height, he's got the elasticity. Mikey Kent's got the power. You need to be fast for this event, and both of those athletes are very much that in abundance. So it's making to be a really great event. But Barry, on the track now, our attention turns back to heat number 1 of the men's under 20s 200 metres.
Yeah, so in lane 3 we have Israel Chinekwe from Titans AC. Lane 4, Anthony Goggin from Leevale AC. Lane 5, Dube Mama from... apologies, that's heat 1. Heat 2.
No, yeah, we're...
Sorry.
He won.
Yes, Dube Mama.
You were right the first
time. I'm ahead of myself. Ruben Plunkett from Portlaoise AC. John McDermott from West Coast AC. And Owen O'Farrell from Kilkenny City Harriers AC. As they're under starters' orders behind their blocks.
Dube Mama, the man to keep an eye on. That's you, Barry, in this race. Also based over stateside at the moment as he finishes his what they would call high school career, and he seems to be coming on leaps and bounds every single year. He's in that age where he's just absorbing training and competition and experiences like no other rate you experienced him, I suppose, at any other age group, and he's taken everything in his stride, every experience in his stride, and it's evident here at a national event. We could see it yesterday, oozing with confidence in the 100 metres as he came away with the title, Barry, and he'd be looking to get the job done here nice and easy. It's winner plus 3 fastest over the course of these 5 heats in the under 20 men's 200 metres. Long wait though, similar scenes to what we saw yesterday in the 100, couple of false starts, and there was a couple of technical difficulties with the timing systems and with blocks and everything else that comes with a sprinting distance. And again, these men are being held for quite some time. Barry Dubem mentioned that when we were chatting to him after the 100 final yesterday.
Yeah, there was a number of technical faults yesterday which led to some green cards for the whole field. As it adds to the pressure for these athletes, when they're sitting behind their blocks for that long, the nerves rise. It's not easy sitting there waiting to put on a big performance. So as they're under Mark's orders. And as they're set there, it seems to be the Tala AC Dubem Ama that has taken off like a lightning bolt from the inside there, and he's put on a huge gap between himself and the rest of the field. He must have 15 metres here between himself and second place. It's going to be a really convincing win for Dubem Ama.
Wow.
And look at the clock there, 21.03.
Oh my God.
He's slowed down and he's clapping before anyone else is even over the line. That is seriously impressive by Ama. 0.9 metres a second on the clock, so that would be a legal time, which has just been rounded down to 21.02.
That looks like it will be a PB in the heats by 0.01 of a second from Dubem, and he didn't even have anybody on his inside. This is PB here we have in front of us. It's 21.03. Like you said, Barry, that's been rounded down to 21.02. No athletes on his inside, so he was chasing the rest of the field. Not perfect sprinting conditions. It was a long wait before getting into the blocks, and he just keeps getting better and better every single race. Dubem Ama, a PB there of only 0.01 of a second, but to do it in a heat with no one on your inside after a long day of competition yesterday is just unbelievable. He's a Syrian talent, and he's definitely got his eyes set on that under 20 double over the 1 and 200.
Yeah, it's very, very impressive time to get running. He's his previous PB was ran in Columbus, Ohio, USA, so it's a bit closer to home. He's running that today.
Yeah, he said yesterday he's happy and excited to be back competing on Irish soil, and we can really, really see that from that opening heat. He's just such a talent, sprinting talent from the 1 to 2s to 4s on both the men, women, senior side, under 20 side, under 23 side. Just sprinting in Ireland in general has taken a serious boom. We can see that in relays from the World Relay Championships at the 4x1 and the women's side. Obviously the 4x1 men looking to do some damage over in Birmingham at the European Senior Championships in August, and of course the mixed 4x4 and the women's 4x4 always doing great things, and Dubem Ama is definitely part of that sprinting boom at the moment. He's doing really, really great things, and it's Owen O'Callaghan from Bandon AC on the runway now. So he's yet to fail in this competition. A bit of a ropey opening jump, but he was just off the back of his hurdle race, so probably suffering with some lactic acid. Again, just a slight stutter as he approached the board, and from our commentary position, potentially his first fail of the competition. Owen O'Callaghan sitting in 6th place with a best jump of 6:36. He is a really strong multi-eventer, so multiple events in the one day is something that he's very much used to. Doesn't seem too happy, seems slightly disappointed. We'll get the official result of that one there, but apologies for my naivety in the second heat of the under 20 men's 200 metres, and that's Joshua Ayujula in the middle lane there, another athlete that we've seen at the school championships here not too long ago, taking the win in the schoolboys 100 metres. He took the title there, and he's similar to Dubem Ama. He's pulling away from the rest of the field here, coming across with a 22.14, so of course not as strong as Dubem in the first heat, but still dominant in comparison to the rest of the field, and a really, really strong opening heat for Joshua Ayujula.
Yeah,
in
we've had
Heat
some
2.
dominant performances across all these heats so far, so I think it'll be like that for the rest of these heats as well, where we'll have the one or two athletes in each heat that are going to be standout performances across compared to the rest.
Now, Mikey Kent on the runway. Just the thrilling action of this long jump in the men's under 20 took our attention away from heat number 2 of the 200 metres in the under 20 category on the men's side. But it was Joshua Oyajula who had a great opening heat there. So like we said, it's the automatic qualification comes from the winner of all of those heats plus the 3 fastest from the remaining. That's John Paul Archibald there, ready for his second attempt in these final 3 jumps. He's failed his last 3 and it looks like he just can't get on the board today. That's another red flag. So he's currently sitting in 3rd, so he seems like he'll be safe enough for a podium position, but still a shake of the head there. And again, Barry, it's never nice to be consecutively hitting the board, but he just can't seem to get it right since that opening jump.
No, like a lot of these competitions today, this is more of a mental game at this stage than it is a physical one. It's trying to get your head in the game and making sure that if you have a tough run of things where you're breaking the board multiple times, that you just manage to overcome it and get a mark on the board.
Mikey Kent now, so he's going to get the crowd behind him. He's going to need something big here if he wants to outdo Ryan's massive jump of 7:31 in his opening jump. So he's led from the very beginning of this competition. Mikey Kent would have fell on his previous jump. 6:98 his best attempt so far. He's got the crowd behind him. What can he produce? He needs something big here. And, again, just from our position, that looks like a foul for Mikey. Yeah, got the red flag officially.
Unfortunate for Mikey there. He seemed to have some serious speed behind him coming into that, but just the wrong foot placement.
It's such a, like we said, you just need to be so fast for this event that the timing has to be absolutely perfect as you approach the board. But it's the Cork City man, Ryan Ono, our leader in this under 20 men's long jump competition. He looks in the zone, just as I says that. And we still have the heats of the under 20 boys. 200 metres going on in the background. The action really is starting to pick up now.
And seems to be a 1-2 race again in this heat, as we have the Dundrum South Dublin man just short from the Raheny Athletic Club man.
Yeah, that's David Konovalov coming through to take the win there in heat number 3. Apologies, missed the start of that heat with the long jump action going on in front of us, Barry. It is really starting to kick off now, but I suppose we look ahead to heat number 4 so we don't get too ahead of ourselves, because them men are starting to set their blocks already. From the inside in lane number 2 is Ariel Sheedy from the Nor Harriers AC. On his outside in lane number 3 is Benjamin Deegan from Nina Olympic AC. Lane number 4 is Emmett Doyle from Rathote AC. Lane number 5 is Chucks Kapadua from Navan AC. Lane number 6, Adam Offamoon from Denor Harriers AC. In lane number 7, we have Oren Mooney Johnson from Galway City Harriers AC. And on the outside, in lane number 8, Darragh Roach from Rathote AC. So this coming up now will be heat number 4 of 5 in the under 20 boys 200 metres. We've seen some dominant performance so far from these men, setting later on's 200 metre final up to be quite exciting, as these men are under final preparations. It's just, we have perfect viewing position for this under 20 men's long jump, which is really, really exciting at the moment. So everything is starting to pick up here with the heats of the 200 going on as well. And that's Artem Kelly there from St. Paul's AC with a best jump of 6:32. He's currently in 7th place. Doesn't seem too happy with that attempt. This competition very much coming towards the business end of things. With Ryan Ono from Cork City AC, who's in the lead since his opening jump with a very impressive 7:31, and he's not had anyone really challenging him too close. Daniel De Antolin Rodriguez up next with a 6:38, currently sitting in 6th place. But I suppose, Barry, our attention can be turned back to heat number 4 of the under 20 men's 200 metres.
Yeah, so in lane 2 we have Ariel Sheedy from Denor Harriers AC. Lane 3, Benjamin Deegan, Nina Olympic AC. Lane 4, we have Emmett Doyle from Rathote AC. Lane 5, Chucks Kabuta from Navan AC. Lane 6, Adam Offamoon from Denor Harriers AC. Lane 7, Oran Mooney-Johnson from Galway City Harriers AC. And in lane 8, we have Dara Roach from Ratoath AC. So, like many of the other heats, Killian, we have a lot of Ratoath representation across these races, especially in the sprints.
And it's the same can be said for the relays. You always got a great representation in the relays as well. So they're a great sprinting club in County Meath. Barry, these men are under starters' orders now.
And as they're off there, it's third from the inside there is Dunor Harriers AC, Adam Offwoman, who has had a seriously good start there and looks to be dominating the field here. Very strong run by Offman. He's going to lead the gap here by a significant amount. 21.30 through the line, and a Ratoath 2-3 with the Galway City Harriers number 4 there. But no doubt on the winner in that race. Dunor Harriers man will be happy with that. Guaranteed place in the final.
Yeah, and coming through with a 21.30. Really, really strong run. So putting himself well in contention for later on's final. One of the strongest wins we've seen in the heat so far. Again, it's winner plus 3 fastest, so we'll get the official results a little bit later on. The current national under 18 200 metre record holder, and that time this time last year with a time of 21.24, so we'll be looking to bear that coming through. With his time's been rounded down to 21.29 now, so a really, really strong opening run from him, from the young athlete on the
strong run from the Dunor Harriers man based over in the UK.
Owen Callahan on the runway now. And he just can't seem to quite get it right. Also part of that men's 4x100 metre under 20 team that set the new national record of 40.09 in the Mannheim Gala, breaking a record that stood since 2019. Joshua Oyajula, Ben Sykes, Adam Offiman and Duben Amat, names that we've seen across the 1 and 200 over the past 2 days at these national under 20 and under 23 championships.
So now in the next final heat of the men's under 20 200 metres, we have in lane 2 Drew Fleming from Athlone AC. Lane 3 we have Peter Makarowski from Sligo AC. Lane 4 we have Christopher Olatunde from Ratoath AC. Lane 5 is Louis Blinko from MSB. Lane 6 we have Joshua Mahoney from Leevale AC. Lane 7 Alan Ward from Crockwell AC. And lane 8 Hugo Watson from Ratoath AC. So as the lads are going around there, we can see the Ratoath AC man, Christopher Olatunde, is putting in a serious shift here again. And like the previous heats, he has a serious gap between himself and the rest of the field. So it's going to be a dominant performance with the MSB man just coming up for second and the Sligo AC man for third. With 22.04 for the win there, it'll guarantee him a spot in the final.
Yeah, there's such depth in this under 20 sprinting at the moment, especially over the 1 and 2, and of course the 200 metres taking place today with the final a little bit later on. Of course, seeing Joshua Ayajula with a dominant performance in his heat, also part of that 4x1 team that set a new national under 20 record in Mannheim. Of course, Adam Offerman, who just ran there in heat number 4, taking the win. Ben Sykes, who we saw yesterday in the 100. And of course, Dubem Amas. So the depth in the 1 and 2, especially the 2 that we'll see later on in the under 20 men's category, is going to be so deep. I suppose if you're looking at that, Dubem coming in as favourite, but Joshua Ujula, the schoolboys 100 metre champion as well, in absolutely flying form at the moment. So that's rounding off the heats for the under 20 men's 200 metres, and it's going to be a seriously exciting final a little bit later on. So
we'll welcome some of our commentators from yesterday again. We have I'll roll you over here to Jack Hickey.
Thank you, Barry. Great to be here and great to hear your dulcet tones taking us through the morning. And Killian, likewise. Myself and Derek Hendy are going to step in a couple of minutes. But yeah, we've been spending a little bit of time down on track level as well, admiring this long jump competition, which has been absolutely phenomenal to watch. Mikey Kent, one standard already, but he's not got his foot on the plane yet. Needs two, and his little bit of pressure on, using every single metre of the runway here in Tullamore Harriers. Mikey Kent bounds, powers, hits the board. Hopefully, we'll see now. Looks to be the best of his jumps, and it's going to go to the camera. I know he had a foul a little earlier, 7 millimetres. We heard. You can see there the little silver tent that they have down on the board. But yeah, we've the benefit of the camera today, so we've got to keep an eye on that. We've got 3 heats coming down your way as well with the under-23 men's 200. It's going to be first 2 men across the line and the next 2 fastest to qualify. Enoch Alayi from Westcote goes in 2. Owen Flores Leslie from Raheny goes in 4, so 3 and 4 being used. Emmanuel Akinroley from Titans goes in 5. Christopher Lynch from Clonlife Harriers in 6. And Sean Stratton from Titans AC in 7. We've got a 7 metre 27 jump, so not enough, unfortunately, for Kent to get that standard, but it is enough, I think,
for second place
as Ryan Ono jumps. But here we go, away they go in this first of 3 heats, and it is a brilliant start by the Titans AC man, Akinroley. He had a poor run yesterday by his own standards over the 100 metre, but he's powered around the bend, and he's got his clubmate Sean Stratton for company in second. So Akinroley can start to think about shutting down here now. Stratton looks like he's going to do just enough to come through. Christopher Lynch's 400 strength not going to take him through, and it's a Titans 1-2. They'll go through into the final. They had a good 4x1 effort there yesterday as well, and it was all happening. I was trying to keep an eye on Ryan Nono underneath.
It looked like just to be a foul, but he was able to enjoy his last attempt there as he takes the win in the under-20 men's long jump. And like what you said, Jack, was quite a riveting and exciting competition now. But as I hand over to Dara, and I'll let his sprinting expertise take over alongside with Jack for the under-23 men's heat in the 200 metres.
Thank you, Killian. Yeah, so we're going to look ahead now to the second heat of the men's under 23 200 metres. We'll run through the start list very quickly here now.
It's tight when you've 5 men out in this balcony. Jonathan Sullivan from South Galway AC will go in lane number 3. On his outside then in 4, Richard Sumtu Muddlin. He was an unfortunate victim of the false start detection system yesterday, so he's back for redemption on fresh legs. Dannon Long from Enniscorthy, one of the favourites for the title overall here, will go in lane number 5. And on his outside, Ruben McCarthy, we saw him in a great 110 metre hurdles race a little earlier on, the St Lawrence O'Toole man. And on his outside, it is Dara Burke from Sligo AC. So Emmanuel Akinroley and Sean Stratton already assured of their qualification into the final. A little bit later on, I can see Harvey King, who's leading the under-23 long jump, stepping up for his final attempt of the competition. As I said, a brilliant standard long jump happening right underneath our noses, and King just out of shot, bounds out. He's going to take that title comfortably with a jump of 6.76, but it's up to the top of the start list and over to you, Dara.
Yeah,
oh no, never mind, sorry, I thought they were under starters orders. I'll put you on the spot. We've a little bit more time to discuss this under 23 200.
Just doing their final preparations now. Yeah, so Dannon Long of Enniscorthy is probably the one to look out for in this heat, having ran 21.81 this year at the University Championships down in Cork. Of course, representing SETU down there at those championships, and a college that are up and coming on the intervarsity scene.
Absolutely, 21.4 indoors as well this season. Emmanuel Akinroley, the fastest man entered in this competition.
Under starters orders now, settling in the blocks. Again, it's Sullivan, Mould, Long, McCarthy and Burke. And we're away safely the first time. Very even start between all the athletes. Dannon Long getting up into his running now. The long rangy athlete, making up the stagger on the athletes outside him, but it does look to be the 3 athletes in the outside lanes ahead at this stage. Dannon Long striding away from the field at the moment, although Dara Burke from Sligo coming through now for second as well, but it is going to be Dannon Long who's going to take the second heat in 22:32 ahead of Dara Burke from Sligo. So they are going to be our 2 automatic qualifiers through to the men's under 23 200 metre final later today.
Burke from Sligo slightly throwing himself down onto the track. Hopefully no injuries there. Receiving his congratulations from the Waterford man, Richard Modlin. It's all been happening a bit thick and fast, and we seem to have inherited the most busy, but I think we'll just have a quick run through of those jumps, that long jump that's been happening underneath us. So it's all finished up now in that under 20 men's, and Ryan Nono has taken the title in a jump of 7:31. That is from Michael Kent in second, 7:27, and John Paul Archibald just getting in the last round with a jump of 6:95, the under 18 athlete, for third. So that will be your podium. Ono Callaghan, brilliant jumping from the decathlete, 6:59. It's been a busy weekend for him so far. In the under 23 men's long jump that was happening, Harvey Kane took that title with a best jump of 6:76 from Dara Looney, the Clarny Valley man, 6:17. So I can see Killian is doing a little bit of roving reporting there. So we might hear from some of those long jumpers a little bit later on. I know there's pole vault happening out of the corner of my eye as well, so I'll bring you up to date with the happenings of the pole vault in a second. But we've got our third heat coming down the track in just a matter of seconds, Dara.
Yeah, so I might run through the start list here. So in lane 3 we have Evan Tully of Burr AC, Brendan O'Leary of Listowel in 4, Robert Hayes of Dundrum, South Dublin in 5, Sean Doggett, of course, our national indoor 400 metre champion, goes in lane 6. And then listed to go in lane 7 is Sean Carmody, who we saw compete earlier in the 110 metre hurdles, but it does not look like he is taking to the start. So 3 athletes going in this heat. Brendan O'Leary, Robert Hayes and Sean Doggett there. So very even start between all of these athletes. We'll expect to see Sean Doggett come through strong at the end, but it does look to be Sean Doggett and Robert Hayes to the fore in this rate. Very tight between these 2 athletes with 2 automatic spots going. They'll both be assured of a spot in the final, but maybe a bit of pride on the line here, and it is going to be Sean Doggett who's going to take the win in a time of 21:39. Very impressive time for primarily a 400 metre sprinter.
Yeah, Doggett, he's not especially well known for his 200 metre exploits. I mean, he's probably yet to run one outdoors of note. I mean, his lifetime best from 2024 was a 23:2, so obviously he was in much better shape to rewrite that. 21:7 a little earlier on at the under 23 indoor championships was his last 200. But yeah, a nice significant chunk and probably an accurate reflection of where he's at. Robert Hayes comes through as well, 21:7, really good running by the Dundrum South Dublin man. 21:68 his best. So to be honest, if he probably hadn't have done a 90-degree turn about 50 metres to the line, he probably would have rewritten his PB as well. But yeah, good running by him.
Saving it for the final maybe later.
Saving it for the final. Brendan O'Leary ran quite well there as well, 23:2, which will unfortunately not see him progress. It looks like Christopher Lynch from the first and Ruben McCarthy from the second, the 2 third place athletes, will probably advance.
Should be a great final later to look forward to, with the likes of Dannon Long, Sean Doggett, Robert Hayes all going up against each other. Emmanuel Akinroley then from the first heat as well. Should be a great competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Over in the pole vault runway here, over to our left, I can see Una Bryce from Leavelle, back from her studies, and she looks like she's setting up for her final attempt at 3 metres 30. Has had a clear card up until now, but unfortunately 2 knocks of the bar, so a little bit of pressure on. I think is that just in the background Laura Frawley as well seems to be everywhere, the Nina AC athlete, Nina Olympic AC athlete, and took the title in the hurdles. So it's all happening there on the runway, all the jumps. Frawley has broken new ground, jumping out to 6 metres 15, and Andrew Lynham rightly correcting her, don't walk across that pole vault runway or you might get a slap. So it is tight. And on the far side of the track,
it's going to be the women's 5K is going to take to the track now very shortly, and we might run through the start list. Or we might look at this pole vault first.
Bryce is deciding whether or not it's windy enough.
6:20 for Laura Frawley there, sorry, just before we go to the pole
Brilliant
vault.
jump.
New PB. Not particularly sure of what the wind was, but nonetheless it'll be an all-time and all conditions PB.
Yeah, brilliant jumping by the heptathlete national champion. She's broken real new ground in the long jump this year under Niall Coonahan. And I can see her support staff. But here goes Bryce on the runway. Final attempt, 3 metres 30 for the Leavale athlete. And no, not to be today. It's tricky for the pole vaulters. Very difficult conditions, a lot of wind to be managed. But yeah, Laura Frawley in that under 23 women's long jump, 6 metres 20. Unfortunately, wind just over the legal limit, 2.4, but brilliant jumping nonetheless. As Dara pointed out, the 5K is underway, and we have a combined run here of the under 23 and under 20 women, which will make life really easy for me. But I can tell you that in this race, so the under 23 women, it is Laura Cooney of Clonmel AC, Amy Green from Finn Valley, Lucy O'Flynn from Bandon, Adele McCreary from Rathfarnham, and Heather Murphy, the national half marathon champion from St Michael's AC in Port Arlington, County Laois. And then in the under 20 women's, apologies now while I shift between screens, there's 5 more athletes there. So it's Saoirse Toomey from West Muskerry, Megan Brunt from Blackrock AC in Dublin, Claire O'Grady from Ennistrack, Keela Murray from Galway City Harriers, and Lily Manning from Belgooly. So we will watch that one unfold while keeping an eye on the action in the field. It appears to have cooled down a little bit, but there is one runner away. Looks to be an under 23 athlete. I think it's a green vest, and that is most likely the vest of Laura Cooney from Clonmel, the white and green rather, and a chasing pack there following on. Don't often see much long jump on that runway as well by the pole vault, but given the timetabling demands, it has seen often triple jump more often than not. But yeah, that looks to be Laura Cooney alright, and it is Heather Murphy leading the chasing back with Amy Green. Plenty of experience for her on the national scale, and Megan Brunt, the under 20 athlete with the red of Ennistrack, represented by Claire O'Grady, tucked in there as well. So Megan Brunt and O'Grady, the under 20 leaders there, and Laura Cooney in there as well. So that race is going to tick on. We'll cover all those moves as and when we get to them. Looks to be a bit of deliberation underneath us as well with the pole vault as to the next steps for the next height. I can tell you at the minute, as I said, in the under 20 women's long jump, which is also underway, that it is being led by Cara Ryan of Clonmel, who's, as we said, an absolutely prodigious talent, the young athlete, coached by Gareth Devlin in the jumps, but she's selected, as far as I remember, in the schools international in the long jump and the shot put, the SIABs, which are to be held in Belfast in the coming weekends. Cara Ryan, best of 5:85 for her, and that is after 3 rounds of that competition. Anya Frawley, younger sister of Laura, is in second currently with 5:59, and it is in third Eva Munnelly from Cabinteely AC, 5 metres 8 centimetres. So the athletes now steadily progressing. The Clonmel athlete has been absorbed back into the chase back, and really it is just Murray, the Galway City Harrier, who's fallen off the pace at this early stage. So really early stage, only 4 minutes on the clock. So And as is the nature of these championships, they don't tend to take flight until the closing laps. I can see the pole vault medalists getting their flowers. Maeve Corkery from Middleton taking the title in the junior women's 3 metres 20 for the Middleton athlete. No stranger to the top step. Olive Berger from Leavell, 3 metres even was good enough for silver. And Katrina Whelan-Curtin from Leavell continuing on all Cork podium with 2 metres 90, as you can see now coming across the podium. It is the 5,000 metre athletes as well. So that is Cooney still leading. Has been absorbed. Megan Brunt, the leading under 20 athlete, but it's Heather Murphy who's probably one of the leading lights in this. Heather Murphy, American based at Montreal College. Another Irish athlete over there, Nathan Sheehy-Kremen, has had a brilliant year over 800 metres recently. Transferred as well to the Arkansas Razorbacks, the Limerick man. 146, he's broken new ground. But yeah, it's been a busy year then for Heather Murphy since she came back from America. Took the national half marathon title in Cork with a brilliant run of 75 minutes at the end of May, and then just a few weeks later up in Dublin the national 5 mile in 27:24. But she's had a brilliant domestic career before heading stateside, taking her education, but has really shown no fear of distance. I mean, posting times over 1,000 metres all the way up to half marathon in the last 12 months. But probably 5,000 metres where she is most comfortable in 10,000. Went to the European Under-23 Championships last year where she finished 19th over the 10,000 metre distance, and you can see her tucked in there in the maroony vest of St. Michael's. It is still the Clonmel athlete though who is leading as they come up, and with 8 laps to go, 6:23 on the clock. And really it could well turn into a 3k race. There's a pace that most of these girls are quite comfortable at. Laura Cooney, a UCD student. Trucking along as they really are moving. That's through the 2k mark there in just a shade outside 7:05. If my maths does me right, apologies. I haven't a massive amount of fingers to keep a track on. I got stick for that before, Killian, in these 5Ks where I lose track of where the K splits are. But there's been a lot going on since you left me.
There has. Things on day 2 here, Jack, have really been picking up across field events, track events. Those heats, you know yourself, are so exciting, of the 200 metres across all age groups. And now here we are with our first track final of the day with the women's 5,000 metres, and they're quite nicely bunched, Jack. It's just down there trackside, and it's getting a hell of a lot warmer. You can really feel the heat starting to bounce off the track, and there's not as much of that swirling breeze that we've seen yesterday as well. So it's nice conditions for these women, and they're nicely bunched together. And as I say that, they slightly start to string out, but there's still plenty of racing to be done here in this final.
Yeah, it is still Cooney, the Clonmel athlete, taking most of the hard running. Megan Brunt is the under-20 leader. She's in there on Heather Murphy's shoulder, and she's had a lovely coasting time. She hasn't felt a bit of breeze because she's been tucked in on the rail the whole time there. But yeah, Brunt, a brilliant talent as well, and is, again, like most of athletes in the under-20 age, has posted times over 800, 1500 and 3k this season, and now finds herself in a national under-20 5,000 metre final. And it's moved well, 9:32. She's corrected her best down to this year over 3,000 metres, so a real talent is the Blackrock AC athlete. Of course, the club of Sarah Healy before she moved to her academic commitments to UCD.
Yeah, had a great run last night in the Diamond League over the mile, so I'm sure all these athletes looking up to her and seeing her compete well on the Diamond League and international circuit. But
just in the matter of about 200 metres, Heather Murphy has just hit the front and is slowly starting to wind it up, as you would expect for an athlete who, I was saying just before you joined me, in the last 12 months has raced over 1,000 metres, 1,500 metres, all the way up to half marathon. So
she's got the speed, she's got the strength. She mustn't have been too fond of the pedestrian, I suppose, not jogging, but for these talented, I suppose, the talent in this field as well. Amy Green, an athlete who's represented Ireland on the Eurocross stage multiple times. It's such a deep and talented field that for these women it was quite pedestrian and nearly jogging in these conditions over the opening few laps. So it is starting to string out now with Heather Murphy from St Michael's AC just taking the lead, and she still looks strong. And to be fair, all the athletes in this field still look strong and still look comfortable. This isn't anything too far out of the ordinary for any of them, especially when it comes down to championship racing.
Yeah, just well matched there by Cooney and Amy Green, who is probably a good sign in a race like this where we haven't mentioned her once. She
tucked herself away nicely,
and has just gone about her business really well. The Finn Valley athlete, DCU student, and just getting stuck a little bit in no man's land is Claire O'Grady now, the University of Limerick student, camogie player turned distance runner. We found her on a camogie field in February this year, and we said, you look like you can run. And
you need the new scout down there, Jack.
I won't claim that one. Will Hughes, UL distance coach, will, but Claire O'Grady, a brilliant find, has taken to the track. This is her first national championships. She's ran at the intervarsities already, 17:35. She ran in her first ever 5,000 metres, which not many people can say, Killian. No. But yeah, she's the Ennis track athlete there. She's moving nicely, but she is after getting caught in no man's land, so it could be a difficult last 2 kilometres for her, as they just start to pick up the back marker there, the Galway City Harrier athlete Murray. But a little bit of traffic to negotiate for them now, but it looks like there's 3 away now, 3 under 23 athletes and just the 1 under 20 brunt from Blackrock.
Like we said, Amy Green has been taking really, really close order to all of the moves so far in this race. It was strung out pretty early on, but then they bunched up together for kind of up until this point now. 4 laps to go, just under a mile now for these ladies. Amy Green hugging that inside line pretty much the whole way. An athlete who's also used to some steeplechase barriers, some cross country as well, like we mentioned. Represented Ireland multiple times at the European Cross Country Championships, most recently in Lagoa last year in Portugal, where Team Ireland saw a multitude of individual and team medals. So and it is starting to string out again. There's another surge being put into this field, and Amy Green doing everything she can to just stay in that leading pack. She's covered every move. I suppose the experience, Jack, of the under-23 athlete, and I suppose the experience of an international athlete as well. She's well used to these under-20 and under-23 championships. Of course, we'll see her again a little bit later on in the summer at the national championships, but there is starting to be, I suppose, a step or two put between the leader and the rest of this field.
I think sometimes you come to these under-23 championships and you see an athlete who you feel like has been around for years and wonder how on earth are they still under 23, and I think Amy Green is one of them. She's been so competitive at a senior stage from such a young age. But Heather Murphy, to her own right, we were discussing her exploits over the water and stateside in America, and she's leaning into her strengths. She is a strong athlete. She's a slow, long wind-up athlete, and she is doing it. She's making it tough. Megan Brunt, the under-20 athlete as well, is just after making a lovely little surge to move into second. She's going to win that under-20 race comfortably, barring disasters. Cooney made a lot of the early running, made a brave bid for it over the first 800 metres and then got swallowed up by a chasing pack, and now she's stuck in no man's land as well. O'Grady back in another 25-30 metres as well, but yeah, there's just been a little injection of pace into it there, Killian, hasn't there?
There really is. And Amy Green just struggling with that injection. Murphy in the lead, and she's looking really, really strong. It's hard, though, in these conditions to be out there from the front for quite a serious portion of the race. But yeah, Amy Green, there's starting to be kind of close to 7 or 8 metres between herself and first and second. But like you said, it's still the St Michael's AC athlete in the lead. I think it's clear to say we know the one and one, I suppose, who's going to take the under-23 and the under-20 titles. I suppose we won't put any medals around anyone's necks just yet. There's still just over 800 metres to go, about 850 metres to go in this race.
Yeah, there's a brilliant race unfolding just behind as well for the bronze and potentially the silver medal now, because there's a Bandon athlete who is under 23, apologies. Look, see, this is getting very confusing for me.
It is, you know what, Jack, I'll save it to you.
Saoirse Toomey is the West Muskerry athlete, and she's got a lovely little pacemaker in the Bandon athlete, the under 23, and she's slowly starting to wind up the gap here, just out of shot on Claire O'Grady. And all of a sudden, Amy Green has found herself just stuck off the pace. So it is the under 23 athlete and the under 20 athlete moving down the back straight into the final kilometre now. In this 5,000 metre final, it is hot. It is warm. It's attritional. It's not brilliant conditions for 5,000 metres. There's a breeze that's picking up deceptively as well.
But what a run, Jack, this from the under 20 athlete Megan Brunt. Like, to be mixing it within a field, like you said, it's always tricky from our point of view when they're mixing fields and trying to distinguish between the under 20 and under 23 athletes. But there's no need to distinguish between anyone else in the under 20s at the moment, because Megan Brunt is way out and ahead in the under 20 field, tucked in nicely behind our leader, and is literally, if you're to put your money on anyone now, she's in absolutely perfect prime position to kick as our leaders come and take the bell. About 450 metres to go, so it looks like it's going to be an absolutely lethal finish with Murphy still in the lead. She took it out really strongly quite early on, and they hit the bell at about 15:45, so really strong running. A time for 4,600 metres that not many people at any age, at any distance, at any competition would be able to cover. So in terms of 5k times, these two athletes are absolutely flying, but our under 20 athlete Megan Brunt still hanging in there, maybe a step or two between herself and the leader.
Yeah, Brunt had a brilliant battle with Emma Hickey, of course, over 3,000 metres at the senior schools a little earlier this summer, and now she's finds herself in a similar position, chasing an athlete of similar quality in Heather Murphy, and with 200 metres to go, 16:22 on the clock.
Yeah, like you said, Jack, it's not easy down there with the wind and the heat to be out there kind of in the lead for a lot of the race, and that's exactly what Heather Murphy done. But it's still going to be a battle all the way to the line. Murphy against Brunt does the youth in the legs, I suppose. These two are still very young athletes, but Brunt swinging wide for the very first time in this race, and they're shoulder to shoulder. Is the under 20 athlete going to take the win within a combined race over the 5,000 metre final of under 20 and under 23 athletes? It's going to be Brunt here to take the win in the 5,000 metre final. Nice celebration on the line for our photographer. 16:58 flat with Heather Murphy from St Michael's AC taking the win in the under 23 race. For Brunt to be an under 20 athlete to take the overall win is a huge achievement. And then Amy Green, coming in with a 17:10 in third place. She seemed to be really feeling the effects of the heat there, and there was a couple surges over the final, I suppose, the last kilometre that separated our 1 and 2 finishers from the rest of the field. So she done really well there. But Jack Brunt, as an under 20 athlete, that's an unbelievable run.
Yeah, just clicking under 17 minutes, which is a not a million miles out to top 10 all-time performances for under 20 athletes on a day that's not set up for superb.
And it was quite a championship-style race early on as well. They were very much bunched together. No one was really concerned with splits or with times. And for Brunt to show, I suppose, I was going to say experience, but for such a young athlete to run that race the way she did, with not getting caught up on how slow it was at the beginning and getting carried away. We can see that at underage events. When it's too slow, they run to the front and they try and take from the gun, and inevitably they get caught by the rest of the field. But for Brunt to run that so strategically and so maturely was a huge achievement in itself, besides the overall title that she's after taking.
Yeah, I mean, a brilliant talent. I mean, to put it in context, Annika Thompson, who's one of the more bigger proponents of distance running at the age group in the last couple of years, would have ran 16:46 herself as a junior, so in good companies, alright, 12 seconds, but just back marker Murray just having to negotiate. But brilliant running. It was a race of high quality, I think. In fact, Murphy and Brunt getting their photo there taken. It was Murphy who did come through to take the under 23 title, and Green coming through for the silver. Long jump still underway. 2 are left, so we'll bring you back up to date with that now. And it is the Cabinteely athlete on the runway. That is Eva Munnelly, who has in fact, no, it's not Munley, but this is Anya Frawley, I know that for sure. So Frawley, we're into the fourth round of this competition, apologies. And Anya Frawley currently sitting in second position with a best of 5:59, and gets the white flag. And we've the benefit of having a scoreboard on that runway, so we're able to get instant feedback as to what the effort could well be. As you can see, Dave Murphy from Waterford. So Frawley 5:40 for the Nina Olympian, not an improvement, so won't threaten the lead of Cara Ryan from Clonmel AC, who is the next athlete. Look at this, the youngster from Clonmel. A all-round talented athlete, as I mentioned, the Clonmel woman. Has been selected for the upcoming Schools International, took the win at the Tolchins just last week or 2 weeks ago rather, and it's brilliant height off the board. Doesn't look overly happy at it, but it will be measured nonetheless. Yeah, just 10 centimetres off the board, 9.9 in fact. You get the scoreboard to help. 2 cameras working the boards today, which is giving those athletes great feedback. 5:63 for Ryan, so no improvement again. And that will truck back now to the under-23 long jump competition, so we'll have a bit of time to focus on that before we pan back to an under-25k. But we'll get a full round in here. This should be the Nace AC athlete Alison Dempsey. Best so far of 4.50 meters, but 2 fouls in her opening 2 jumps. Sees this 4th jump, a real free hit. Good steady movement on the board, just dropping that hand to the side a little bit. Competition currently being led with 6.20 meters from Laura Frawley. Wind aided, but still a brilliant jump nonetheless for Frawley, who has made steady improvements this year. Took the hurdles title a little bit earlier today in 14.2. Again in difficult conditions, but brilliant running. And now on the runway is Oriel AC, Rebecca Murphy. 4.66 for her, so a little bit of ground to make up if she wants to threaten the podium, which is currently around the 5:40s. But yeah, Oriel AC, a club that has been on the go for quite a while. Distinctive kit from County Monaghan, and it is a red flag, so that won't be measured. So Emma O'Neill, the next one up, the Carrick-on-Shore athlete, DCU student, using the real whole length of the runway. It is a shortened runway, of course, in Tullamore, that second pit. But you can see, just gone through her final preparations. In she comes, tall athlete, sights the board nice and early, gets up. It's left a lot to be desired, though. I think it's going to be plenty safe, all right, but I'm not sure that she even get a foot on the board yet, 20 centimetres behind, so not her best effort. And we'll get a chance now. Frawley appears to be preparing. Gabby Bowen, the other athlete in this competition from Levi, looks to have passed her 4th round attempt. As we'll bring you to 5,000 metres in a second. We'll just get Frawley's jump in, but the men's under 25k has gotten ready. So Frawley is in a class of her own, the only athlete over 6 meters in this competition. And she goes through her final preparations. A much shorter approach than her competitors, but it doesn't seem to be impacting upon her performance. In fact, it is the under 20 and under 23 5,000 metres in there. But here goes Frawley anyway, looking to improve, hoping. It is difficult, you're very exposed out there, so a little bit of the elements to contend with, but hits the board. Brilliant height by Frawley, getting out there, maybe drifting, but it is a foul, so no improvement for Frawley. As we'll cast our eyes to the back straight, where we'll give you the start list. The under 20 men's 5,000 metres has Rian Collins of Athenry, Finian Lawton of Durras, Lucas Lyons of North Leitrim AC, a brilliant young athlete, Harry Cal from Denor Harriers, Francis Donoghue from South Sligo, Diarmuid Maloney from Nina Olympic, Tom Fleming of Candor Track, Oran McBurty of Finn Valley, Dahi O'Leary from Ennis Track, and Denor Harriers are represented by Reece Johnson, rather. That's what happens when I try to do two things at once, folks. And in that under 23 men's 5,000 metres, which is currently being strung out by Danny Nugent of ASAC, but there is Christopher McLaughlin of DCH, Serhi Selenko of West Coast, Ryan Donnelly of Candor, Callum Barron of KCH, Aidan Burke from Watford, Jamie Maloney from Nina Olympic, Oisin McGlynn of Lagan Valley, Ryan McCarthy, Leavale, Tom Tracy, Turles Crokes, Jack McMahon, Ballyrone, Abbeyleix and District, and Luke Purcell of Nina Olympic. And it is being led, as I said, by Danny Nugent, the Dundalk IT student and Ace AC man. So there appears to be a Leavale vest tucked in there in second, so that is another under 23 athlete, and it is Ryan McCarthy, and then it looks like the North Leitrim man Lucas Lyons tucked in as well. So Lucas Lyons, a brilliant young athlete who is part of a strong age group of distance athletes coming through. As I said, North Leitrim based. And Luke Purcell there appears to be forming in as the leader of a chasing pack of under 23 and under 20 athletes, but Lucas Lyons, coached by Dermot McDermott, holds a 1500 standard of 3:45 set out in Ordingham, but electing to go over 5,000 today. And there is already a little bit of a gap, and it is sandwiching up behind Purcell. You can see his clubmate Diarmuid Maloney as well in there, and KCH vest of Callum Barron. You don't see too many North Leitrim AC vests, but when you do them, you see them. They're very noticeable with the luminous yellow. He's a lovely little style of a runner. Danny Nugent, part of Phelan Kelly's stable, and Ryan McCarthy there, the Leavale man. So there is a gap. They clicked through with 8 minutes on the clock, rather. I was thinking that was wrong. So the clock in stadium here appears to have a bit of a malfunction, but the clock on your screen a little bit more accurate, I would say. But I'll get clarity on that there. Yeah, so the clock on your screen reading somewhere around the accurate time, just going over 5 minutes. I can tell you they're not been running for 10 minutes. I thought I was losing my mind. So not sure what was going on there. But I think the officials realising accordingly. So they'll come around now with 8 laps to go. And you'd be very worried if they were covering the opening laps of a national 5,000 metres in 11 minutes. But Nugent, really good moving here. Lines clicking along nicely. 13:55 is the qualifying standard for this event, by the way, in case you're wondering, for the under 20 athletes. And is Diarmuid Maloney, himself a national senior medalist over 3,000 metre steeplechase last year. He's leading a chasing pack now that, probably are out of contention for the leading lights. They've all of a sudden over the opening laps let about 50 metres go. But Nugent, seems to be doing a lot of hard yards at this early point. Killian Gleeson, the fastest man of the under-20s this year, 13:54. For him, the man who's now based over in the University of Wisconsin. Had a brilliant schools career himself as a senior schools boy. I remember seeing him having a brilliant attempt at that senior boys schools record that it seems to have set now for a number of years. And McCarthy now, the Leavell man, has found himself in a whole spot of bother as he's spending more time looking behind him than looking ahead of him. Finn Valley man on his shoulder is an under-20 athlete, and that is Oren McBrearty. Hello, Killian.
Hello, Jack. Yeah, another exciting 5,000 metre race on the track unfolding in front of us.
Yeah, I was just saying while you were away, the North Leitrim vest, you don't see it very often, but when you do, you definitely see it.
It's a lovely vest, though, in fairness. It's, compared especially to the Leitrim jersey in the GAA, it's not it's definitely taken above that in terms of aesthetics, I suppose.
Would you go as far as say it's the highlight of your day?
No, if someone was wearing a Dubs jersey, that would be the highlight of my day.
That is the highlight of your day, yeah.
But Danny Nugent out in front. Probably if you were looking on paper before this race, it's as expected. A really, really strong runner. Obviously performed so well as well at the Varsity Championships not too long ago. So he's out in front. But we've got a similar tale unfolding, Jack, I suppose, in front of us in terms of an under-20 and under-23 battle compared to the opening 5,000 metre race.
Yeah, we've just cast our eyes down onto the long jump runway where we can see the leader of the competition, Cara Ryan, preparing for her next attempt. So, as I said, leading competition with 5:85, hasn't been threatened yet. No, good last round effort by Anya Frawley, but not enough to improve her jump. But it is Ryan, this multi-talented schoolgirl, still only an intermediate schools athlete, and as I was saying, schools international bound. But we'll be looking to potentially threaten the 6 metre barrier today. If she can get behind the board, which unfortunately she hasn't, I think the reaction says it all. Just not to be today, but she's an athlete to keep an eye on. She's tall, rangy, looks like she has potentially the anthropometrics to be a multi. That's a big sports science word for you, but she certainly does look like she has all the physical qualities of a super talented multi-eventer, but has plenty years on her side. But we'll keep an eye on that long jump competition as it
things
comes into the final round. Yeah, but no change really in the medals. It is still Cara Ryan leading that under-20 competition from Frawley. And actually, in fact, it is Katie Louise McGonigal of Finn Valley who has moved into the bronze medal position with a best of 5:21. So is actually getting that bronze on count back from Eva Munnelly both on 5:21. But yeah, it is just a mile to go now for these men.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you've mentioned it, but Lucas Lyons, obviously we said he's an under-20 athlete, the North Leitrim man, but he's also ran this year 3:45.36, 1,500 metres. He's one mark under the performance standard for the World Under-20 Championships. Danny Nugent, probably, if you're looking at from a 5k perspective, he's probably more of a 5k, 10k guy, and a little bit of cross country, so he does got that strength as well. He's a little bit older, so he's got a bit more experience and a bit more strength in that aspect. But Lucas Lyons to be dropping the 3:45.36 with only coming up now to just over 3 laps to go here. Like, if he can hang on onto the back of Danny Nugent, we could potentially see another under-20 athlete take the title here in the 5,000 metres with a combined event with both under-20 and under-23 athletes, which would be huge, because we know the strength of Danny Nugent. We know he's so strong. Like we said, if you're looking on paper, it's nearly kind of the race is unfolding possibly as expected. But for an under-20 athlete to be running 3:45, like you said, he's still looking for that second standard under the world standard mark, which is 3:45.50. So he claimed one with a 3:45.36 in Ordegum on the 6th of June of this year. But
yeah,
he's there. Like you'd nearly need to be backing him, Jack, if he's still there with 200-300 metres to go after putting down a 3:45, 1,500 metres already this year. He's clearly got the speed.
Yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on the clock. They're going to come up now to a kilometre to go, and that'll kind of give you an idea of maybe where they might end up finishing up in terms of times, because, well, I mean, if they can pull out something decent over this last kilometre, yeah, so they're going to click through there in about 11:36, so I think the under-20 standard might be just slipping away. I think that's 13:50, and I don't expect to see them closing quite in that nature, but it is certainly looking like it is going to be a low 14-minute, which is really good running on a day like today. As we said, it's not perfectly optimal, not set up for these guys. There's a lot of changing breeze, and it's not even happening in the same parts of the track every lap.
Lucas Lyons sitting in behind for the whole race, behind what is the bigger figure, I suppose, of Danny Nugent. So whatever breeze is down there, he's got the draft with 2 laps to go coming through in a time of 12:14. So they're still moving, but like you said, Jack, that 13:55 world standard that Killian Gleeson, who was down on the entry list but isn't here today, we got word that he wasn't coming down. I think he is back in the country, but he's obviously the reigning champion here with a 13:54 this season. So under 25k running is at such a high standard.
Yeah, last round attempt there from Laura Frawley, who should have that under 23 long jump wrapped up, and it is a clean jump from the Nina Olympian. A really good effort. In fact, it is the 5th round. I've lost track of time. Time flies. Just waiting for her measurement here. They're actually giving it a second look on the camera. You can see the little hunt. Yeah, so the little kind of silver hut that's set up there has a screen. And another jump over 6 metres for Frawley, 6:02. So,
but here we go, Jack, into the home straight for, as I say, the penultimate time. Danny Nugent and Lucas Lyons about to take the bell. It's as it was from the very beginning, really, of this race. They were bunched together for only a handful of laps at the very beginning, but they're taking the bell at about 13:24 low. And there hasn't been an injection of pace similar, well, I suppose unsimilar to how we've seen in the under 20 and under 23 women's race. There's been injections of pace in that race at different spurts and different moments, but this one has been nice and consistent all the way through, and Lucas Lyons is still on the tail of Danny Nugent, and he swings wide now for the first time. The youngster, the under 20 athlete in what we said was a beautiful North Leitrim Illuminous vest, and look at the gap he's put into Danny Nugent over the span of 20-30 metres. That long stride for such a young athlete. Like we said, he's run 3:45 over the 1,500 metres already this year, so we know he's got the speed. Danny Nugent possibly more of a strength-based athlete, so he just doesn't have the turn of pace that we're seeing of Lucas Lyons now. And what a tactical masterclass. We talked about the tactics that we've seen from the under 20 athletes in the women's race not too long ago, and Lucas Lyons is replicating that to an absolute T. He sat in behind the bigger figure of Danny Nugent and drafted the whole way around, and he had what was needed in the engine to kick on at a serious pace and take the win here in 14:30 low, 30.13 unofficial. We'll get the official results now, but another under 20 athlete taking the overall win in a combined 5,000 metre final here of under 20 and under 23 athletes. Danny Nugent in to take second overall and first under 23 athlete across the line. So he'll still find himself up on top of a podium in a few moments, but what a run from Lucas Lyons. What a kick. Is that, I suppose, we know the pace he has, so nearly as expected if he was there with about 200-300 metres to go.
Yeah, he's look, it was vicious enough, to be fair to him. He's probably going to owe Danny Nugent a lunch or a chicken roll, I think, afterwards, because he pretty much towed him around the whole way, and Nugent gave him his flowers as well. He really took that race on and didn't seem to waver. Ryan McCarthy, the Leavell man, appears to have gotten up for silver there as athletes are coming in over the line now. Dermot Maloney coming through quite strong and has introduced himself to the medical area straight away there, trying to find a bit of shade. But it was. To be fair to Nugent and to Lyons probably got the benefit of a toe. There's no point saying otherwise. He didn't have to take on, but it was still brilliant running by those two athletes. Nugent did really well. He looks happy with his lot. Yeah, to come in around 14:35 for an under 20 athlete. Yeah, brilliant running.
Nugent maybe, I don't know if it's naive to say, unaware of the 1500 metre speed that Lucas Lyons had in the locker. You know, like we said, he's definitely more of a strength-based athlete out of the two. If he knew the kick that was waiting to be unleashed by Lucas Lyons, he probably would have tried to take the race on a little bit quicker, a little bit earlier on. But that kick is always hard to beat in the lateral stage of a 5000 metres when you're warm, you're tired, you're flooded with lactic already. And when someone comes around you at the pace that Lucas Lyons did around Danny Nugent, over the span of 20 metres, he put a serious gap in between the two of them.
Yeah, it's interesting because you'd wonder whether you wouldn't fault Nugent for saying to be happy with his lad. It's a national title for him, and in his own right, he'll be delighted with that. So maybe he saw him go past and said, "That's fine. I'm happy to take gold. Off you go, young Lions." But both running by both of those, great running by both of those men. Rather, nothing to fault in either of them. In fact, a lot of really good times there posted. It is hard to find 5,000 metres on the track. So to come to a championships, oftentimes these athletes are chasing lifetime bests, especially at this young age. They don't get an opportunity to run over the 12 and a half laps all that often. So yeah, brilliant running by all of them men. But it is Lucas Lyons, your national under 20 5,000 metre champions, and Danny Nugent takes the under 23. We'll get confirmation of the minor places in both of those as and when we have it.
Well done to both men. Well done to all in that race. You still have one or two athletes still going around finishing out, so it's great to see everyone making it across the finish line nice and safely.
Next race on the track will be the under 20 women's 100 metre hurdles final, which the heats for that took place. So that final will happen a little bit later on as the West Coast AC athlete coming in here, nearly dipping under the 18-minute mark. He's just going to 18:01, but brilliant running, and that will be the final one of the 5,000 metre athletes. So a very brief lull. I have the closing round of the long jump actually into the sixth and final round, and Munnelly, Cabinteely. In fact, that's not a Cabinteely vest, let me be doubly sure. It is, in fact, sorry, it's 1-2-4-6. That's Cabinteely AC's even Munnelly. 4:53 for her. Won't improve. Unfortunately, leaving a little bit behind the board as well. So it is Frawley now, who is assured of silver. Can only improve upon that. Katie Louise McGonigal of Finn Valley. There's a name you often hear associated with Finn Valley. I wonder, is she something to Patsy? And Frawley, much like her sister, really throws those hips forward off the board. A clean jump to round up her efforts for the day. Although we may see her in the high jump, although that may have happened actually already today. It did in fact. Siún Quinn took that title in 1:75. The US based athlete from Tara O'Connor, 1:70, and Emily Klein of Reeside AC, 1:65. Maeve Fleming took the under 23 title with a best of 1:65 from Lauren Duffy Bohermeen and Alison Dempsey Nace. Seems to be the only field event Laura Frawley hasn't done this weekend. And we'll just get this last effort of Cara Ryan. So Ryan has the title to add to a growing list of accolades. Looks like she may have threatened the plasticine, but I think it's a white flag. It is. Yeah. So it will be measured. It's been a long month for these under 20 athletes with schools and juvenile competitions Just waiting for a measurement to pop up on the scoreboard. And it is no improvement for Cara Ryan. 5.76. So we're just going to pull up now our interview from some of our women's 5,000 metre athletes who caught up with the lads a little bit earlier on.
Megan Brunt, your first under-20 track national title. Not only that, you won the overall combined under-20 and under-23 women's race. How are you feeling?
I'm so happy and delighted. Yeah.
You also won the under-19 title a week ago here as well, so it's been a great season for you so far.
Yeah, it's going really well. I'm really happy.
Talk us through the race. It was, for a field of the depth that it was, it got out quite pedestrian and quite slow, and you were nicely bunched together.
Yeah, it was definitely a slower start than I was anticipating, but I just tried to stick in there and, I don't know, see how it went.
And we were chatting there, it got quite warm just before your race started. Was it warm? It was as warm down on the track as it was watching from the side.
Yeah, you could definitely feel the heat. There was a nice breeze though on the back straight, so that was definitely nice, but yeah, a hotter race than usual.
What's the plan for the rest of the season?
I'm not too sure actually. Yeah, this was kind of meant to be one of my last races, so yeah, I'm just going to see how it goes, and yeah.
And did you have family here supporting you on, and family probably watching the live stream as well?
Yeah, my dad's here, and I know my grandparents in Wales are watching the live stream at home, so yeah.
So you did them proud?
Yeah, hopefully.
Well, Megan, huge congratulations.
Thank you.
Perfect, Megan. Winner of the men's under-20 long jump, 7:31. How are you feeling?
Oh, I feel alright. No, it wasn't my day today. I could have jumped further, but for everyone as well. But yeah, there's another competition soon, so hopefully to do something big there.
It's always a great battle between yourself and Mikey. Not too long ago, we seen you here competing at the schools national championship. So a real great competitor for you.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, he's very good himself as well. He pushes me, I push him, and we jump big together. So yeah, it's good. It's good competition between us.
It's been a great season for you so far. You've already PB'd the season, like you said when we were chatting before we started, and you're looking ahead now to Cork City Sport next Wednesday. So the ball is rolling quite nicely for you so far this year.
Oh yeah, 100%. Hopefully go there, do something big, finish the competition healthy, and yeah, that's it.
And, obviously after Mikey's final jump, you were able to enjoy your last jump as well, knowing you took the title.
Yeah, exactly, with no stress. Yeah, I liked it that way. Yeah, so yeah, I was happy with it. Yeah.
And looking forward to getting up on the podium and getting the medal around your neck.
Exactly. I'm excited.
Well, yeah. Ryan, huge congratulations.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
Alright, so our next event up on the track is going to be the women's under-20 100 metre hurdles final. A great race in prospect here. So in lane 1 we are going to have Ariana Naud of Ratoath. We are going to have Cueva Murphy of Tremor in lane 2. Amy Timoney, one of our heat winners from Finn Valley in 3. Orla Mannion, our other heat winner in lane 4. Of course, Orla Mannion has those 2 standards for the World Under-20 Championships in Oregon, so one to look out for here. Emma O'Donovan of Craughwell in 5. Abigail Farrell, Dunor Harriers in 6. Emily Hessian of South Sligo AC in 7. And Lucy Honcapono of Galway City Harriers in lane 8. Orla Mannion is the standout athlete in this field, having ran 13:52 this year, last week in Belgium. That is faster than the championship record here that is held by Sarah Lavin, 13:69 set back in 2013. So we'll keep our eyes on the clock in this race. But the most important thing here is the national under-20 title. So all the blocks are set up, hurdles are set up, the girls look ready to go and will be under starters' orders shortly enough. Okay, they were just called on their marks, but it seems like there's a slight delay, so they're back standing behind the blocks. So I'm going to run through the start list one more time. So it's Naud in 1, Murphy 2, Timoney 3, Mannion 4, O'Donovan 5, Farrell 6, Hessian 7, and Honcapono 8. So again, the athletes are under starters orders down at the 100 metre mark. And we're away safely. Clean start. Orla Mannion first to the first hurdle. Being challenged by Abigail Farrell on her outside. It looks like Farrell might have a slight lead at this moment in time. Mannion coming through very strongly over the last few hurdles, and it's going to be Orla Mannion who's going to take the title in 14:29. Minus 2.2 headwind there. Abigail Farrell really put it up to Orla Mannion in that race. Didn't look like that title was secured until maybe those last two hurdles, where I suppose her class really showed in that race.
Story of the year, I think, for Abigail Farrell. I think in her own right, she's a fabulous hurdler and is going to have a brilliant career over the barriers. But she seems to be able to break even with Orla to about hurdle 8 and 9 every year. Every race they've ran against each other this year. But yeah, a brilliant win. South Galway on top, cries out from below us.
A few
South Galway
hecklers down
top.
below us here.
Yeah, Orla Mannion. She is a class apart. I'm sure you've mentioned her exploits already, but
yeah, we were saying there could potentially have been a challenge on that championship record, but I think the minus 2.2 headwind put those thoughts to rest.
Yeah, and it's been another, I suppose, one of those under 20 athletes has had quite a long summer. She's travelled quite a bit around the continent to quite a bit around. She's gone through it's nearly like a photo shoot here now. I'm not sure is the camera quite picking that up just out of shot, but she had a number of photographers asking her to pose in a number of different ways, but I'm sure we'll see some of them on the socials a little bit later on. But yeah, she's had a brilliant year.
It looks like, so as we said, Orla Mannion took the title, followed by Abigail Farrell, and then it was Amy Timoney of Finn Valley AC who got up for third.
Yeah, brilliant running by those under 20, and brilliant to see. Loads of numbers, 2 heats, as we said earlier on today. But yeah, brilliant, high quality. I think Farrell and Mannion both scheduled to go in the Morton Games, I think a little bit later on this week as well, so no doubt opportunity for them. But Abigail Farrell, 14:01, her best all-time outdoors set at the end of May this year. I think that could have been the National League going off that date, or else the schools actually. But yeah, brilliant running by those two athletes.
So the hurdles are being cleared off the track as we're going to get set up for the 200 metre finals, which will be next to take to the track. I don't see any athletes out heading over to that far corner just yet, but
I think we'll have a little bit of time. We might even have a chance to take a breather here on the mics as well, because there is we're a bit ahead of schedule with these. So we will bring you those finals. Those heats took place a little bit earlier on. Yeah, that one's scheduled. Actually, in fact, we're actually behind schedule officially, but I think
we might make up for it.
We might make up for it.
Next
We will
half an
make
hour.
up for it. Yeah, it will be the under 20 finals. And then that will be followed by the National Senior 10,000 metre Championships, which is scheduled to be a mixed race. So male and females, 12 athletes entered across the two races, but they'll be set off together, and we'll bring you some of that coverage and some action from the field. I see the men's high jumpers are going through their final preparations. I think I can see big bad Tom Feerick down there.
I can see big bad Tom Feerick down there. I was chatting to him earlier. Yeah, he's ready to go. Should be a good competition.
Actually, in fact, they think in fact, the lads who actually think they're being looked at is Barry Clavin and Killian Sheeran. So we'll just give these a moment now while there's absolutely nothing else to talk about. You can see Killian is due a haircut, and Barry's just happy to be there. Now we've given him enough stick, but yeah, loads else going on. You can see to our left as well the stand, which is a brilliant vantage point in Tullamore. Let's see who we can find in the stand. a lot of jumps coaches and pole vault coaches and fans, but plenty of places. This is the heartland of grassroots athletics there, I think, Tullamore, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I think definitely with the national juveniles being held here for the last couple of years as well, Tullamore is always the spot where we can see some of the stars of the future begin to make their name. So we can just see the men's pole vaulters warming up in front of us, and then also the officials setting up the boards for the triple jumps, which will be taking place later today as well. So we're due to have the women's triple jump first, and then that will be followed by the men's triple jump later this evening.
Yeah. After all the madness of this morning, we don't have any action at all.
Yeah, it's definitely quieting down here for sure.
We'll go through the men's high jump start list. That's what we'll do. So, as we said yesterday, we couldn't see most of the field events because they were happening out in the great big field outside, but there is 13 men scheduled to go in this under 20 men's high jump. A number of them maybe not quite making it, but yeah, Stephen Slevin, Patrick Pukchek, Oisin Sukari, Killian Kelly, Dara Kelly, Peter Bellew, Conor Malone, Isaac Akinjewe, Jack Meehan, Dermot Bannon, James Kelsey, Joshua Osuma and Con McCluskey, but I'm not sure all of them are quite down there. The under 23 men's high jump, then a slightly smaller field, just Cathal Ryan and Tom Feerick to go. But other than that, then a couple of athletes going through final preparations, I think.
I think we're due to see Owen O'Callaghan in his third event of the day today, warming up down here for the pole vault, having competed in the hurdles and the long jump already, and it's only almost 2 o'clock, so it's been
He's getting a bit of a mismatch decathlon day today, isn't he?
Yeah, he also did the shot put yesterday, where he
discus.
finished fourth, and the discus
and javelin.
also
He won the discus yesterday.
Yeah, so
if memory serves me right. Looks like long jump awards going to be given out as well. But yeah, we have a brief break, so it might be time to grab a small bit of sustenance here for 5 minutes before we join you back for the 200 metre finals in around about 5 minutes time. So we'll take a quick breather and we'll leave you with the action of the pole vaulters warming up.
Myself and Matthew, both of us battling out for Worlds later in the summer. So, look, I knew it was going to be a tough race, and I'm just delighted to be able to take the win and take national record as well.
Chat to me about Worlds. Still a very busy summer ahead for you, all going well once selections have been confirmed.
Yeah, well, that's still the main goal, as it's been all year long, kind of just prepping for Worlds. So, I kind of get back into the training now pretty quickly. I think there's more to me than that time, I kind of hope to put the finishing touches on it now in August out in Oregon. So.
Like you said, a national record in blistery conditions out here, so a huge performance from yourself. You must be delighted.
I know, look, really happy. I was going into this not too concerned about the time, because I knew the conditions might have been acting up a wee bit, especially up on that straight over there. So the fact that I was able to come away with a PB, on top of it, kind of just shows the shape I'm in, and just a good confidence boost really as well.
You mentioned Matthew there. Talk me through the rest of the field. It's stacked from all age groups, under 18 all the way up to under 20.
Yeah, it's probably the most competitive that this event has been that I've ever seen it anyway at this age group. You have myself and Matthew battling it out for Worlds, and you have young Daniel Glennon going to under 18s. So that's three, competing at a European level in the field, and even John, who came third, he was at World under 20 team champs with us. So that's four have all competed for Ireland, more who've competed for Ireland, Evan Walsh as well. So no, it is a really, really good field, and just kind of excited to put the total line in the future with these boys,
And will we see you racing again before Worlds?
I don't think so now, no. That's I just got into a good block of training now, just before it. 1 or 2 more good weeks under the belt and then start tapering off again. So that's the plan.
Well, Seamus, huge congratulations, and we look forward to seeing you in Oregon, all going well.
100%. Thank you, Killian.
We're back. Sustained.
Sun cream on.
Sun creamed on. And now ready and full of rejuvenation for what could be one of the races of the day. The women's under 20 200 metre sprint final. It was 4 heats a little bit earlier on, and Destiny Lowell from Dooneen AC was the fastest qualifier with a time of 24:54. It was, I must admit, we were in the car on the way up, Dara, and you had it on in the passenger seat beside us, but you were saying wind readings a little bit all over the place, really difficult conditions for those athletes.
Yeah, there was some strong headwinds, some strong tailwinds. The wind didn't know which way it was going. But yeah, nonetheless should make for a great final here. We might run through the start list there. So Nicole Doherty of Ratoath in 1. Arwen Mulligan of Tramore in 2. Gloria Agbochi of Tala in 3. Destiny Lowell of Dooneen in 4. Sophia Granjo, our bronze medalist from the 400 yesterday from St. Lawrence O'Toole in 5. Alicia Marr of Tullamore Harriers in 6. Chidima Adekebe of Metro St. Bridget's AC, a medalist from yesterday's 100 in 7. And Milena Sharahezu of Ratoath in lane 8. So they're under starters' orders now at the moment.
Yeah, it is. It's very hard to call Lowell potentially the favourite on merit of her heats performance, and they are away at the first time of asking. And look at Lowell, she should get out hard against the 400 metre specialist Granjo, but watch her come back in the later stages. It is Destiny Lowell and the MSB athlete Chidima Adekebe who take the lead coming off the bend, but now it's clear water for the Dooneen athlete, the Limerick girl from Castletroy representing Dooneen. She is streaking away in red. She's going to feel a little bit of pressure now, but it is Destiny Lowell who is destined to win in 24-4. She is the national under 20 200 metre champion in a commanding performance. 2
very, very strong performances today, very consistent, 24-4 and 24-5 across the heats. And the final, of course, Lowell is bound for those European Under-18 Championships after being selected as part of the Under-18 Women's Medley Relay.
Yeah, coached by David Crowley, training out at the University of Limerick, the Castletroy College student. She's had a fabulous summer and adds the under-20 national title to what is a glittering selection of accolades. Younger sister, Debbie, who I think we're going to see in the next race.
Yes, I can see her up on the at the start for the under-23 women's final, so hopefully she might be able to take a bit of inspiration from her younger sister and put in a strong performance there again.
Brilliant sprinter in her own right, is Debbie. But yeah, just waiting for confirmation of the minor places there. It was a sea of medalists following her in her wake. In fact, it was, I know yesterday we had Gloria Ogboki from Tala, who actually ended up being reinstated as the under-20 100 metre champion. And she was in close contention, as was Chidina Adekebe and Sophia Granjo, the 400 metre athlete. So we'll wait confirmation and we'll bring you that result as and when we have it. But it is, yeah, it's another final that's going to be quite closely contested. Very little to split between the athletes qualifying, who qualified, to be fair, at their leisure a little bit earlier on. There was a little bit of competition for the minor places, but Lorena Harrison was the fastest qualifier in the third of 3 semi-finals earlier on, 24-7 for Harrison, who also medalled yesterday over the 100 metre distance. The Ratoath AC athlete, coached by Kay Bannon, part of a nice developing group of athletes of DCU students and DCU affiliates. But to give the full lineup, it is Holly Rogers, who, to be fair to us, kind of came from nowhere. We didn't know too much about her, but she had a brilliant run yesterday in the 100 metres, and she finds herself on the tight inner lane of lane 1 from Longford AC. Sarah Millay on our outside has continued a really consistent, good season as the Kildare woman. She goes in 2. Then it's Fatima Amusan of Leavell in 3. Debbie Lowell has just seen her younger sister take the under-20 title. She'll have aspirations of a medal herself, the UCD student. Lorena Harrison, as I said, medal yesterday in the 100 metres, fastest qualifier into this final from Ratoath. She's part of a Ratoath double here, Stratford. And then it is Emily Lyne of UCD and Ria Kelly of Selbridge.
Athletes are under starters' orders now over in the top corner of the track. And we are away safely. It looks to be a very even start. Debbie Lowell is up and into her running, possibly making up that stagger on Lorena Harrison. Outside of her, who has made up the stagger on Aisling Stratford. It looks like it could be Debbie Lowell in the lead coming into the home straight, closely followed by Lorena Harrison. But at the moment, it is Debbie Lowell in the lead. But Lorena Harrison coming through very strongly now, and Aisling Stratford coming up as well. But it's going to be Lorena Harrison who's going to take the under-23 women's title in 24.75. Very impressive run from Lorena Harrison there. Was neck and neck with Lowell coming into the home straight, but really had that strength to push through there in the final stages to take that win.
Yeah, Debbie Lowell cheered by her sister underneath us. You might have seen just appearing in the foreground of your shot, just not quite doing enough to hang on, but she'll be delighted to see herself back on a podium. It is Harrison from Stratford, or Ratote C12. Stratford herself, a 400 metre athlete, stepping down. But yeah, 24.74, just over the legal limit.
Debbie Lowell there, I think, ran a 25.08. Not very far off her PB at all. And considered that was into a minus 2 point something headwind. Was it with a headwind?
Oh, maybe it was minus.
I thought it was a -2.
Maybe I was wrong. I could have been. It's
maybe. We'll see. We won't.
It's actually, you know, there's probably equal likelihood it could be both, because as we said, we've had swings of about 6 metres either direction. But yeah, brilliant running in that final. We did predict a close one. But yeah, Lowell, 25.39, her lifetime best. So she has ran faster than she ever has before. Well, according to our records, I could be wrong with that. But looks like we're going to have another cracking race coming here. It's going to be the under-20 men's. These 200 finals have been set up. They've kind of been given their own berth here on the Sunday, and it's great to see the 200 have its moment, because it's produced finals of real high calibre. Ruben Plunkett from Portlaoise will go in lane number 1, and then Kamal Orasanya of Titans goes in 2. Joshua Awajula of Fast Twitch will have the whole race hopefully open at his mercy on his outside from Fast Twitch. I think I accredited him with Dromore AC, but he is now Fast Twitch affiliated. Christopher Olatunde, a talented under-18 athlete. We'll come back to him maybe if we have a chance in a second, but because it's all been about Dubem Amma this weekend. 10-5 twice yesterday to take the under-20 100 metre title. The American-based school student from Tala. Adam O'Feynman also was very impressive in the heats, part of that under 24x1 record-setting quartet. David Konovalov, a new find for Raheny Shamrocks, has been very productive this weekend. And on the outside, Finn Naughton of DSD. It's probably eyes to Amma here, but O'Feynman may well put him under pressure.
Yeah, if Amma can get it right, that title will hopefully be his, but Adam O'Feynman will be right behind him, and don't count out Joshua Awujula either. So they're under starters' orders. Yep.
So away they go, and it is an even start for all these athletes. You can see O'Feynman gets out, probably the best of all of them. He may well have the lead as it comes into the home straight. Now Amma's knee rise, watch him drive. He's leaving Olatunde behind in his wake. Awajula and Olatunde have a battle for bronze, but it's all about the battle up front. It's Tala and Denor. It is Dubem Amma. He is winning on the double. 21.06. He stamps his mark as the fastest under 20 in the country. Well accoladed. Adam O'Feynman, as we said, gave him every bit of it off the corner. Ran a brilliant bend as he kind of had to. He knew he was going to be gunned down eventually, and then it was about keeping the head. But Dubem Amma, no doubt about him, he is the man of the moment in the under 20 age group.
Yeah, no, Adam O'Feynman absolutely flew out of those blocks, and Dubem Amma really had to chase after him if he wanted any chance of that title. Very impressive run again, 21.05. That should be his third even standard secured for those under 20 championships, after securing one this morning in those heats as well. So it might be interesting to see if Adam O'Feynman might have dipped under that standard as well. Could possibly put himself in contention for an individual spot at those World Under 20 Championships as well.
Yeah, just a little bit outside the championship record of Rob McDonald from 2021. The 20.93 time from McDonald. That was the season where McDonald ended up travelling to Tokyo as part of the maiden Olympic 4x4 quartet as an under-20 athlete. But yeah, brilliant running by Dubamama. He has 2 standards now secured. I can see.
Again, as only an under-19 athlete, he will be back at these championships again next year and could possibly make a stab at that championship record.
Received an opportunity to travel over to America to further his secondary education, I suppose, but it is definitely an athletic orientated decision as well. He will 21:03 he's ran previously out in Columbus, Ohio, but able to bring that form. He's been really impressive this weekend in a weekend where maybe some of those targeting standards and lifetime best performances haven't quite delivered. Dubamama has stood up to the plate and has done just that. So,
definitely. He's really showed his class here this weekend, running 2 10.5s in the 100 and then 2 21.0s in the 200, cementing himself as one of the rising stars on the Irish men's side of the sprints. So we're going to go over now to the under 23 men's 200 metre final, which should be no less of a cracker if all the athletes in it perform. So we're going to run through the start list. We have Ruben McCarthy of St. Lawrence O'Toole in 1, Richard Somtu of Waterford in lane 2, Sean Stratton of Titans in 3, Robert Hayes of DSD in 4, Sean Doggett of Athenry in 5, Dannon Long of Enniscorthy in 6, Emmanuel Akinroley of Titans in 7, and Dara Burke of Sligo in lane 8. I suppose our fastest qualifier this morning was Sean Doggett running 21.3 in those heats, a very impressive heat run from primarily a 400 metre athlete, and then outside him Dannon Long also took the win in his heat, while
Emmanuel
Akinroley took the first heat as well. So lanes 5, 6 and 7 are heat winners, but don't discount those inside them either. Robert Hayes ran a very impressive heat this morning. So
I thought Robert Hayes looked equally as comfortable despite only coming second in his heat behind Doggett, but it is a real test of Doggett's speed here now. The 400 metre man corrected a well outdated PB in the heats, but he will have it all to do to beat the 200 metre specialists and Dannon Long and Akinroley.
Under starters orders now, and we're away safely. Very even start. Emmanuel Akinroley has made up the stagger and the athlete outside him. Dannon Long coming up inside Akinroley as well. Robert Hayes, up inside as well and might have the slight lead, but it's Sean Doggett coming through very strongly now, but it might be Robert Hayes and Sean Doggett to the line, and it's going to be Sean Doggett just about to take that men's under 23 200 metre title. 21.53, not as quick as he went this morning, but nonetheless a very composed performance to come back in those last 30 metres to clinch that title. It would have been so easy to tie up when he was behind and not come through that strong, but somehow found a way in that men's 200
talk
metre
soon,
final.
talk to me later, talk to me whenever you want. Sean Doggett has found the gear that may be well. One of his criticisms that he hasn't been able to produce a 200 metre time of real class for a man of his talents over the 400 metres, but when the pressure came on and Robert Hayes, not to be confused with DSD junior athlete Andrew Hayes, put him under pressure, and rightly so. He really had a good battle with him. Doggett did enough. 21.51 to take the title from Hayes is 21.56, which is a real brilliant run. And Akinroley makes up for disappointment yesterday over the 100 metres, and he takes a bronze medal home to Titans AC 21.75, and Dannon Long 21.78, just getting out dipped. But yeah, Doggett will be happy with that. His eyes now will surely turn to maiden national outdoor 400 metre title charge in Santre at the National Senior Championships. But he'll be happy with that, and I'm sure he'll tell us as much on his Instagram lives or TikTok lives or whatever he does. He's very open and honest. He's of course America bound in September, has committed to a community college in Texas where he will be taking his academic and athletic commitments, but he'll be happy with that. I can see he's out of shot, joined by Killian and Barry, so we might hear an interview with him later on, as Destiny Lowell is awarded her gold medal. Her sister still trying to recover, just out of shot. She took bronze in the under-23, which is a nice one of two sets of sisters rather. I can see the Frawley sisters also.
They're in the infield.
They're
as
on
well.
the infield. So
after
the Lowells and the Frawleys.
Yeah, two of Limericks, I suppose.
Limerick.
Strong sporting families.
You can see.
The Frawleys, of course, both medalled in those under-23 and under-20 women's long jumps earlier today.
So, two Limerick jerseys underneath us, and Niall Coonahan and the Frawley's mother, Sally Ann.
Of course, big match today in Croke Park.
Big match now later on.
In fact, could they be possibly heading there straight after?
I actually heard that Niall Coonahan has got a private helicopter to take him to Croke Park.
He knows JP personally.
He knows JP personally. It's all he's actually using it on the Fit Factory company card. But he's a former national triple jump champion himself, representing Clonliffe AC. Clonliffe Harriers AC rather, to give him their full title. But he's staying here because he has a number of athletes competing in the triple jump a little bit later on. But I'm sure he'll be watching. But I hope you won't be at home. Your eyes will be firmly on us here in Tullamore Harriers. Some 10,000 metre action coming your way. Coming your way in the next couple of minutes. I think my microphone was being sent out over the tannoys there. So a little bit of FM interference between myself and Pádraig McCarthy. Yeah, we think we got to the bottom of that. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, hopefully we don't hear our voices repeated
it's bad
again.
Enough you having to listen to our voices. But so next event on track is the 10,000 metres.
I suppose we might as well give you a preview of those start lists.
So just the three athletes scheduled to go in the women's race. So that is Nuala Bose of Finn Valley AC, Patricia Jackman of Waterford AC, who we saw at the European 10,000 metre Cup.
Recently made her Irish debut. Former Waterford Camogie star.
Camogie star. And
maybe a little downer after yesterday's performance against Kilkenny, but hopefully she might bring some silverware back to the Daysha today.
One of the leading researchers in sports psychology in Ireland, I'll have you know as well, based over in the UK. Working now, but completed her PhD down in Waterford. Did Trish Jackman. And Sophie Moroney, the Limerick woman, who I must admit I did live with once upon a time. And we had many a great crack over Kilkenny Limerick games. And I think she's the only Limerick woman who is probably not happy to be here. I think she'd much rather be in Croke Park, but she is scheduled to go in the 10,000 metres.
She is here. I was talking to her earlier, so she's going to complete the 25 laps of this track.
Yeah, and then on the men's side, scheduled to be 9 starters, I think. So 7 starters rather. So Donald Farron, Sean Dorn, who are Letterkenny and Clonliffe Harriers respectively. Aaron Lynch, the West Limerick man. David Troy from Metro St. Bridget. Patrick McGowan from Rathfarnham. Matthew McMeekin, from Sligo. And the local man, Barry Mooney from Tullamore Harriers. So we will bring you some of that coverage. We will mix it in with the field event action as well. But no sign of those athletes. There will be a little bit of a delay.
They are due to go off at about 2:30, so there might just be a little bit of a delay, as Jack said. There's pole vault action going on here in front of us. The
under
height
20s
there being 2:20. It looks like a Killarney Valley athlete having taken his first attempt.
That is an under 23 pole vaulter from Killarney Owen O'Reilly. So yeah, clear at the first time of asking.
Height is now gone up to 240 after a successful attempt at 220.
So a little bit of another lull in proceedings. But, so you may notice periods where the commentary just drops off for a few seconds and minutes while we try and get an idea. We're working with a limited staff and trying to get coverage from downstairs as well.
Yeah. I'm after looking over there at the men's high jump. So it looks like Tom Fearick of Finnisk Valley has successfully cleared 180 in the men's under 23 high jump. His equal PB, I believe, so he'll be looking to push on from that height then.
I'm just mourning the loss of my drink there, Dara. It's just blown away.
Yeah, well, a can of Pink Monsters after.
We don't have to say that. No. it's a black Americano. But it has blown away. So I may seem slightly less energised. It's been a long 2 days, Dara. And it's only a day and a half.
It's not even done yet,
yeah.
So stay with us.
So Owen O'Reilly just failed there. But yeah, we're over on the high jump there. That looks like the Templemore AC vest of Cathal Ryan.
I don't know if it is.
It mightn't be though, but I'm going to say things with confidence until I'm pulled up
I think
wrong.
Cathal Ryan is
actually out of the competition. He's failed out at 165. So it's an under 20 athlete.
Possibly Cabinteely.
Cabinteely?
Yeah.
It could be. Could be Cushinstown.
I'm not too familiar with the Cushinstown singlet, but possibly, yeah.
Cushinstown AC vest.
And whoever it is, they've made a successful clearance of that height. Again, the height being 180.
The Cushinstown AC vest, probably the vest brought to my attention most by Elizabeth Moreland.
Yes, exactly.
Former national heptathlon champion and a very good javelin thrower, if I remember rightly as well.
Seems to be a recurring trend with our
Irish heptathletes.
Irish heptathletes, of course, the likes of Emer Pertl, who's heading to the European Under-18 Championships in the heptathlon.
Yeah, we were talking about that on the way up in the cars, and it's brilliant to see. We've Owen O'Callaghan in the decathlon and Enya Silkina in the heptathlon, travelling to the World Under-20s, pending
the
selection.
Likes of then Kate O'Connor,
Anna Macaulay, but also Pertl herself in the heptathlon. So, yeah, good to see Ireland producing a steady stream. We are probably, Dermot O'Connor, I suppose, one of our leading decathletes, and Finn O'Neill, who are based over in America for college, but have produced really good heptathlons indoors and decathlons outdoors lately. So after, I suppose, a couple of years where we lacked a really competitive men's multi-eventer, it looks like the time. I suppose Michael Bowler, our own from Athletics Ireland TV, one of the last great Irish senior men's decathletes. Michael recently married, so he's off on his mini moon, so can't be with us this weekend. But Michael, I highly doubt you're watching.
Too busy refurbishing his new physio practice down there in Kilkenny.
Yes, so, but Michael, we wish you all the best and congratulations on your recent wedding. Oh yeah, this is a black and green singlet. So I do apologise, it is a little bit hard to spot the vests over on that high jump just with the...
So it looks like we have a few athletes clear at 180 anyway.
I think that may well be Clongriffin AC's Patrick Pukek. It is indeed. And I tell you what, the live results are on it, because they nearly had the result up before he even cleared the bar. So that is Patrick Pukek of Clongriffin AC. So he's over at 185, which puts him as the clubhouse leader, if you will. But there are there's four other athletes still in the competition. They are Con McCluskey of Dundrum Dublin, who has a clean card so far, as well as Dara Kelly and Killian Kelly of Crowell and Cabinteely, respectively. The under-23 competition. Tom Fearick is still in. Big Tom, he's still there.
Student in Mary I doing the Bachelors of Education and Psychology.
Because one degree isn't enough.
So completed his first year there now.
Big Tom at the varsities saw he was entered in the discus, which admittedly on my behalf I thought was ambitious, because I just thought like he looked like he could throw discus, and then he turned around and told me he'd do it, and I think he nearly scored as well. So that's big. He did score.
No, I knew he could throw a good discus. He'd done it in his youth down in Finnisk Valley, where they are big fans of those field events. I feel the likes of Corey Scanlon, Eddie Rajkovic.
Eddie Rajkovic is a hurdler we haven't seen this weekend, but I think he took the under-18 title last weekend. He's a man who's competed at decathlon in his own right.
The technical events seem to be big. They put big emphasis on them down in Finnisk Valley.
Brilliant clearance by that Crowell AC man. Another club, the Crowell Rockets, that are going from strength to strength. Some days I wake up and I say Crowell. Other days I wake up and I say Crockwell. And I've been told I've been wrong on both counts by people from that town. So I'm just going to...
just avoid it.
I've woken up in a Crowell mood today, so we're going to go with Crowell, but I apologise if any of you are offended, but I can't imagine you aren't, because Galway are on the crest of a wave after yesterday's performance in Croke Park, which we missed in its entirety, but I was able to watch a little bit of it back earlier on. I can see Killian Sheeran and Sean Doggett are in deep conversation there. Just out of shot.
Just concluded that interview there, so we might get to see that later between Killian and Sean.
So it is the DSD man who has a clear card so far.
And he's gone clear again. A very, very powerful run-up.
Really impressive.
Does not lack any speed at all and seems to control it then very well going over the bar.
Yeah, Con McCluskey, the Dundrum man. Really competent jumper.
We see our under 23 athlete left in the competition now, Tom Furyk, going to make an attempt at this 185.
Yeah, Con McCluskey's just 15 years of age, by the way. We'll come back to him in a second.
Potentially a combined eventer. And a miss for Tom Furyk there. He will have 2 more attempts, though, at that height. Hopefully to achieve a new personal best.
Yeah, Con McCluskey, I would assume he was second in the SIAB, or not the SIAB, well, the SIAB trials, effectively the Tailteann Games, 1.90 m, which you would imagine should yield him a selection to the Schools International. I don't have that information to hand, but 15 years of age, 1.90 m, his lifetime best, so that's...
potential star of the future.
Potential star of the future, yeah. That's really good jumping, and you never know if he's feeling good today. He might even add a few centimetres onto that best. He looked really confident on the runway there. And that is the Cabinteely man, Killian Kelly. So that's a failure at 185 for him. So I always do wonder, Dara, do they think when Georgina Drum or Andrew, anyone is sitting down to select the officials for the high jump, do they have to think rather tactfully about who they put on it? Because I tell you what, sometimes you'll be seeing people struggling to get that bar back up, such as the height of the bar.
Yeah, no, that's a fair point to make.
But if you do have the answer to that, if you have organised an athletics competition, do you think about the height of the officials? They don't ever give them a stick like they do the pole vault ones. It's another failure in that competition. And that may well be the Cushinstown man, Peter Bellew. It is. In fact, yeah, Peter Bellew. So, process of elimination has yielded us what we believe to be the case.
And then Tom Furyk is back up again for his attempt. His second attempt now at 185. And he clears it for a new personal best, I believe. He's jumped 180 on multiple occasions this year, but seems to have finally broken that that barrier that he's been trying to surpass.
He's reached new heights.
There you have it. Has been working with Olivia Scullyhan, I believe, this year, as he's based in Limerick for college. He makes the quick trip over to Nina a couple of times a week to train there. Yeah, I suppose during those winter months it can be very tough to get some jumping training in. So Nina Olympic, a great facility to have.
It's a great clearance there as well.
Seems that Tom's performance has, I suppose, encouraged another athlete to clear that bar as well. So great to still have a few athletes remaining in this competition.
Kelly over that height, so they're kind of tidying up. The only athlete now left in the copious position is Peter Bellew. So Cushinstown AC man, this is his final attempt. I could have sworn I heard "on your marks," but I didn't see a race on the track. Maybe I'm starting to lose my life and my head. We'll keep an eye on Bellew here. So yeah, not to be for Peter today. He'll exit that competition. But again, good jumping by the man from Cushinstown. And so a nice lull again in proceedings. There's early stages of a pole vault competition, still unfurling, but nothing to really discuss. No Mikey Kent, I think, in this pole vault today. I do see him actually. He is tucked in there after his long jump exploit, so he'll have a while before we might see him. The bar still at 2.80 meters for this Galway City Harrier athlete. Who's happening outside of the view. As, we're back on the 2 mic setup again, Dara. Battery change.
So we're still waiting for the women and the men for the 10,000 meters to take to the track. Hopefully it won't be too long now.
This is Patrick Putek of Clongriffin. Apologies if I've butchered that second name, but Patrick approaching that bar, nice long boundy rhythmical strides, probably got a little bit too close to that one and just kind of got in his own way. So not to be for Patrick. We'll have 2 more attempts.
And finally catching a glimpse of our first few 10,000 metre athletes, as I can see Patricia Jackman, Sophie Maroney, and our other female athlete. I'm not entirely
Finn
sure
Valley,
of her name.
wasn't
So all 3 of our female athletes taking to the track, and it looks like Nuala Bose. And then we have our men's athletes are still coming out onto the track, but at the moment I can see 7 athletes down there.
So all present and accounted for. So it's going to be a long 25 laps for these athletes.
The heat's kind of starting to pick up now as well. Could make it very tough conditions for these athletes. But
so what we'll... Ooh, loads of screams from the pole vault, just distracting us for a second as we were watching that attempt in the high jump. So what we will end up doing with this 10,000 metres is we'll bring you coverage and get through the runners and riders, and then we might take a quick break just to refresh the commentary team and get prepared for the closing stages of that, and then the closing stages on the track and the field. We'll endeavour to bring you as much action as we can from the vault and the high jump, but there is after the conclusion of this 10k in the pole vault competition. At the minute I can tell you that in the under 20 competition, Adil Proknovic is over 2.80 meters, doesn't appear to any more under-20s entered the competition at this stage. So awaiting the bar to reach a more comfortable height for them. And Owen O'Reilly has exited the competition after a best of 2.60 metres. So we'll wait till we can see Conor Callanan and Lee Prendergast. Conor Callanan from Leeville. So here is our GCH man again. Goes up and just stands on that bar. Did well not to break it, to be honest, upon reflection. But that will be a second failure for Proc O'Nick from GCH, Adil. He'll have a couple of minutes before his next attempt. And over on the high jump apron, I can see Tom Fearick, the bar now, set to 1.90 metres, and no athletes clear at the first point of action. I can tell you the under 20 or the under 20s is either not under 20s. The 10,000 metre athletes are off as well. Away. So they're going to just about. Tom Fury gets away, and he gets up and just sits down. So we'll give you the full lineup again for that 10,000 metres. It is Donald Farron from Letterkenny, Sean Doran from Clonleff Harriers, Aaron Lynch from West Limerick, David Troy from MSP Metro St. Bridget's, Patrick McGowan of Rathfarnham, Matthew McMeekin of Sligo, Barry Mooney of Tullamore Harriers, and then you can just see the leader of the women's, Trish Jackman of Waterford, and then behind her, Nuala Bose of Finn Valley and Sophie Moroney of Emerald. So just the three starters in that women's race. Trish Jackman herself, lifetime best of 33.24. So, you know, may well find one of the men might be suited to tow her around. But as Dara alluded to a little bit earlier, had a storied career, but definitely a brilliant career as a camogie player. In her, a late comer to the sport through Watford IT, and as far as I remember, Galtier, as long as well Watford camogie, and completed her PhD in sports psychology and is now based over in the UK, where she took up running. I'm really going to go into my academic mode here because she's one of the leading researchers in MEJA, which is a group of female researchers advocating for female sport and activity on the island of Ireland as well. But yeah, she's going to be tucked in behind the men, and Nuala Bose and Sophie Moroney have been left behind, but will have to work off each other. But it is the Letterkenny athlete who leads the men's race. That is Donald Farron, and then behind him is the MSB vest of David Troy, and Patrick McGowan is in there as well, wearing the Rathfarnham colours. So metronomic, you'd imagine there'll be a lot of work shared in this 10,000 metres as they'll click through the laps. So I think that's Alex Neff on the runway there in the pole vault competition. And just getting in his own way a little bit there at the bar. I'm just keeping one eye on the high jump competition there as well, because I think it may well have found a discernible height. Just Putek, the Clongriffin man, has managed to negotiate his way over 1.90 metre, and now Con McCluskey faces his second attempt. We noted his speed. This would equal his lifetime best. The young athlete from Dundrum, South Dublin, who just has to stand down to let the fight, or the 10,000 metre athletes train their way through. Healthy pace as well being set by those athletes, who, as I said, will have each other to work off of. McCluskey. Just an added complication for these young high jumpers, just having those athletes now ticking their way through every 70 odd seconds or so. Now we'll keep one eye here on the young man from Dundrum, South Dublin. Brilliant speed, as we said, on this curved runway. And just met it again on the way up. I think it's there for him. Just a little bit of time, and it mightn't be there for him again today, but I really must say it's refreshing to see a man attack the curve just so aggressively. Here, it's the sole under 23 man now, Tom Feerick. He's already bettered his lifetime best once to 185. So now it's time to see, can he find a 1.90 m? And again, it's just a timing issue maybe for Feerick. So not to be for him. Looks like a few more under 20 athletes and under 23 athletes rather have entered the competition as well in the pole vault. And the women's triple jump competition has begun as well. So loads of jumping action. We're going to have to jump between the jumps, I think, to try and get you as much coverage. That is a St. Albans athlete on the runway, I believe. There. Although, now that I look to it, it may not well be. It looks like Evans, it's number 1282, so. That is Alaya Troy. So that is just the second jump of that competition. I must admit, I've seen a club I've never seen before, Redeemer AC. Which is in Dundalk. So every day is a school day. Redeemer Athletic Club in Dundalk. So that is Cara Miele representing them with a good jump of 10 metres 13 to open that competition. And now on the runway is Danielle Doherty of Lifford Strabane. Another one of those events, much like Finnisk Valley, well known for their field event exploits. Probably more commonly throwing, to be fair. But 10 athletes in this competition. Of course, triple jump, I suppose, has got a nice bit of focus of attention in the last 12 months with the setup of the National Triple Jump Performance Squads under Neil Taylor and Rosie Daniels, performing, I suppose, a bit of, testing opportunities through the University of Limerick. But they've met up at various locations throughout the winter and spring months to try and promote the event and gather triple jumpers from the four corners of Ireland. As just out of shot, the Crockwell athlete has cleared 1.90 m. So that means Puchek and Derek Kelly have now cleared 1.90 m. So really good jumping there. They'll have a little bit of work to do to get Antoine Burke's championship record at 2:14. I think that may well be beyond those boys' capabilities, but not to be. This is Claude Donoghue now, the Nino Olympian. Another one part of the aforementioned Niall Coonahan's stable of athletes. So, going off the 9 metre board, it looks like. And, just coming unstuck there on that second phase. Now, it looks like she's okay. We're just coming unstuck on that second phase. And did well to save it in all honesty. So, we'll have a look now at McCluskey maybe in the high jump. Just catch him. Great speed again. 1.90 last attempt. And he's up. He's over. Get off the mat. Con. He does. Brilliant. So equals his lifetime best that I have on record for him. And that brings 3 under 20 athletes over that height with potentially their older competitor Fierick as well. So these guys really operating at the peak of their capabilities, rewriting their lifetime bests. And it's warm out there as well. Very little shade for those high jumpers in that apron, exposed to the elements. And now they've the added complication of the 10,000 metre runners. You can see Donald Farron still taking on the lead. And it is the Metro St. Bridget man in behind him. And that was David Troy with, looks like a white vest of Sligo as I see is Matthew McMeekin. And the fourth man in that is Patrick McGowan from Rathfarnham. So they have a clear breakaway group, and it's a little bit more scattered as they will start to pick up the athlete in third in the women's race, which is Nuala Bose from Finn Valley. And you've got a Ratote athlete now on the runway in the triple jump. Great single arm shift at throwing the double arm in front as well. And that was Ratote AC's Claire Rogers. So yeah, we'll keep an eye now on the field event action as well. That high jump coming to what maybe it's an inevitable conclusion. The bar now set to 195. So a triple jump just coming to the end of the first round of the under 20 competition for women. And a pole vault in your foreground as well. Oh, that's a brilliant clearance at 3.60 by the Leavell athlete. Left loads of height, no doubt about it. Did the under 23. No, not the under 23 athlete. Not quite sure who that is. It's certainly a Leavell athlete. I'll get you confirmation. 1634. It's Fionn Naughton. Apologies, Fionn. So 3.60 after a minor blip. But yeah, brilliant height. Looked really confident. And now it's the turn of the St. Lawrence O'Toole man on that runway. But so much action on one. You can see there, that's Nuala Bose, the Finn Valley athlete. She is in third. I make it. But the 3 women in this race are literally scattered to almost the 3 most extreme points. So that race has been wide open. So we've a series of interviews now to bring you from the sprint finals a little bit earlier on. So our first one, Killian caught up with Aisling Stratford and Lorena Harrison after the under 23 final.
Lorena Harrison and Ashley Safford, Rathout 1 and 2 in the under 23 women's 200 metres. Lorena, how are you feeling?
Really good, really happy. Happy with my run. The wind was a bit strong, but sure, gave it my best. So yeah, I was happy.
Ashton, you pushed Lorena all the way to the line.
Yeah, it's a 200 PB. I don't usually do two, so it's nice to do something different and medal in it too.
And you're both back after a busy first day yesterday.
Yeah, I had the 100 yesterday. But it was good to get back out again. Another run, so no complaints.
And of course, you're national champion. That must feel pretty good.
Yeah, great feeling to be honest. First title, so hopefully more to come. But yeah.
And Ashton, how special is it to be 1 and 2 Rathout to add to the silver medal?
Yeah, it's great. We've never run against each other before, so I think we were kind of hoping that we could both medal. So I'm really happy.
Oh God, huge congratulations and enjoy the podium.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thanks, George. Appreciate that.
Yeah, so great to hear from them. And it was a great race. But Harrison has had a brilliant year. And we'll look to push on now for the remainder of the domestic season. You can see here's the 10,000 metre athletes rounding into view. They're coming up to 13 laps to go. So we'll hit the 5k mark here. So we'll be able to tell you they're going to go through with 13 to go and 15. 26th going 27, and it is the Sligo AC man who has just fallen off the pace ever so slightly, so looks like the medals may well be sorting themselves out. So it is Donald Farron who has led the entire way so far from the green adorned duo of David Troy and Patrick McGowan in that order, and it is just slowly leaping away from Matthew McNeekin, who now joins the rest, and it's just going through the 5,000 metre mark in a click outside 16 minutes. So looking good moving by those athletes. Donald Farron, the Letterkenny man, has been a mainstay now in the endurance end. 14:59 a couple of years ago over 5,000 metres. 15:18 at the Northern Ireland Championships over 5,000 metres a little bit earlier this year. What we have on record is no recorded PB over 10,000 metres on the track. Not to say he hasn't ran one, but just don't have one on our end. But yeah, just a sub 15 man by a click recently, or rather not recently but 2 years ago, and doing quite well now in shielding. Patrick McGowan probably a little bit more experienced and established. He's ran 32:08 on the road, I have on record, but again, not quite exhaustive. Some of our result system here that we sometimes use for helping us, probably when you get to the 10,000 metre distances, maybe not as exhaustive, so particularly when it comes to road results. But has been very competitive on the roads of late also. And David Troy, the last of that trio, he again has a great range. He's moved up to the marathon as well in his past. I have here a 2:22 best for him, but the three of them now looking quite comfortable. No real moves of note as of yet. Just keeping an eye on the high jump as well. And I've got young Kelly, the Galway man, preparing. So no one clear as of yet at 193, so it hasn't made the full jump to 195. And it's his second attempt is Dara Kelly. So 1.93 m. You would imagine a clearance here may well be enough to secure the major prize. But who's to say? It's been a brilliant competition so far. And there he is, up and over 1.93 m, Dara Kelly. Brilliant performance by that athlete born in 2007. It is a new lifetime best for him. He's jumped indoors and outdoors 1.90 m, I can see, 3 times in the last 12 months. And now finally adds 3 centimetres to his best and celebrates accordingly. So it'll be the Clongriffin man who will jump next. And it's been a competition of high calibre, really. I think we may have lost Fierick in the last round. Our under 23 man. He unable to add much more to his lifetime best. And it's not to be for McCluskey either there, so he's unable to improve, but he will have one more attempt. So Tara Kelly can sit down and wait. McCluskey has one left, as does Pukek. And they will have to be separated on countback should they not be able, which at the minute I think Patrick Pukek may well have the edge. But Bar now starting to creep towards 4 metres in the pole vault as well, so we may well see some of the big hitters enter the fray. Mikey Kent and Conor Callanan. I think I can spot Kent. I may be wrong. He might naturally be on that start list. So I do apologise. Mikey Kent fans, of which there is many. No, he's actually not, so I'm incorrect. Apologies. So it is just Conor Callanan we're waiting to see. I think all other athletes have entered the competition. And, yeah. So Pukek, here he comes, 1.93, the bar is set. Final attempt, and not to be. Bar ends, as all high jump competitions tend to do for athletes, they end in failure. Just got a little bit in on top of himself, and he'll have to settle for at best it's silver. Con McCluskey, as the Barry-Clavin fan club is looking for him here. His brother Ben and 200 metre medalist Aisling Stratford looking for him. Barry, very busy. He's the man behind the camera when it comes to interviews. So McCluskey has actually was on the runway, but now seems to have gone over to, I don't know, can you see in the background of our shot, but there is a large tent over at the 300 metre mark, and that is Dundrum South Dublin HQ, so I think his coaching team might have been based over there. So I wonder, has he elected to move the bar up and gamble? I don't think so. That is Dundrum South Dublin, and the Army, that is. They're probably one of the premier performance clubs in the country, but I think McCluskey appears he's settled at 1.93, so we'll try get that. And he's been really impressive, the youngster. Still an under 16 or 17 athlete. And not to be for him. So it is the lifetime best from Kelly that does just enough in what has been a brilliant competition. As a newly minted National Under 20 record holder, Seamus Clark heckles me from below, along with Joe Burke and Keane Crampton. They got 3 for the price of 1 on mullets, I think. And they're wandering off into the distance. Joe Burke, unfortunately, succumbed to a bad hamstring injury earlier this year, so we won't see the under-18 medalist for the remainder of the season, but he was awarded a performance award and acknowledged to the crowd yesterday, as I think we've had a move in the 10,000 metres. And it's the Metro St. Bridget's man who has just stolen the march on the rest. So that is David Troy, who has a lifetime best of 29.45 in my system. So I'm going to take that as gospel. And he has stamped his authority on the race with probably about around 3,000 metres to run. He's actually just gone through the 3,000 metre mark. So that 7K in 24 minutes. So you can do the maths at home. Probably coming through now. Sorry, so the lap counter has just woken up. So he's going to come through with 6 laps to run. So disregard my previous comment, and he's just moved past Trish Jackman, who's leading the women's race. So it's going to get a little bit complicated. She'll have 7 laps to run when she comes through the finish line just about now, which is 24:39. So that'll give you an idea of where she is moving. And it is the Rathfarnham man in second. That is Patrick McGowan. And our early leader and long-time leader, Donald Farron, sits in third now. But in the space of about 400 metres, the injection of pace from Troy has seen him steal a march now. He's gone through the 200 metre mark with the white hat. Distinctive white hat. It's going to make him nice and easy to spot. And he has moved away. He's made a decisive move, and now he just really has to hold it together. I don't really envisage much issue. I can see here now on the pole vault runway, we might give that a minute, because probably the busiest man here today and this weekend, Don O'Callaghan, the decathlete, is on the runway. So he's been very busy. He's had one attempt at 4 metres, hasn't been able to clear at 4 metres. I suppose a mark of real quality when it comes to underage decathlon and the pole vault in general in Ireland. So he's going through his preparations again, as many multi-eventers, going off a little bit of a shorter approach. Spots the box nice and early up, plants, and over he goes. 4 metres. That's really good vaulting by Owen O'Callaghan. As I said, had a little bit of injury trouble last year, so we didn't get to see much of him, but great to see him back on the pole vault runway and in the throwing circle and all over the place. He's been a really, really exciting prospect. His best in the vault is 4 metres dead, which he set over in the Netherlands. So now he has a chance to improve upon it. And that is the Leavell man, Fionn Naughton, also over at 4 metres now. So I believe we're still waiting on a couple of athletes to enter that competition, or else they may be DNSs. So just to mark your card as well as mine, after the conclusion of this 10,000 metres, there will be a little bit of an elongated gap on the track. So the 4 hurdles won't be going off until about an hour's time. So plenty time for those athletes. Wouldn't be able to, especially the nature of a 4 hurdles, wouldn't really be able to just move it on a whim. So not to be. So just into the closing mile now of this 10,000 metres. And the editing suite behind me is in full swing. So looks like we're preparing an interview with a few more of our sprint winners. So we'll bring that to you as and when Barry Clevin decides to finish the edit. But also have triple jump as well, just out of shot. But yeah, here's McGowan. Who is really pushing it on now. Moving well. With 3 laps to run, 28:20 on the clock. Sorry, McGowan is Rathfarnham. This is MSB. This is David Troy. So I misspoke there. up here at altitude. David Troy, part of Phelan Kelly's stable, my research tells me. Or certainly Dublin Track Club. And a man who spent some time over in the US in Temple University, which are nicknamed the Owls. I don't know if you've seen the Love Island USA. They seem to have an owl in the villa, and it's causing quite a hoot. I got some laughs in the commentary booth, and that's the validation I need. So here comes the owl, David Troy. And 800 metres left to run for him. And he has done rather well. Patrick McGowan looks comfortable for the silver medal as well. And if we look around to the 100 metre mark, the leader, Trish Jackman, is coming through, and she's in her final kilometre as well. As I can see some there, you can see her in her shot there, clicking away. She's had quite a lonely run. You can see a little bit of discomfort on her face, but still has plenty of markers left to keep an eye on as the men maybe get an extra lap up on her. But that's going to rally her on. As we said, made her international debut at the 10,000 metre cup. Of course, they picking up a team medal in that competition, a maiden medal for Ireland at the 10,000 metre championships in La Spezia in Italia, where she ran 34:40. So may well not be quite on for a time of that class, as the bell has been rung for the first time. And to the officials' credit, I think they're losing track of who's got how many laps left. But I think David Troy may well be also on his final lap. No, or rather Patrick McGowan. So this is David Troy, the Metro man. He's going to take the final bend, and he's going to come through and take a national senior title over 10,000 metres, held in conjunction with this national under 20 and under 23. He's going to come through to take the title. He's got Trish Jackman, who will go on to win the women's race, in his sights. But it is a great run. He's wearing the cap. T is for Temple. And he comes through 31:59, so dips under the 32-minute mark. And gets a deserved sat down. He made a decisive move with about 7 laps to run. Maybe just under. And Patrick McGowan is going to come through for the silver medal. Again, part of a breakaway group. He's going to come through in about 32:20. As Troy is getting his photo taken. And then you can see Sophie Moroney coming through your shot in a couple of minutes. So she's part of the women's race. And as is Barry Mooney of Tullamore Harriers, who she's got for company. And I can see our bronze medalist, Donald Farron from Letterkenny, the Donegal man, coming through. So he's going to dip under the 33-minute mark as well. Is Farron. So it's bronze for Donald Farron over 10,000 metres. And he feeling the effects of it. Barry, Sligo, Matthew McMeehan just outside 33. And here comes Nuala Bose now. So might try and listen in and find out. I think Trish Jackman may be coming up to take 400 metres. In fact, I think I can see them going for the bell. So she's going to come through, yeah, and take the bell. So 33:20 on the bell for Jackman. So Jackman will go out onto her final circuit 34.40 her lifetime best, so may well actually be on to better that. She has ran 33.29 on the road, so I think has not ran too many on the track. As you would imagine, it's an event that you don't really get much opportunities to run at. You often see at the major championships them qualifying via the cross country or via the road route, although I know rule clarifications have been sought and entry pathways. It is a complicated. You'd want a degree in itself to figure out how you qualify for the major championships sometimes in the 10,000 metres. But no degree needed, although she has many, as I said earlier. A doctor of psychology, sports psychology, is Trish Jackman. And now a national senior champion over 10,000 metres to add to her national title over the 5 miles, which she won last year. But Trish Jackman is the national champion. She is going to just, I think, miss out on her lifetime best, 34.41. But brilliant running by her. Yeah, just outside the time. Only a matter of tenths of seconds from what she ran as part of that Irish team out at the European 10,000 metre Cup, and she had to do it a lot more on her own today, but she'll be glad of her efforts. So just a handful of athletes, you can see her there, and so we'll just give our attention to the pole vault now, and it looks like it's the junior athlete Fionn Naughton on the runway next. So I think only the 3 athletes in this. Alex Neff has exited the competition with a height of 3 metres 40, as has Adil Proknovic. Had a couple of others listed to start, but I don't think they have made it. So yeah, it is Fionn Naughton. Mon O'Callaghan has had 3 goes at 4:10, but unfortunately has not made it. So this is for all the marbles. Fionn Naughton, it's his final attempt at 4 metres 10, and should he be unable to clear the height, well then he may well, I think he does in fact, miss out on countback, owing to an extra failure at 3 metres 60. So he does the right thing there. He wasn't 100%, and he does pull the handbrake, and he's going to go back and check his mark. Again, it is blustery for the pole vault. It's probably the only event today that's really massively, field event wise, that's been absolutely affected by the gusts of wind that we've been receiving. So he'll reset. He'll go again. Will Naughton, or Naughton. He plants, he rises, and he does clear it with consummate ease, in fact. That's a really good clearance. So he will take the national title, and now he'll have an opportunity to set the bar to a height that he so fancies. He goes into consultation now with fleet official there, Eamon Flanagan, who you'd imagine, given his proximity to most Cork pole vaulters, he probably has a hand in coaching as well. But it is just the 2 female athletes left on the 10,000 metres. And that's Sophie Moroney there from Emerald AC. So definitely her first. She checks with the officials. How many have I left? And they kind of nod and smile and maybe don't give her the assurance she needs. But so, yeah, in fact, Nuala Bose is the silver medal winner. And Moroney keeping track of her own laps at this point, and she'll go out onto her final circuit. So Nuala Bose will take silver, and Sophie Moroney will take bronze. So Bose making her way off the track. Rarely ran National 10,000 metre Championship for the women. I'll have to get the statisticians out, but I don't remember. I remember we attempted to host one last year, but actually did not receive any entries, if memory serves me correct. Or if we did, they didn't show up and check in, because I think it was supposed to be in Carlow as part of a summer open. But good to see it happen. It is often a difficult event, I know, from pulling together Marnie and Irish University's team in the past, trying to get people to enter the 10,000 metres is a challenge. But we've Naughton now on the pole vault runway as well. 4 metres 20 the bar has been set to, and he just misses it again, but not by much. And again, yeah, just kind of going through the technical cues. Here comes Moroney now. I think this is it. No, she's actually going to take the bell now. So 39:10 on the clock. So we'll just look at the triple jump now, because we haven't had an opportunity to dip back into it, such as when I suppose the pole vault has maybe taken. But at the minute, I can tell you in the under-20 competition, it's St. Michael's AC with Patience Chinda, who are leading. But this is Clodagh Donoghue, who currently sits in 8th position in the competition. 9 metres 96, her best. And again, leaving a bit of space on the board, and probably won't improve upon that effort. But yeah, it's Patience Chinda, 11:35, her best. Still some way off Cueva King's championship record, which was a national record at the time, and still is. 12 metres 63. It's Sarah Bartley from Carrick-on-Shore in silver at the minute after 3 rounds, 10 metres 70. And in third is Cara Mealy of Redeemer AC, which I learned earlier was in Dundalk in County Louth. In the under-23 competition, it is Leah Maloney leading with a jump of 10 metres 60 from Michaela Urbatova of St. Lawrence O'Toole, with Cueva McDonough and Emma O'Neill also in that competition, but yet to put in a valid mark. 3 fouls each for those. But Cueva McDonough, a jumper who has won numerous titles down through the years, but unfortunately not able to get a valid mark in so far, but will have an opportunity a little bit later on. So as we alluded to, that's the 10,000 metre National Senior Championships wrapped up, but there will be a significant gap now of about 35 minutes on the track before we see any more track action. So we have a couple of interviews to bring you. The first of which is from Dubem Ama, who has been the man of the moment this weekend, really. He's done the sprint double, the 100 metre 200, and he caught up with Killian a little bit earlier on.
Dubem Ama, you've done the double here at the under-20 and under-23 national championships. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm buzzing. It was a great race. The race didn't go the fast as I expected. I know my coach right now, he's probably fuming at me right now because he's told me to run the curve and I did not run the curve. So happy to get the job done. Just happy to run it to Lemoore again.
And a big box tick for you today, which you ran in the heat. You ran your second 200 metre under-20 world standard, so a huge achievement.
Yeah, I'm very proud of myself. Honestly, I knew I could do it. I just had to put the race together. In Mannheim, it was a headwind, so I knew when I come to Lemoore, I have to get the job done. That's what I really, really came for, and just getting the 2 standards today, just a blessing from God. Like, all praise to God, and thanks to my coach as well, Coach Grant Stewart. I know she's buzzing for me right now, and I'm happy to push on to Worlds because there's bigger and better things coming.
At this stage, you're going to feel right at home over in Oregon in the USA.
Literally, I can't wait to go down to that track. I heard there's going to be magical things on that track. You've seen the times going on in that track, so I can't wait to run and show my worth.
And it's been great to see your development in the 1 and the 2 since last year's European under-20s. You've really pushed on since then, which was such a huge championship for you.
Yeah, Europeans really changed my perspective on track and field. Like, after going there, competing against the best and realising that they're good, but I'm just as good. So I was like, no problem, I'm going to work as hard, twice as hard. And I come here today, get these 2 wins and go into Worlds right now. I'm confident. I know I can cause a crazy upset, so I just can't wait to get to work.
Will we see a race before Worlds?
Yeah, Cork City, I'm there. Challenge against the best, and the best that come that day, I'm going to show my worth and show how good I am.
Well, Dubem, huge congratulations. We can't wait to see a race in Cork.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thanks, man. Smash it. Really appreciate it. Destiny, under-20 women's 200 metre champion. How are you feeling about the smile on your face? You must be delighted.
I'm feeling really excited. I was having like a really bad season, but I didn't give up and I just tried my best, and I was just like, nice to end my season with that title.
We've seen so many first under-20 titles here today and yesterday. This is, of course, your first. That must make it extra special.
Yeah, it is. It's really special for me, honestly.
And we were just chatting there in the women's 200 and in the 100. Everyone seemed so close, and it was such great camaraderie at the end, which makes it that much better as well.
Yeah, it does. Like, it was really close competition. It just made me push much more harder. Yeah, I'm really excited about it.
What's the plan for the rest of the season?
I have Europeans in like 2 weeks. Yeah, I'm doing the medley relay, and for individuals, I'm done. Like today was my last day.
How's Mary? They're okay. Yeah. Orla Mannion, under 20 100 metre hurdle champion. How are you feeling?
Not the best. Obviously, it's a good day. Any day you get a medal, but it was -2 wind, so it was quite slow. But look, it's a championship race, so the wind's all that matters, really.
And you have the 2 standards for World Under 20s boxed off. You've been having an unbelievable season. You've been racing really well over in Belgium in particular. So talk us through the season so far.
Yeah, Belgium's been really good to me. So even from the indoor season, like, pretty much every single race I've ran has been a PB. Like, I have put in such a hard winter season, so it's clearly paying off now. Even with the leaving cert, I did not expect to run such a fast time last weekend in Belgium, because I thought it would take me like a few races to get back into the swing of things. When you have a break for like 3 or 4 weeks, it's like obviously not the best. But so I ran in the IFAM in Brussels and ran a PB there. That was my first standard. And then last weekend in Nivelles I ran another PB, which is 13.52, which was a huge jump from my previous PB, so I was over the moon. Couldn't be more happy.
Obviously confirmation needs to be confirmed for the team in a while, but looking forward, you must be so excited, all going well.
No, like, ever since European Under 18s in 2024, like, all I've been looking forward to is Oregon. Like, obviously I missed out on Finland last year by like a small margin, so I was out for revenge this year, and I knew that I was going to be in Oregon, and hopefully now, all going well with selection and everything, if I can stay healthy, that I'll be on the plane.
I think it shows your progression though, like missing out on European Under 20s, but how much you've come on this year to qualify for Worlds. This track has been so good to you. You got the school titles not too long ago as well, so it's been really, really good.
No, I was really happy to get the schools title as well, and like, I knew that I was going to have a good season from that race, because it didn't feel like the best race, but still when I looked at the clock it was only 13.8, and like that was like 3 days before my leaving cert. So I knew by that time especially, I was like, oh, this is good, like I know I can do it, so that gave me a good bit of confidence then coming into the rest of my races.
But we see at National Seniors there's a tight turnaround heading into Worlds.
Sure, I'll have to ask Jackie and see if she's okay with it, but I'm not sure what day, like I don't know what the travel arrangements are or anything, so we'll have to see. But you'll see me at Morton Games hopefully next Friday anyway, so yeah, repping the Irish. Repping the Irish.
We can't wait to see it, Orla. Huge congratulations, and hopefully all goes well before Worlds.
Thank you, thanks so much.
Thanks, Orla, really appreciate that. Ryan Ono, winner of the men's under 20 long jump, 7:31. How are you feeling?
Oh, I feel alright. No, it wasn't my day today. Like, I could have jumped further, but for everyone as well. Like, but yeah, there's another competition soon, so hopefully to do something big there.
It's always a great battle between yourself and Mikey. Not too long ago, we seen you here competing at the schools national championship. So a real great competitor for you.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, he's very good himself as well. He pushes me, I push him, and we jump big together. Like, so yeah, it's good. It's good competition between us.
It's been a great season for you so far. You've already PB'd the season, like you said when we were chatting before we started, and you're looking ahead now to Cork City Sport next Wednesday. So the ball is rolling quite nicely for you so far this year.
Oh yeah, 100%. Hopefully go there, do something big, finish the competition healthy, and yeah, that's it.
And, obviously after Mikey's final jump, you were able to enjoy your last jump as well, knowing you took the title.
Yeah, exactly, with no stress. Yeah, I liked it that way. Yeah, so yeah, I was happy with it. Yeah.
And looking forward to getting up on the podium and getting the medal around your neck.
Exactly. I'm excited.
Well, yeah. Ryan, huge congratulations.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Sean Doggett, in your first ever national under-23 race on the track, and you come away with the 200-metre title, you must be buzzing.
Yeah, I'm happy, you know. Obviously, it's not the event that everyone expects me to do. I think everyone was expecting me to do the 400, but sure, look, me and my dad had a chat. We've been working a lot of speed this year, so he said the good option is to do 200 and, you know, just get a nice time out of it. And no, I'm happy, you know, it's ran a PB in the heats and then ran another 21 again, so, you know, it's consistent, you know, I'm happy with that, so yeah.
What a huge achievement. Already, though, this year has been such a huge achievement, looking back even to Botswana at the World Relays. That must be the highlight potentially of the year for you so far.
Absolutely, yeah. It was an amazing highlight for me. You know, I'm only 19 and I'm with the senior team already. We're up there, the good guys, you know, it's obviously a huge honour. I'd say, obviously, that'll be one of my highlights this year, and then obviously running, you know, PB after PB for the 400. So that's obviously a huge bonus from World Relays and stuff, so yeah.
Talk me through the race. We've seen the under-20 men and women's and the under-23 men and women's 200-metre final just take place. Every race was absolutely stacked. Talk me through your race. There was so many good athletes in there.
Yeah, it was a very stacked race, I must say. 8 lanes filled. It's pretty rare for the 23s, but now it was a good race. I got out pretty well. It was a bit of a crazy headwind. It wasn't crazy, but it was a bit of a headwind anyways. But I knew once I came off the bend, it was going to be a 4-way battle between me, Robert, Dannon and Emmanuel Akinroli. So I knew that if I just keep pumping the arms, moving the legs, don't tense up, and just, you know, get across the line and get the gold medal. So yeah.
And the news has broke recently. You're heading stateside in August. Tell us a bit more about it.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. It's a new chapter. I'm heading over to South Plains College. It's a JUCO. Hopefully it'll go pretty well. I'm really excited with a new chapter, you know, because I've been training with myself. Me and my dad been working for so long to get where I'm at the moment, but I'm just happy to, you know, get that over the line and, you know, hopefully develop more and come back here and get faster.
And Cork City Sport, Morton Games and National still to come this year. Will we see any of those?
I'll be at Morton. I won't be at Cork, but I'll be at Morton Games on Friday, and obviously on National Seniors. And sure, look, we'll see what happens. I don't know where the rest of this year is going to go. There's still a lot of races to go. So yeah, no, I'm just happy. You know, I'm healthy. That's the main thing. And just, you know, coming out here on the track and just performing well. So yeah.
Well, Sean, huge congratulations. You absolutely smashed it.
Thank you very much, Killian. Thank you.
Thanks, man.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
appreciate it.
Just about.
I'll manage.
Here you tell us, Maria Zakharenko, under-20 women's 400 metre champion, just on the line. Yourself and Erin battled the whole way home. How was that?
It was really intense. I knew that Erin has a really strong finish, and I remember, I think it was last year at this competition, it was the same finish, but I didn't get her at the end. So I was like, I just need to make sure I get it this time. Like, the race had so much depth, and there's so many girls that could have run fast, and it just worked out for me today.
It's so competitive when you look forward to World Under-20s in Eugene come August. That 4x4, like, you know, everything is obviously subject to confirmation and selection, but the depth that's there in the Under-20 women's 400 is huge.
Yeah, like, it's out of nowhere really. Like, it's so good for the sport, especially for 400s, because like when I first started there wasn't that many girls, and now there's like every like heat is stacked. You really don't know who's gonna like do it on the day, so it's really exciting. And just watching everyone progress and stuff, like, it's great stuff for our relay.
Talk me through that last 50 metres. It was intense.
I was just like, oh my god, I was like, keep going, like, don't give up. Like, I think last year maybe I did a little bit, so I was just like, just hold it together, have good form, because at the end I'm always going sloppy. So that's what my coach said. He was like, just remember to keep your form, tense your core. So that's what I did.
It's obviously still a busy summer. What's the plan? Obviously we mentioned World Under-20s, but here in Ireland as well, there's still a lot of racing that can be done.
Yeah, I was thinking of going to Stratford next weekend, depending on how today goes. Maybe Morton Games. I don't know if it's too late to sign up yet, but like, I don't know, I really ruled out Worlds completely because my season wasn't going well at all. So like, to have this PB, like massive PB, I was just like, oh, waiting for this for like 2 years. So we'll see.
And like you said, huge PB, so a great way to round off the title as well.
Oh yeah, like I was just like, if I run a good time and I come like 6th, I'll be happy. Like, I just want to run sub 55. Like, I really wasn't expecting anything. So like, I'm just delighted.
Well, Maria, huge run and huge congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Test. The intern is having some difficulties getting us back on. We're back after a quick break on track with the under 20 women's 400 metre hurdles. And it's an 8-woman straight final. So we'll give you the lineup. Ella Ryan from Nino Olympic is on the inside lane in lane number 1. On her outside, representing Bandon, is Aoife Callan. Then it's Monica Rogala of Ferrybank. Emma O'Donovan of Crockwell. Then Ellen Kelly of Tyrconnell AC in lane 5. Then Lauren Kilduff goes in lane 6. Kate O'Donovan of Leavell in 7. And Niamh Hines of Dooneen in lane number 8, Dara. Unfortunately, no sign of our newly minted National Under 20 record holder, Ellis McHugh.
No, unfortunately, not taking a place in the start line today, but saying that he's those 56.2 seconds. So no injury concerns there, just choosing to run a different event this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. New lifetime best for McHugh. And indeed, the other standout star of the underage 4 hurdles this year, Ellie Kate McRae of Middleton AC. The other woman under 50 seconds, or 60 seconds rather. 50 seconds would be quite something, but 59.43. But it is Lauren Kilduff, who you can see there in lane number 6. She's bound for America for her studies in September, but probably the woman to watch here. Setting a lifetime best herself of 60.07 in the IFAM meet in Brussels earlier in the year. So all eyes to her, but it is a brilliant supporting cast with a few athletes stepping up to the full lap of the long hurdles for the first time. So it's Ryan, Callan, Rogala, O'Donovan, Kelly, Kilduff, O'Donovan and Hines. And away they do go, so we'll get an idea of the early form. It looks like it may well be between lane 6 and 7. Kate O'Donovan, the Leavell athlete herself, running quite well this year, running a time of 62.58 to set her lifetime best, and she now is surpassed by Kilduff. So Kilduff heading out down the back straight, will come up now and looks to be well in control. Her clubmate on the inside, Emma O'Donovan, seems to be her closest competition now. 61.8, her best this year, but Kilduff really is in a world of her own and may well have her eyes set on the 60 seconds barrier, but it's going to be tight. 42 on the clock as she turns in 2 more flights of hurdles left to run. It is set up for a Crowell 1-2 if her clubmate O'Donovan can keep it together just behind. It looks like the Tyrconnell athlete will see plenty of them a little bit later on, but it is Lauren Kilduff who is going to come through, and she is going to take the title in 60.2. It's going to be a 1-2 for Crowell, and coming through like a train on the outside is the Leavell athlete, Kate O'Donovan.
Very close there for third in the end. But dominant run from Lauren Kilduff from gun to tape. I suppose there was no question whether she was going to take that title from the off. Yes, her teammate Emma did very well to take that second place. Almost had a little stumble coming off hurdle 8 there, just coming into the home straight, but held it together very well to secure that silver medal.
Fifth sub 61 clocking. In fact, probably her 4th sub 60.5 clocking of the year for Kilduff. So a sure sign of things to come for that athlete. I know off to America as well. And in fact, it is a new championship record I've just spotted. It's by Kilduff, 60.33, the pre-existing record from Ellis McHugh last year. So Kilduff may not have dipped under the 60 seconds barrier, but she does have that to make up for it. And I'm just out of the corner of my brain having a quick look to see, but no, I thought there might have been other knock on, but not quite for Kilduff. But she'll be happy with a championship record nonetheless by the Galway athlete. As we said, they've slowly developing a really strong underage group in the Galway based club.
Yeah, no, definitely a club that are building very nicely. I can see the likes of Connor Penny, also part of that Crowell group here in the stands today. High jumper at European underage championships. I think he's injured at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah, a bit of a foot issue for Penny, so we won't see him for the rest of the season, you would imagine. But I can see him there, red-haired afro.
Yes, very distinct.
Very distinct.
Very distinct character. Very easy to spot.
But attentions now to the under-23 women. No change in height required for the barriers. Still set at the 2'6", and it's going to be the under-23 final. Now, with Cara Kelly from DMP in lane number 3, Emily Lyne, we saw her take her place but not complete the race in the 200-metre final a little bit earlier, so focusing on this final. And then on her outside, another athlete who we've seen compete at a World Under-20, the last edition of the World Under-20 Championships, now stepping up to the World Under-23s, the Irish Under-23 Championships, is Lucy McGlynn, the Tyrconnell athlete. Jenny Sawyer was one of the performances of the day yesterday at 53.8 to bring her flat speed into new dimensions, but has also been rewriting her PBs over the 4 hurdles this year, potentially the favourite. Alongside McGlynn, and on her outside is Rachel Lynch.
I don't think Rachel Lynch is actually taken to the start line.
Good spot. I thought she was just taking a long way back, and it is now in a little bit more of a lonely berth. Caoimhe Fitzsimons from Denore Harriers.
So the athletes are under starters' orders now at the moment.
Sawyer and McGlynn, the ones to watch here. Fitzsimons, a newcomer to the event, slowly making progress. And we haven't seen much from Emily Lyne over 4 hurdles this year, so we'll see what comes of it. But it is Sawyer and McGlynn out, certainly the best. Probably McGlynn getting out slightly better than the Carlow athlete. Both have raced a good bit now already this weekend and this season. Both in the 59 club and running well. But now Sawyer starts to open up a slight gap over McGlynn, who just had to check her stride coming into that 5th hurdle. And now Sawyer opens up a little bit more of a commanding lead, and it's going to look like Fitzsimons and the UCD athlete on her inside in the shake-up for the minor medal. So they round into hurdle 8. It is Jennifer Sawyer who comes off. She's just building into this race now slightly. Lucy McGlynn will have her sights set on a good time too, and she may well give Sawyer something to think about over the final set of barriers. And it is Sawyer who comes off the hurdle with the lead, and she looks on the way to do a very impressive double over both the 400 flat and 400 hurdle. 60.3 on the clock. So not quite the heroics of yesterday for Sawyer, but a impressive double over the 400 and 400 hurdles this weekend for the Carlow athlete. Lucy McGlynn coming through for silver, and it looks like the yellow vest of Emily Lyne in 3rd, Dara.
Yeah, unfortunately we lost Caoimhe Fitzsimons over that 8th hurdle just there at the top of the home straight. Hopefully everything is okay there. But yeah, very impressive run from Jenny Sawyer to take the title again. Lucy McGlynn definitely gave her a race over those first 3 or 4 hurdles, was definitely ahead going over that 3rd hurdle anyway, and it was quite even over that 4th before Jenny really started to pull away for the rest of the race. Maybe Jenny will have a lot to consider now going into these national senior championships. What event she might do in the hurdles or the flat. Certainly will be a challenger in both of those events, whatever one she chooses. A good performance this weekend in those 2 events. A unique double that this timetable has allowed this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll just turn our attention now to what's going to be a combined under-20 and under-23 400 hurdles final for the long hurdlers. Just the sole entrant in the under-23 400 metre hurdles. That is Adam Courtney, who himself is a serious athlete in his own right. Formed, I think he travelled to that World Under-20 Championship.
Yeah, he was
right, as part of that 4x4 squad.
He ran the 3rd leg on that 4x4 squad.
And it was actually
2nd or 3rd leg, sorry.
Part of a Northern Ireland 4x4 mixed quartet that attempted to qualify for Commonwealth Games at the Belfast Classic earlier in the year, but unfortunately were not successful. But he's a brilliant 4 hurdler in his own right. is the man coached by Ian Neely up at the Mary Peters track. And I'm not sure, has he ran much over the barriers this year? He has 52.87 for a lifetime best, actually at the Northern Ireland Champs just a couple of weeks ago. But the national leader, the fastest man in the country. Test. As we appear to have come out over the speakers again here in Tullamore, so we'll keep an eye on that. But yeah, the national leader, the fastest man on the country, is Ethan Dewhurst, and he is setting up his blocks in lane number 6 at the minute. I suppose a man who is probably yet to get his flowers, probably because as a result of having an older brother who's quite a good 400 hurdler in his own right. But Ethan is slowly but steadily, he's now a faster hurdler than his older brother, and as we were joking yesterday, the Donegal County record holder, they've exchanged it on a number of occasions, but 50.51 is his best. A national record under 20 is set and held by a certain Thomas Barr, and it sits at 50.06. And I'm not sure is it on the cards today, but I think
maybe this year.
Maybe this year. We've never had an under 20 hurdler dip under the 50-second mark before. On the one-lap hurdles, I think Ethan Dewhurst, by his performances earlier this year, potentially puts himself forward as a candidate for it. But he has a brilliant supporting cast at this under 20 age group, and a couple of them are making the start list today. So we'll give you the full start list. In lane 1 is scheduled to be Jack Brown from Enniscorthy Athletic Club. Robbie Talon from Dundrum, South Dublin, goes in 2. Brian Cullinan, who is himself the reigning national champion after what was a bizarre final last year, which nearly looked like an under 20 race for a finish. Such was the demographic of the finalists. On his outside is Killian Connolly from Dundrum, South Dublin, and the aforementioned Ethan Dewhurst. As we mentioned, it's a combined race, just the one under 23 man. So Adam Courtney will be in lane number 7. On his inside, though, Des O'Neill is the quiet man. He has gone about his business, as I said, won the national or the Welsh national championships a little earlier this year, and has ran 51.89 himself, which is a standard for the world under 20s. But as far as I'm aware, has not posted a second time.
I thought he had.
My apologies, Des, you have. That could actually be, that's the 52.01 from the Welsh champs, of course. So if he could pip Dewhurst, he'd take all the worrying out of it himself, because that would guarantee his selection. And then on the outside, another man who has taken to this event, Wojciech Fracek of Middleton AC. He's been very dominant at a local level in Munster, over 400 hurdles. So look, it's a cracking race. The conditions a little bit blustery, but keep an eye on Dewhurst. Des O'Neill is due a breakthrough. I think he has all the skills, all the possibilities of also being a 50-point man, which would really be uncharted territory to have more than one under 20 400 hurdler. Coached by Louise Keogh, the Raheny Shamrocks man. Dewhurst will have the benefit of him, but as I said, yeah, Brian Cullinan as well in this race is a talented hurdler in his own right. I could be wrong. I've been once before, but I could have sworn he was the man to take that title last year in Dublin. I think I might. Sorry, he was silver in that race. So if you were screaming at your screen, I apologise. It was Niall Carney, my apologies, who won that final. But it was Brian Cullinan who came through for a brilliant silver. I think maybe pipped on the line, but at the ripe old age of 17, he took a national senior silver medal and is a 53.9 man himself over the full height barriers. So it's a competitive 400 hurdles. The championship record 51.54 is all held by Fintan Dewhurst from last year. As we fall over each other in the commentary booth. We're that excited. So
yeah, I suppose it's nice to have Adam Courtney included in this race as well. It should make it exciting alongside those two, Des O'Neill and Ethan Dewhurst as well.
Yeah, we'll have that brought to you in a just a matter of seconds. They're just going through the final preps, I think. All the hurdles present in account for, and I think I can tell you as well, Caoimhe Fitzsimons, who took a fall in hurdle 8 of the women's race just gone, has got up and is walking away in one piece, so that's good to see. But here we go. It's Brown, Talon, Cullinan, Connolly, Dewhurst, O'Neill, Courtney, the under-23 athlete in 7, and then on the outside, Wojciech Fracek, Middleton Athletic Club. One of the marquee names of these championships, the national leader, Ethan Dewhurst. As a respectful silence falls over a start line. And I'll tell you what, you don't see it too often, but he put his hand up straight away. Ethan Dewhurst, I think he might have been a bit too eager. And I think he may well have certainly moved before the gun. Whether he's a judge to have started, I don't know. There's a few officials looking at each other now, and Jackie Mulhall, who we saw on numerous occasions yesterday, issuing cards, is deliberating, so you can't see that out of shot. But yeah, it looks like it's not going to be the race we just teed it up for, Dara, because I think Dewhurst, who in fairness was pretty gracious. We'll just see. We won't make any final comments until we see the card. But yeah, red and black card, and I don't think he's pleading his case now. And there's a little bit of talking. I'm not sure will he be able to justify it. He's just pointing something to do with the left pedal of the block. And a few of the athletes just with jitters. So Jackie is going back now to the so what have we got here, Dara?
Seems to be citing an issue with the blocks. So the officials look like they are
they've called upon
going to make some adjustments. So it seems to be what would you say, a reason rather than an excuse, possibly.
Potentially, yeah. I'm not sure. There's a little meeting now, as is the point of.
There's a fresh set of blocks being brought in into the track from the equipment room out here. So.
And a little bit of nervous jitters. It doesn't help. We had this yesterday, Dara. No, a few of those false starts yesterday. Or in fact, to Dewhurst's credit, I don't know. Did he move per se blatantly? I'm not sure. We haven't quite been able to have access to a replay ourselves. But yeah, we just having a look here now. So he goes up into set, and yeah, I'm not sure.
He's been given a green card now on the track by our officials. So whatever.
He's potentially a little bit fortuitous. I'm going to stick my neck out on the line and say that. Now he has had a pedal change, so I wouldn't say he'd get away with it again. Yeah, a green card shown to all competitors, so we haven't lost Dewhurst. But I tell you what, if I was him, there'd be a little bit of adrenaline coursing through my veins. So it's going to be Brown in from Enniscorthy in 1, Talon from Dundrum South Dublin in 2, Brian Cullinan of Sligo in 3, Killian Connolly, Dundrum South Dublin in 4, Ethan Dewhurst of Tyrconnell goes in 5, Des O'Neill on his outside in 6, then it's the under-23 athlete Adam Courtney in 7, and Wojciech Fracek rounds out the field. This is an under-20 race where a lot of them have actually already been in the national senior final last year, or have at least brought themselves to a global stage. So plenty of talent, plenty of experience for an under-20/under-23 final. Keep your eye on the clock. O'Neill and Dewhurst both with 2 standards. for the World Under-20s, and they're going to have a great battle around. You'd imagine Courtney and Brian Cullinan as well will be in the mix, but it looks like Des O'Neill with the wide arm sleeve. They're making the best of the running over the opening barriers, and Dewhurst will have to keep an eye on that. Understandably, if he was a little bit rattled after the restart, he would have to have it out of his system by now. So Des O'Neill really putting up the mantle to Dewhurst. Adam Courtney, the under-23 athlete, is still in the mix here as well, but as they round into the home straight, it does look like Des O'Neill has got the initiative, and it was a messy set of hurdles there. Des O'Neill clattered it, and as did Adam Courtney, and now Dewhurst, he won't have been in this position domestically very often. Des O'Neill takes the lead over the final barrier. He is going to pull off the scalp. He is going to book his plane ticket to the World Under-20s. And he runs a time of 51.46 to down Fintan Dewhurst's championship record. Des O'Neill is a big-time performer. Last year at the Under-20 Indoor Championships, he put it all the way up to Sean Doggett on the flat. And look, Dewhurst, definitely fortuitous to be granted an opportunity to run. I think when you watch it back on reflection there, he probably is a very lucky man. But Des O'Neill, he nearly came a cropper at hurdle 8. Adam Courtney, to give him his moment, he's taken the National Under-23 title, and he's done incredibly well to ride out that fall, get up and finish, and he looks in one piece. And he did probably affect the race of Wojciech Fracek in lane 8 on the outside. But Des O'Neill, it does include a caveat in the selection policy. If you've got your standards and you win the Under-20 championships, you are, in all essence, supposed to receive an Under-20 automatic selection. I don't think Dewhurst will have ever been beaten domestically over 4 hurdles. I'm open to correction. But
not that I can remember, but quite a nice domestic battle. And yeah, hopefully we'll see both of those men on the plane to Oregon. Potentially, Des set it up really well over those first few hurdles. He was over every hurdle first, from number 1 to number 10. Very aggressive out of the blocks, and that's probably what he needed to do. Dewhurst showed great strength there in the last 100, so Des knew he needed to be in front if he had any chance of winning that title.
He did. He won it on merit. It was an even race. Brian Cullinan, the Sligo AC man, did get up for bronze in 54. And you can see him chatting to fellow Sligo man Barry Clavin there. But brilliant running by Dewhurst, who's going to have a little bit of a meeting with the officials now, and they're going to reflect a learning experience for Dewhurst, who, look, he has had his issues in the past with...
he's having a word with the officials now as well, so maybe just a few bits of advice for his next outing.
Which you would imagine will be the World Under-20s. But, it's a learning experience. Give Des O'Neill his flowers. Today is his day. He is the national champion in a championship record time of 51.45. Dewhurst Eaton comes through for silver, 51.78. And Brian Cullinan gets up for bronze in 54.9. And it was Adam Courtney who, despite a fall over hurdle 8 when all around him was Des O'Neill, gave it a right clatter. He did well. I tell you what, many lads would be happy with 54.4. Adam Courtney's run 4 hurdles, done a forward roll, gotten up and still run it in under 55 seconds. So he is potentially a man who is in brilliant shape. He looks to be walking and moving away okay as well.
So we can see the men's triple jump competitions have started down here in front of us, so we might just get a start list up and run through the names for them. So on the men's under-23 triple jump, we have Aaron O'Connor of Limerick Track AC, Joseph Gillespie of Finn Valley, and Fenyo Lorato Rakwadi of Dundrum South Dublin AC. So those are the 3 men in the under-23 triple jump. And the men's under-20 triple jump, we have... Do you want to go through them, Jack?
Yeah, Jack Keenan has just opened the competition with a jump, actually a foul. And on the runway right now is Dara Fahy of Loughrea AC, who I must say is a really impressive talent and current national senior indoor champion from Loughrea, coached by Gareth Devlin. Alex Collins from Listowel will be the next man on the runway. That will be followed by Jamie Kennedy of Tyrconnell and Mark Hazlitt of North Leitrim. So that was Dara Kennedy. That's a singlet you often see on the triple jump runway. Loughrea AC
Yeah, no, very prominent athlete, Dara Fahy, in these men's triple jump competitions.
Club of the great Mary Barrett, who has given Manny a service. Yeah, but he's the reigning, from last year, outdoor. 1391, took that outdoor title. Was the youngster, just finished his leaving cert, the Loughrea man. And Adam Courtney getting his medal just out of shot as the sole under 23 man. And he looks a little bit lame, I have to admit. He did take a hard fall, and these Mondo tracks are not
very
soft.
Unforgiving, I suppose.
No, unforgiving, if you have seen much. And we're back on the triple jump there. That was Alex Collins of Listowel. But yeah, Dara Fahy, opening round effort from him at his leisure, 13.25. So he'll look to build into the competition now as the Tyrconnell athlete, Jamie Kendi, looks to go next. And looks like we'll be able to hear from Des O'Neill and Ethan Dewhurst a little bit later on. They can laugh about it in reflection. That'll be one we won't forget for a while. Here comes the Tyrconnell man, Jamie Kendi. Looks like he's going off a 11-metre board.
I thought it looked good on the board, but clearly my eyes have deceived me.
Yeah, you were all wrong, Dara. It was all wrong. Come on, man. No, it's hard to judge from here. But they've got two cameras on two different boards going at the minute for the long jump, the triple jump officials now, but the horizontal jumps crew. As it looks like we've got a few 1500-metre athletes coming out onto the track.
Yeah, so that'll be the next events on the track. I think potentially we could be handing over to Barry and Killian, but until they get up here from their interview,
we'll take you right up to him.
I suppose some of the names to look out for in this race, Gemma Galvin, based stateside at the moment in Providence College, has those 2 standards for the World Under-20 Championships in Oregon. Will be looking to cement her place and get on that plane. I could see Emer Cooney, who was a member of the Under-20 cross-country team at Europeans last year, also in there. So we'll run through the full start list now. So we have Kyla Marjara of Ratoath, Emily McCritchie of North Belfast Harriers, Emma Hunt of Bohermeen, Shola Lawrence of Ace, Emer Cooney of Ace AC, Carrie Foster of Candor Track Club, Gemma Galvin of Ennis Track AC, Aisling Smith of Ballymena and Antrim, Lucy Clifton of Waterford, Layla Ryan of Metro St. Bridget's, Maeve O'Connor of Onrioch, Sophie Maher of Ennis Track, and Isabel Cuff of Lucan Harriers AC. So those are the athletes that will be taken to the track in the women's under-20 1500 metres. Looks like a straight final here.
Yeah, all straight finals. Here there was, I suppose, how would you put it, a clause put in potentially for heats on times and to decide the medals across the two, but census prevailed and we've thrown them all onto the one start line, and we'll expect probably a tactical masterclass in a few of these. Just a couple opening round now with a men's triple jump as well. In the under-23s, Aaron O'Connor has gone out to a jump of 13.21.
In the call ring, yeah.
Just doing a bit of our good deed in service by explaining how the timetable works to a patron there below us, who appears to think that we're in charge. That's great, Dara.
Yeah,
we give off an air of authority.
We'll be promoted next.
Yeah.
So they're on the start line now for the women's under-20 1500 metres, and we're away safely, as you would expect in a race like this. And we have an early leader there. I'm not too sure of the names, but still quite a bunch there behind them.
Yeah, we'll get a better idea of the runners and riders when they come into view on the home straight, as you can appreciate from the gantry. Whilst it is a lovely facility, it is a little bit hard to spot, particularly when athletes are bunched in like that. But around they come now, and well, they're probably all in the way of each other, to be brutally honest. It looks like a yellow vest to the fore there.
Could be North Belfast Harriers. She looks to be
McCritchie. And I usually go for Bandon in these instances, but it looks like Cooney, all right, the ace athlete.
And Gemma Galvin tucked in there on the inside.
So the North Belfast Harrier athlete is not at the front there. I can see the distinctive Busby vest of her. So I'm going to stick my neck out and say it's Emma Hunt of Bohermeen. I see. Although that is sometimes more often than not a black vest rather than a yellow vest. Although I suppose Kevin McGrath looks a bit more yellow than black sometimes.
She's really stringing out the field though. One lap in, we have a bunch of maybe 7 out at the front, followed by a lead chasing pack. Now they're kind of concertinaing back up, but slightly more strung out than we were a lap ago.
I tell you what, Darragh Fahy's quite happy with that effort. Just to our left as well in the men's triple jump. So we'll bring you that distance as and when we have it. But now there's a wind just picking up there. You can see it on the penny feather flags on the home straight. But
potentially those athletes that have tucked into that group may be running the smarter race here. Letting the athletes out in front break the wind and have a bit of an easier run. But nonetheless, we still have a good few athletes, maybe a group of about 10 athletes still in contention, with 2 or 3 or 4 athletes out there.
Pádraig, our infield announcer, confirming my educated guess that it is the Bohermeen athlete, Emma Hunt, who is leading the race at this moment in time. And Gemma Galvin, although she is probably the class of the field, she is in a copious position there at the minute, tucked in on the rail.
She'll be hoping the race opens up for her over these next 1 3/4 laps.
So through the 800 metre mark in a click outside 2:30, so not a particularly stretching pace for these athletes. So some of them all right finding the pace a little bit too much, but looks like Cooney might well have moved across to take the lead, and they're gonna start to, I think it's going to see a bit of a burn up here.
Yeah,
they've
definitely picked it up in the last 200 metres. And as you said, the Metro St. Bridget's athlete is going to be in the lead coming into the home straight now.
That is Leah Ryan.
Gemma Galvin seems to have moved her way out from that inside rail just to come up onto the shoulder of Emer Cooney, and then probably make her way up onto the shoulder of Leah Ryan.
Yeah, so 3:27 on the clock, and it is Leah Ryan from Galvin and the Lucan Harriers vest of Isabel Cuff now covering the move, and as does Cooney, and their early leader has fallen off the pace, and there's a great little burst of pace from a green vest in there as well, but may not be well enough. So it is Leah Ryan out in front. She's there to be shot down. Look at Cuff, who seems to be the best of the movers at the minute. She's going to move past Galvin and take the hit on the front. They're going to on for a quick enough fast lap. We're going to see probably a good fast 200 as well. So they go through with 200 metres to go, and it is Isabel Cuff who has struck through for the lead. She's got Gemma Galvin, the Providence student, bearing down on her, and it looks like Leah Ryan's race may well be ran at this moment in time. So around the corner comes Galvin, the Ennis track athlete, into the home straight. The class of the field may well be the class of the race as well. Gemma Galvin has found another gear. She's going through little by little, foot on the floor, and she is going to come through to take the under 20 women's title in a 62 second last lap. Well, what was a relatively conservative,
very impressive,
but it's the nature of which she went through the gears more than anything else when she needed to. 4:32 on the clock for Galvin. She is the national under 20 1500 metre champion.
She was nicely tucked in there going into the last lap, and I don't think it was maybe until 180 to go that she really opened up that stride and took the race by the scruff of the neck and brought it home very strongly over that final 200 metres.
Like Des O'Neill in the race beforehand, she has 2 standards, and now she has a national under 20 title, which should all but confirm her selection for Oregon. So she'll be heading back over the pond. And Darragh, I think that brings to an end our shift on commentary for
the weekend
now, and potentially the weekend. We might see you again for the 4x4, but we did the relays yesterday, so we've got Aaron O'Connor on the triple jump runway. Looks like a good half a foot over the board, but we said Darragh Fahy looked to have gotten out to a decent jump, and he has 14.27. He's gone, a significant improvement. And I had my head in the laptop. I think it was a red flag, Darragh, was it, for Aaron O'Connor?
Yeah, it was, okay, unfortunately. That's only his second attempt though, so hopefully we'll see a few more good jumps.
So we will leave you in the knowledgeable arms and head and fringe of Killian to take you through the remainder of these. Which mic would you like? Would you like his one or my one?
I'm easy, yeah. Maybe all the knowledge is in your one, Jack, so I'll go with that. Thanks so much, lads. Doing a serious shift on the commentary there over the 10,000 metres. There as well, jumping in on the 400 metre hurdles, which were some really, really exciting events. You've seen Ethan Dewhurst and Des O'Neill go toe-to-toe on the line with some pre-race antics as well. And then, of course, the final there of the women's 1,500 metres. Gemma Galvin coming away with the win, the athlete who featured at the European Under-20 Championships last year. And, of course, is based stateside in Providence University. Following that up is going to be the Under-20 men's 1,500 metres, which is a field that has so many names when you look at an Under-20 category that just jump out at you. One listed on the start list here now is Killian Gleeson. He was also listed on the men's 5,000 metre start list, so whether he comes out and races and is here, that'll be an interesting one to see. Of course, arguably the favourite on paper here in the race. Another man who's based stateside and is well used to an international singlet is Noah Harris from Parnell AC. Lorcan Ford Dunn of Ace AC. Again, there's just so many athletes in this race from a Clonliffe Harriers perspective. You have Matteo Orsacci and then Rory Quill as well. Just a deep, deep field of seriously talented underage athletes, under 20. Like you mentioned earlier, when you're looking at towards World Under-20s, Lucas Lyons, who took the win in the 5,000 metres Under-20, and as well it was mixed in with Under-23, he took the overall gold. He's got himself a one performance standard of 3:45.36. You obviously need the two to claim your spot on the plane. We've seen a couple of athletes racing today who are already obviously subject to confirmation with the double standard, and they're heading over stateside for those World Under-20 Championships in Oregon. 3:45.50. We'd need some big, big performances here today if any of these Under-20 athletes want to achieve that standard. I believe there's two heats in this men's 1,500 metres, as listed on. And the stadium announcer there has just confirmed my presumption. So two heats. Winners are based on times out of the two heats on paper. The second heat is looking to be the most stacked and where our potential medalists can come from. From my vision on this side of the track, I believe what is listed in front of me as Heat 2 is actually going to be Heat number 1 that's going out. I can't see the likes of Noah Harris, Killian Gleeson and Lorcan Ford Dunn out there at the moment. I believe this is going to be Finn Donnelly from Ratoath AC, Charlie Gunward Hanna from Raheny Shamrock AC, Mark Kearns from Finn Valley AC, Isaiah Cairns Hussey from Dublin City Harriers AC, Harrell Mintinsi from Kilkenny City Harriers, Crockwell AC man Luke O'Sullivan, Dundrum South Dublin AC's Connor Pimlott, and finally listed here in front of me Luke Walsh from South Galway AC. So these men are about to toe the line on the far side of the track. See, just to my right from my commentary position, I can see the Under-23 1,500 metre women coming out. So it will all begin to unfold fairly shortly once this gets underway. I know there is a second 1,500 metre race going to take place soon enough, but these men will be under starters' orders fairly soon. I'm sure there's some logistical reasoning behind what's going on down there now. All will be revealed very, very shortly. But again, Donnelly, Gunnan, Harnan, Kernan, Kearns Hussey, Mintinci, O'Sullivan, Pimla and Walsh, I believe, is who's currently towing the line on the opposite side of the track for the under-20 boys 1,500 metres. And they are away. No issues at all there. This is the first of two heats of the men's 1,500 metres. So once they come around this side of the track, we'll get a good gauge of who's out in front in this race, and can confirm the start list in front of me as well. Just as the heat and the wind is picking up here in Tullamore compared to yesterday's conditions, it's warm out there, and these men know the field that's following them after this race and how stacked it is, and the job that they need to put down here now to try and find their way and sneak on to even a second or third place podium position. But that's Charlie Gunward Hanna from Raheny Shamrock. So the start list in front of me, I can confirm, is what has been listed as heat number 2 of the under-20 men's 1,500 metres. So it's Raheny out in first place, closely followed by the Finn Valley AC man, as well as Rathote AC. So it's a sea of blue behind them, but it's Raheny out in front looking really, really smooth. Like I said, these men know the job they have to get done to try and find their place onto a podium as of what is a stacked second heat of the men's 1,500 metres in the under-20 category. It's one of the, I suppose, blue ribbon events of the weekend over the course of the 2 days, along with the likes of the 100s, 200s. I suppose, depending on who you're asking, every event is a blue ribbon event, especially at the depth that we're seeing at under-20 and under-23 quality at the moment. But as they were, as they come around into the home straight for the second time, it's still Charlie from Raheny Shamrock AC. On his outside is the Finn Valley AC, Mark Kearns. He's taking close order, just tucking in behind nicely, finding himself on the outside of lane 1 with Rathote AC Finn Donnelly just tucked in behind, as the breeze is starting to pick up from our gantry position anyway here on commentary. 158 there through 700 metres. And it's as they were from the gun. They're nicely strung out. I think coaches were getting the message across. They know as well how deep the field is to follow from this race, so they have to get out hard. This isn't a tactical affair. This is a time trial. You need to get out, you need to run fast, and you need to try and find your way somehow onto a podium after the second race commences. But still, Raheny 1, Finn Valley 2. There's a step or two between Rathote and Finn Valley, so these two look to be peeling away from the rest of the group as this race unfolds. They got the wind on their back as they come around that final bend. Once they come into the home straight now, they'll have 2 laps remaining, these men. So there's still plenty of running left here. Keep an eye there on Mark Kearns, Finn Valley AC. He's positioning himself really, really nicely to kick over the final stages of this lap. Apologies, as they come into the home straight now, they're going to take the bell. So it looks like our 1 and 2 positions could be wrapped up. There's about 5 metres back to the rest of the field. Come through in about 3:01. So these men are moving, but they're going to want to have to get another move on if they want to try and secure a spot on the podium following heat number 2 in the men's 1,500 metres. But there hasn't been much change at all over the course of this race. It's been Raheny's Charlie Gunnan Darhan who took the lead very, very early on. He knew this was a time trial affair. He knew it wasn't a tactical affair. It's easy to get caught up in the group and not push the pace, but he did the exact opposite of that, and it might stand for him following the second heat of this under-20 boys 1,500 metre race. And he's putting a step or two between the Finn Valley man Mark Kearns as they come around with 200 metres to go. You can see the Raheny singlet opening up that stride as they open the final, nearly enter the final straight for the final time. What a run from Raheny's Charlie Gunnan Harden. He took it from the gun. It was a brave run. He knew the task that was at hand, but keep an eye on the clock for as the top 3 men come through here. These are the times that Heat 2 are going to need to beat as they come into the home straight. Raheny 1, Finn Valley 2, and it looks like Finn Valley is just being nabbed on the line. 4:02.68 for the Raheny man Charlie there. So between 4:02 and 4:05 is what these men need to beat in heat number 2 if they want to try and find a spot on the podium. Considering the class that we know is in this second heat, it should not be too much of an issue. But that was seriously brave time trial-esque running from the Raheny man. 4:02, he has a look at the clock, bit of a shake of the head. He doesn't seem too happy with that. He knows the depth that's to follow here now. But a really strong run. It's blustery, it's warm, it's just not ideal time trial running down here, where this is a bigger field with, I suppose, similar quality of high quality athletes. So there's I can see from this side of the track, Cillian Gleeson, like I mentioned, he was entered into the 5,000 metres a little bit earlier on, but he's decided to go with the 1,500 here today. He does have a 5,000 metre standard time for the World Under 20s. He's 13:54.27. That standard is 13:55. He hit that standard in Platteville in Wisconsin. That was his first win over stateside, and he came away under 14 minutes and with his first World Under 20 standard mark. So that was a huge breakthrough race for the Selbridge AC man, coached now by Nick Byrne over stateside. Cillian Gleeson, of course, a valuable member of Dublin Track Club as well under Phelim Kelly over the past couple of years, brought him on to be the athlete that he is now and developed him into a really dangerous runner. And it'll be interesting to see. I've seen him obviously race over cross country in the longer distances as well. Like I said, he's opened up his track season already over the 5,000 metres, so he's dropping down the distance now. But of course, an athlete to keep an eye on here, Noah Harris, a bit of a specialist in all distances, similar to Cillian Gleeson. But the 1,500 metres, we know he's got the speed. Can these two battle it out? Like I said, 4:03 is the time from the first race if you want to find your way onto the podium. If you better that time and you're top 3 in this race, you will find your way onto the podium. Noah Harris, 3:48.09. He ran that in Clonmel last year, 2025. That's his listed PB coming into this race, so we know how much of a talent he is. Part of the European Youth Olympics in 2024 over the 3,000 metres, represented Ireland on a multitude of different international stages, as I'm joined now by Barry Clavin. Barry, 4:02 is the time you need to beat and come top 3 in this race if you want to find yourself on a podium after heat number 1. But I'll just get the start list up for you now. It's just a seriously stacked field. James Foote, Lorcan Ford Dunn, Cillian Gleeson, Noah Harris, Sean Healy, Ewan Kennedy, Neil Kieran Barrett, Ferdia McDonough, Tom Murphy, Fionn Neville, Rory Quill, Lucas Ryan and Matej Ursachi as they come around into the home straight. For the first time, it's the ACC man, Lorcan Ford Dunn, out in the lead. Cillian Gleeson looking really smooth with the Clonlift man. Matej Ursachi competed for Ireland at the European Under-18 Championships in Banska Bystrica not too long ago, so he's going to be looking to try and make his mark here on a national stage. Noah Harris just off the back of him. We know the speed he has. He's a 3:46 1,500 metre runner, so he can really take this race any way he wants. But Lorcan Ford Dunn decided to take it on early, Barry. It's not an easy thing to do in these blistery conditions.
Yeah, Lorcan just deciding to take on the pace here, and he seems to just be injecting an even faster bit of pace there to produce a little bit of a gap between himself and Cillian Gleeson. You'll know going into this that Gleeson is probably one of the faster lads in the field. He's ran high 1350s in the 5K not that long ago, so he's a high pedigree of athlete. But Lorcan Ford Dunn holding the pace here, setting the pace for the rest of the field, and everyone else seems to be happy enough for the time being to sit in behind and let him do some of the hard work.
Yeah,
Gleeson with some recent 1,500 metre times of 3:48 over in the US, so he'll be well capable of producing some fast times here. With Noah Harris coming on the outside there, just looking to inject a little bit of pace there and move up onto the shoulder of Lorcan Ford Dunn. He doesn't want to be caught lacking if the lads kick on the pace here.
Yeah, definitely not. Cillian Gleeson and Noah Harris both lads capable of running cross country 5,000 metres, and both ran high 340s in the 1,500 metres. But there seems to be potentially a step, as Noah Harris made that move to claim the inside rail and sit in second place. He put about a step or two between himself and Cillian Gleeson. That move has been covered as the rest of the pack try and follow, but it's still Lorcan Ford Dunn, who's had such a great indoor season. He competed in the boys mile in the New Balance Grand Prix pre-programme during the indoor season, collecting some nice New Balance gear as well there. So he's a really, really talented athlete. These lads know each other really, really well from competing at all levels. They're all relatively in their first year of college, with knowing each other really well, competing alongside each other at international championships, competing against each other at national championships, and they're here today in one of the deepest fields we've seen over the past 2 days. They're a bit more strung out as they hit the bell. Noah Harris takes the lead for the first time in this race. He's just cutting in front of Lorcan Ford Dunn, and there's a gap between these two and the rest of the pack behind them, but the lead has changed for the very first time in this race.
Yeah, Ford Dunn has some work left to do in him. He's put in a hard shift of work there to lead the pace for the whole race, but it's going to take an even bigger kick now to try and close the gap on Noah Harris. They've put a huge shift in here to get a gap on the rest of the field, with some pushing and shoving down in the backfield there, but 200 metres to go. Noah Harris still holding the lead here, with Lorcan Ford Dunn right on his heels, so there's all left to play for here yet.
Yeah, Lorcan Ford Dunn, a 350 1,500 metre man, so very similar PB to Noah Harris. It's still a battle all the way to the line. Lorcan Ford Dunn trying to find a gap on the inside rail, but it looks to be a gap or two between himself and Noah Harris, as Noah Harris pumps the arms and is starting to peel away from the rest of this field. Noah Harris with a tactical masterclass, didn't get carried away with the fast pace that Lorcan set at the very beginning, and he comes through the line. 1, 2 and 3 here are going to take your 3 podium positions. Noah Harris coming through with a 357, so a really strong run based off the first heat. Your top 3 in this are going to be your 123.ie under 20 boys 1,500 metre national champion. So really strong running there. Potentially could have been a quicker time, but when it comes to championship racing, time doesn't matter. Cillian Gleeson not too happy as he walks off the track there. Like we said, he's already had such a great season. He's ran sub 350 in the 1,500 metres over in America. He's ran sub 14 in the 5,000 metres. He's got 1 mark for the World Under 20 Championships later on this summer, so he'll be looking to double that up and secure a spot on the plane. But Noah Harris with a 357.18, he looked really strong over that final 100 metres. He took the lead at the bell and he didn't look back. Lorcan Ford Dunn really tried to cover that move and reclaim the inside rail just as they entered the last 100 metres, but he wasn't able to do so. We done, Barry, all the heavy lifting early on, and it's not easy conditions to be out there time trial, and a more tactical style race, the way Noah kind of ran it, is probably more suiting, and probably why he had the wheels as they came in over the last closer metres.
Yeah, it is a hard one to judge really, because if you're starting out in the race there and 4:02 is the standard that you have to hit, then you're going to be going out. You don't want to slack off the pace, but at the same time you don't want to be the guy that's leading the race doing all the hard work, so it is really a 50-50 chance for him.
It is, and on paper Noah Harris, like we said, coming into this, probably the favourite in the field if you're basing it off PBs, and those couple of seconds PB wise he has over Lorcan Ford Dunn, who, don't get me wrong, like we said earlier, had such a great indoor season and is such a talented young athlete still coming through the ranks, and he claimed second here today, and potentially could be quite disappointed in that. I suppose if you take the pace out early on and you don't get rewarded for it, if you do all the early hard slog and you don't get rewarded for it, it's easy to feel disappointed and slightly hard done by. So Noah probably owes Lorcan a bit of a thank you there, but it was the Dundrum South Dublin man, Ewan Kennedy, that claimed third place there, as the under 23 women get underway for their, which I believe is a straight 1,500 metre final, Barry, if you want to take us through the start list.
Yeah, so we have Elsa Ryan from Cork City AC, Annabelle Morrison from Enniskillen RC, Kirsty Charlotte Foster from Candor Track Club, Lucy Foster from Candor Track Club, Maeve Caffrey from St Cocas AC, Nasi Hanafin from Ennis Track AC, Eve Mooney from Ratoath AC, and Chloe Heaslip from Clondiff Harriers AC. So in comparison to some of the lads' races where it might have been a bit of a time trial, the ladies seem to be gone out a little bit more of pedestrian pace. Nassini Hanafin sitting there at the front, and they all look very comfortable at this pace right now.
Yes, this is a straight final, so there's no time trialing needed, so you can presume that this is going to be a very tactical and championship style race. That is the Ennis Track Club athlete Nassini Hanafin, who's sat in the lead there. She's also coming back off a very impressive indoor season as well. So again, another stacked field. The 1500 metres is one of those middle distances that everyone likes to get involved in. Lucy Foster of Candor Track Club as well, very much in the mix there. Candor always so dangerous over the middle to long distances, so keep an eye on her. But we have a couple athletes just falling off the back, but Barry, they're nicely bunched, and it's going to be quite a tactical championship-like affair, it seems.
Yeah, this is going to be a real sit and kick. It's going to burn come the end of this race, because there's a lot of these athletes are well capable of running much faster than the pace that's given at the moment. So it's going to be a real burn-up come the last lap.
Yeah, and as they were really from the last time we seen them come into the home straight, it's Ennis still in the lead, but they're swinging wide. They're nearly all the way out into lane 3. That's Candor Track Club all the way out wide. So they're really bunched, and it can be a dangerous way to race a championship race if you're really bunched together. Legs can get tangled and people can get tripped up over each other. It's Lucy Foster of Candor Track Club AC, who found herself kind of out towards lane 3. She's tucking herself back in. She's on the shoulder of her Candor Track Club athlete or teammate, Charlotte Kirsty Foster. So the two Fosters, the two Candor Track athletes are in there, but there seems to be a gap forming now.
That seems to be Kirsty Foster that's up on Nassini Hannifan's shoulder there, and it seems to be a breakaway group of 3 with 2 more following.
Kirsty really working hard to not let any more of a gap form between herself and Nasa of Enna Track. Nasa really brave running from the beginning. She took the lead early on. She backed herself coming off of a really well run indoor season, and they're going to come in now, and these girls are going to take the bell. And there's really start to strung out. They were nicely bunched together early on in this race, but Nassini Hanifan is still your leader with Kirsty Foster just on her tail. You said it early on, Barry, it was going to be a burn-up, and it looks like the race is still on for 1 and 2.
Absolutely. With 400 metres to go now, 3:27 on the clock, Nassini Hanifan is putting in an extra shift here to try and get a gap between herself and Kirsty Foster. But it seems to be 1, 2 and 3 at the moment are pretty solidified in their places. There's big gaps between them all. Kirsty Foster just struggling to hold on to the pace that Nassini Hanifan has put in over the last 150 metres.
Yeah, the two Candor athletes worked really well together early on. They were nicely bunched and nicely positioned to cover any moves, but when the move is this strong from Nassini Hanifan, it's just borderline impossible to cover. She came into this race absolutely oozing with confidence. She took the lead pretty much straight away. She said, I'm not hanging about. You can do whatever you want behind me, but I'm going to take the lead, and I'm going to make certainty of my national under-23 1500 metre title. Yeah. And she continues to drop the hammer, even though she hasn't had a look over the shoulder. Maybe she doesn't know the gap she has behind her, but she continues to pick up the pace. She probably has her eye on the clock there. One quick glance over the shoulder, and she knows she's coming in to claim that under-23 women's 1500 metre title. Keep an eye on the clock. 4:29 flat, unofficial. She might have just creeped under 4:29.
Beeping her own watch as she came across the line. She's obviously not too confident in her own timing system.
With Kirsty Foster there to claim second place, with Lucy Foster as well of Candor Track Club. So Candor 2 and 3, so well done to them. Kirsty Foster in second, Lucy Foster in third, and Ennis Track Nassini Hanifan to claim the title there. What a really commanding and confident run from the gun. So we have Ratout AC and Clonliffe Harriers AC still coming across the line there now. Still some nice respectable times. 5:06, 5:07. Final finisher from Cork coming in just under 5:12. So some good running all the way through the field. You have our 3 medalists together there as the action for the 1500 metres continues. There's absolutely no let up at these middle distance events.
So as you look to the under-23 men's 1500 metre final, it's a straight final. So we have Patrick Price from Drogheda and District AC, Cian O'Boyle from Ennistrack AC, Louis Woodyer from Metro St Bridget's AC, Josh Mooney from Naas AC, Philip McGee from Letterkenny AC, Christopher Keenan from Drogheda and District AC, Oisin Dunn from Metro St Bridget's AC, Cian Hodgins from Nina Olympic AC, Rory McAvoy from Kilkenny Harriers AC, Daniel Buckley from Leavale AC, Poragog McDermott from Finn Valley AC, and Roger Adeyeye from Tuam AC, Barry Conway from Ennistrack AC, and Owen O'Connor from Leavale AC.
Again, this is
starters' orders.
A straight final here, Barry. So I know there's a lot of men in this field who want to prove a point and feel they're all within capable of becoming the champion or even finding their way on the podium. So it'll be interesting to see how this one unfolds. Will they bunch together, knowing that it's just a one race, it's a straight final? So.
And it looks to be, I think that might be a Tuam AC singlet out the front there of Roger Adeyeye, with Leavale AC just in behind. Owen O'Connor from Leavale AC. But as they're coming around the bend here after the first 100 metres, or 200 metres, they're very pedestrian. Barry Conway from Ennistrack AC just moving up to the front there, hoping to put in a little bit of pace. Rory McAvoy from Kilkenny Harriers AC just coming around as well.
Some moves being made here quite early on. There's a lot of running left to take place here over this 1500 metre final. They came through the 300 metre mark in about 52, 53 seconds. Coming through 400 metres in about 64, 63. Your leader there, Barry Conway, nicely strung out. Said it from the start, like there's a lot of men in this field that feel like they can find their way onto the podium, Barry, and Barry Conway's really not hanging about. He's confident in his ability and he feels like he can medal and possibly take the win in this race.
Yeah, it looks like the rest of the field is just slowly responding to Barry Conway's massive push pace there he put in after 300 metres into the race. Louis Woodyer there from Metro St Bridget's AC just trying to put in a shift there. I actually nearly mistook him for another lad behind him, looks almost exactly like him, but that's Louis Woodyer in second place. Cian Hodgins just on his shoulder.
So both in really good striking distance to cover any further moves as they seem to be eating up the ground on Barry Conway from Ennistrack. He took on quite a commanding lead early on. 2 laps to go, just under now 800 metres for these men. Louis Woodyer arguably in the best position. He's holding the inside rail there with Cian Hodgins just on his shoulder from Nina Olympic. So these men in striking position, and every passing step they seem to be getting closer and closer to Barry Conway. I don't know if he's going to take a look in his shoulder, if he can hear the footsteps of the chasing pack, if he can feel or hear the breathing on his neck.
Conway's partner and club partner there, Cian O'Boyle, he's just sitting there in fourth place there. He's our under 23 800 metre champion as well, so he'll have the speed there if there is a kick come the end, and it looks like there will be a strong kick with the packing that we have so far.
So here they come, these men bunched together once again in this race as they come and take the lead. The gap, the commanding gap, I suppose, that Barry Conway from Ennistrack AC set at the early lead, at the early stages of this race, has been diminished, and it's now Louis Woodyer coming through to take the bell in 2:56 with Cian Hodgins still on his shoulder. I got to give it to Barry Conway. He took it on early, and it's not easy to do all that work on your own, but he's kind of paying for it now as he continues to fall back through this field. 1 and 2, MSB, Nina Olympic, Louis Woodyer, but it looks like Cian Hodgins just coming around the outside of his shoulder. Louis responds once again. As you can see, the long loping stride in the MSB singlet with Ennistrack just coming up on his shoulder now. So since the start of this kick, second place position has changed a couple of times, and 1, 2 and 3 there's still a real battle on with 200 metres to go.
Yeah, 200 metres to go. The 800 metre prowess of Cian O'Boyle is just really starting to show here. Coming onto Woodyer's shoulder, he's just starting to pass and cut him on the inside. He's trying to take up that real estate in lane 1, and Woodyer just is doing his best to hold on for second place. But it's going to be a gold medal for Ennistrack AC in the men's 1500 metres today.
Cian O'Boyle is your under 23 1500 metre national champion, 3:53.55 with Louis Woodyer just in second place, and Cian Hodgins of Nina Olympic AC taking third. a really, really well run race by Cian O'Boyle. Like you said, Barry, his 800 metre speed coming to the forefront there over the final stages of that race. But Louis Woodger, you got to hand it to him. He didn't panic when Barry Conway took out the lead early on and, you know, put about 10-15 metres between himself and the rest of the field. He sat in the pack, he held the inside line, he pretty much done everything he could to try and take the win there. It was literally just the speed of Cian O'Boyle from NS Track AC who pulled away over the final closing metres and took the win there. Same can be said about Cian Hodgson. He hung on the shoulder of Louis Woodger there as well and tried to time his kick to perfection. But when it comes down to it, in these middle distance races, is who has the speed over the closing stages. And today in the men's 1500 metre under 23, it was Cian O'Boyle who came away with the title. So in a few moments' time, we'll hear from our 400 metre hurdles champion, as well as the second place Ethan Dewhurst, and our champion Des O'Neill, after what was a really, really great battle all the way to the line. Des O'Neill, Ethan Dewhurst, the men's under 20 400 metre hurdles. Des, you came away with the title on the day. It was a battle all the way to the line. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's like you always have to have it in your head, and it's just great when you have the competition. Like, it's just been fantastic to have each other like battling with times. So I'm happy today to come away with the win.
PB and the championship record on top of that as well.
Exactly, yeah. Hopefully it's good to have this momentum coming up to Worlds, and hopefully I can just keep it going, you know.
Ethan, you settled yourself after a far from ideal start, slight issue with the block, but you done really well to collect yourself and claim the silver medal.
Listen, it's always a hard day. Oh my God, coming to compete in Tullamore. You got to expect the unexpected, especially in the 400 metre hurdles. And I mean, you know, as Des says, listen, it's great to get the competition, like, and get the standard of competition in Ireland very high, like, puts us up very well for Oregon, like.
Yeah.
You're competitors here, but like you said, you both have two standards ahead of World Under 20. So in a month's time, you'll be very much teammates come those championships. How much are you looking forward to them?
Good, it'll be great. It'll be great. Last season with injury, I missed Euros and stuff. So it's just great to come back and be able to have these opportunities to represent Ireland.
And Ethan, talk to me a little bit about this rivalry. Like they said, he had issues last year with injuries, but to have him tone the line with you again must be great.
It's great now, in fairness. Let's hope we'll get him to 50. We'll get him to 50 points, and then together we can get that 49 someday. But
48 as well.
48 for the final. Mike Rada, we're coming for you.
Well done, boys. Thanks so much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Gillian.
Cheers, lads. Enjoy the medal presentation. Fair play to us.
Thank you.
So it was great to hear from Des O'Neill and Ethan Dewhurst there off the back of their 1 and 2 place finishes in the under 20 400 metre hurdles race. Both athletes with two qualifying standards for August under 20 World Championships in Eugene, Oregon. But that's going to round off our commentary coverage for the 123.ie under 20 and under 23 track and field championships here in Tullamore. We're going to let the live stream do the talking for the under 20 and under 23 men and women's 4x400 metre relays. Barry, thank you so much for taking the time to come on to commentary for the coverage, and of course the mighty shift you put in and getting all the trackside interviews as well.
Absolutely, and thanks yourself, Killian. But for the viewers at home, don't go just yet. We have plenty of relay coverage to be played just yet, but from here in the commentary box, thank you.
weekend will be the 4x400 metre relays. We're making the way onto the track now. We've got the women's 4x400 metre relay teams. Under 20 women's 4x400 metre relay. We have 2 DSC teams and 3 teams from Rathore.
On your marks. Set.
So Dublin lane 3 Rathore, lane 4 DSC, and then outside lanes Rathore also. So that is the staying in the lane to the first runner. Second runner will stay in their lane until they come around the bend there when they go to the break line, indicated there by the small yellow cones. So they have to cross in then. The position of the athlete at the 200 metre mark will be important, as that's how the team will line up for the changeover. So at the moment, Rathore in the lead, DSC second, and Rathore then third, fourth. So the team's very even there as we look at the change the patterns. So I think they even DSC now with a slight lead as they come up to the break line. This is the side how the athletes line up for the changeover to be Rathore on the inside. You see then in second. But the tournament marker, the two DFC teams there together, and it's the two Rahor teams then in 4th and 5th. So the second change off there, it's Rahor in the lead. DFC second. And DFC is third as well. Rahor now got up to the third place to make the change over. Second Rahor, third Rahor team there in 5th place. So we're going to set it up the athletes as they come into the home straight for the final changeover. So it's Rahor in the lead. With TFC in second place, then it's Rahor, TFC and Rahor again. So Rahor, TFC and Rahor as they make the final changeover. TFC then in 4th place, and then our third Rahor team in 5th. So we're going to set out for Rahor women's relay team. Okay, win that race, and that looks like it's a new championship record. So TFC then claimed the silver medal, and Rahor claimed the bronze medal. And our 4th place team now is back to Rahor, and TFC then comes through in 5th. Our next set of presentation is for the under 20 men's triple jump competition. In 12th place for the jump of 12 metres, 84 centimetres, David Kennedy of Tirpinner Athletic Club. In 2nd place for the jump of 30 metres, 50 centimetres, Alex Collins of Lissoul Athletic Club. In 1981, John Stapleton of Roscommon jumped 14 metres, 58 centimetres to set our championship record. Today, Dalafari of Lacoya Athletic Club jumped 14 metres, 62 centimetres to set a new championship record and become our 126 120 men's triple jump champion. So top 16 there, that relay to make way down to the medal presentation. We present you with those medals. Our next event on the track is the men's 4x400 metre relay. So our 23 minutes, 50 jump medal presentation if it's about to take place now. In third place, with jump of 11 metres, 79 centimetres. Finial Ramwadi of Dundrum, South Dublin. In second place, with a next jump of 13 metres, 35 centimetres. Aaron O'Connor of Limerick Track. And the 2026 under 23 minutes 50 jump champion is Joseph Gillespie of Valley with a best jump of 13 metres, 79 centimetres. Our next medal registration is for the under 20 minutes 4x400 metre relay. In third place, a time of 4 minutes 10.5 seconds. It's the OTT. The winning time 2:53.01 and that's the new championship record. So there's 4.5 seconds off the previous record, which the record set back in 2022. On the record team is Nicole Doherty, Alaya Whelan Tully, Alana Shariu and Ashton Shepard.
On your marks. Set.
Was our final event of the day and the weekend, the men's 4x400 metre relay. So we have 5 under 20 men's 4x400 metre relay teams. Some means that they're Dundrum, Kennedy, Harriers, Rahone, Dundrum, and Rahone again, there are under 20 teams. And on the outside then with West Coast, there are under 23 teams. That is there, they go to the break line, they're in the 1500 metre start, they can cut in. So, West Coast, in control in the under 23 race, Rahode, Dundrum South Dublin, Rahode again, the 1-2-3 in the under 20 race.
Come on, Dara! Come on, Julian! Come on, Julian! Come on, Julian! Come on, Julian!
Second number 28, number 23 down the road.
Come on, Amy!
So the other 28, Rahode, ESC, Rahode at the moment. Does the line up to change over to be Rahode, or West Coast inside Rahode. There is Dundrum South Dublin and Rahode. Then a fifth place in the 20 competition. So 150 minutes go now for Horse on the 22 in the lead.
Come on, Jay! Come on, Jay! Come on, Jay!
On the 20 wins, 3-2. You see there, that's the decision of the 20 competition. And it's playing in Irish now, which is the power. We did West Coast on the 23 men, 3-2. Both essentially the Rahode men's 3-2 on the 20. So the medal team, if you make your way down to the medal presentation now, make that medal presentation.